The world of Naruto through the eyes of the Sharingan. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 101 No Traitors, let's have some Uchiha jokes. 16 to 15, I1, Kakashi, after beheading the last snow ninja with a single strike, Inahikasa wiped his kunai against Inahikasa's clothes, made a 2016 gesture with both hands, and said arrogantly, "For someone with a Sharingan like me, victory's a given." Kakashi's Chidori continued to chirp, his face expressionless, as if he hadn't heard Inahikasa's words, and continued chasing after the fleeing Fugaku. He already had plenty of experience dealing with this type of partner. He only needed to pretend to ignore them, and they would jump around, get furious, and shout, "Damn Kakashi, well, damn Kakashi, you think you can take the last head and tie with me? Inahikasa, will make you admit defeat," Uchiha Inahikasa shouted, and quickly quickened his pace. Hearing that familiar Uchiha accented tone, Kakashi's mind went blank for a moment, and his steps slowed down. Clang. Suddenly, a black tentacle flew in from the side, forcing Inayasa back. Then, hundreds of black threads shot out from the tentacle, wrapping around Inayasa and playing a game of bondage. Inayasa's kunai danced in a halo of light, but several black threads still managed to bypass his defenses and bind one of his legs. Just like Obito, he always messes things up when he makes threats. Kakashi sighed inwardly, slashing his short sword and cutting several threads, helping the flustered Inayasa break free from the enemy's restraints. "You've finally come." Fugaku's face lit up with joy as he rushed towards the direction from which the black threads had come, standing with two strange figures dressed in black robes with auspicious cloud patterns, pointing at Kakashi. "Kakuzu, quickly kill them for me." "Wait," the green-eyed rogue ninja from Takigakure, called Kakuzu, suddenly raised his hand to stop him, saying, 10 million? The mission we accepted only includes helping you capture the city and kill the rebels. Other services will cost extra. How can you be so direct? Even prostitutes and brothels know to make sure the customer is satisfied first, and then bring up extra time when they're halfway through. A hint of annoyance rose in Fugaku's eyes, but glancing at the eerie black threads emanating an ominous aura that Kakuzu had retracted, he swallowed his anger. Fugaku had traveled the ninja world and knew that a saying circulated in underground money exchange offices, "The immortal, greedy ninja, the ultimate killer king of the ninja world." This referred to Kakuzu, the living fossil of the ninja world, the ultimate assassin of the underworld, the immortal ninja. Whoosh! Shisui used a body flicker technique to arrive beside Anaheim, looking at the two Akatsuki members warily. "Kakuzu-san, here." Kazuhana Naruto hurriedly handed over a scroll, pointing to the sled caravan not far away, saying, "There's a group of ordinary people over there. Could you please clean them up, Mr. Kakuzu?" "Sure thing." Kakuzu merely used his chakra to sense the scroll and immediately detected its rotten yet sweet scent of money. "Let me take a look," Kakuzu said, ignoring the three men standing guard before him, and took out a manual from his robes, titled Complete Guide to High-Value Bounty Targets in the Ninja World, Winter 1952 edition of Konoha. When venturing into the world, one must have all the necessary tools. Kakuzu's thumb flew across the pages of his book, quickly scanning hundreds of wanted posters. He pulled out 3. A hint of displeasure flashing in his emerald eyes as he muttered, "Bad luck." At that moment, the man who had been silent beside Kakuzu removed his windproof hat, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and asked, "What's wrong, old man Kakuzu?" Kakuzu raised the wanted posters in his hand, looking at Hazuki Mangetsu with dissatisfaction. "Hatake Kakashi, his bounty was 45 million 2 weeks ago, now it's only 40 million. Uchiha Shisui, 30 million. This Uchiha Inayasa is even worse, a 3-tomo Uchiha with only a 25 million bounty. Not worth it, really not worth it." Kakuzu shook his head with some disgust. These 3 people's bounties should have a lot of room to increase. Normally, Kakuzu would choose to grow up those with such potential for a large increase in bounty, rather than exhausting their resources. Staring at the timid and submissive Fugaku, Kakuzu licked his lips, his greedy emerald eyes scanning him up and down before he said in a deep voice, "Killing Konoha ninjas will cause a lot of trouble. Besides, one is the son of White Fang, and the other two are members of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Gen is currently riding high. More money." It's worth mentioning that after single-handedly defeating 3 heroes from Mangekyō, Uchiha Gen's bounty had skyrocketed to 400 million, comparable to the Sun God after the Marineford War, making him the highest bounty ninja in the world outside of the 5 great nations daimyo. Kakuzu had spent countless nights drooling over Uchiha Gen's bounty poster. More money. Before Fugaku could speak, Uchiha Inari exploded. How ridiculous. Where did these 2 rogue ninjas come from, daring to be so arrogant? They think they can just use me to exchange for a bounty? Haven't they ever been beaten before? Uchiha Inari flung her kunai, aiming it directly at Hazuki Mangetsu beside Kakuzu. Although Kakuzu was famous at the gold exchange, his reputation in the ninja world was limited to a small circle. In Inaheim's eyes, he was far less threatening than Mangetsu, the traitor. Hazuki Mangetsu raised his hands, making a gun shape, and used water release, water gun technique, firing a water bullet that directly deflected Inaheim's kunai. Uchiha Inaheim pulled out 4 shuriken in his backhand and shot them out with a whoosh. He then drew a kunai and recklessly charged towards Hazuki Mangetsu. A great battle was about to break out. Shisui swiftly unleashed 3 powerful fire slashes, and with a whoosh, he disappeared from everyone's sight using the body flicker technique. As the lightning-fast slashes reached Kakuzu and the others, he arrived before Inaheim, swinging his katana and thrusting it towards Kakuzu's heart. HMPH, Kakuzu snorted coldly, a cascading rock spear bursting from the ground to block the slash wave. Suddenly, thousands of black lines, like countless black venomous snakes, flew out from his chest and back, winding and twisting to block Shisui's blade. Shisui's Sharingan slowly rotated in his eyes, and in the next instant, he disappeared from Kakuzu's side, dodging the encirclement launched by the black lines from different angles. Fire release, great fireball technique. The approaching Inaheim spat out a huge fireball. According to the law that the great fireball technique does not kill, it indeed did not achieve any effect, but it forced the 3 people, Kakuzu and the others, who were originally gathered together, to scatter and avoid it, successfully dividing the battlefield. Hazuki Mangetsu, who was flipping in the air, drew Hiramakari from his back, a wave surging beneath his feet, and slashed at Inaheim. Clang. Uchiha Inaheim blocked this heavy and powerful attack, looked around, and found that Shisui was facing the tentacle man named Kakuzu, and Kakashi was facing Fugaku. Excellent, those 2 are definitely going to win. This time, it's a resounding 3-0 victory for us. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Hazuki Mangetsu raised an eyebrow slightly, immediately using the great water arm technique to increase his strength, forcefully pushing Hiramakari's blade forward, forcing Inaheim to retreat several steps. Before these Sharingan, enemies either flee or suffer a crushing defeat. You won't be an exception. Inaheim's crimson eyes widened, and he roared, "Genjutsu, Sharingan, you can cast genjutsu without eye contact with a Sharingan." Hazuki Mangetsu was startled. He instantly transformed into water, becoming a turbulent current that dodged more than 10 meters away. Then he formed a universal genjutsu release hand seal, but found no trace of interference with his chakra. Hehe. Ahahaha. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Uchiha Inaheim's lips curled into a smug smile as he threw his head back and laughed, his laughter remarkably layered. First came a mocking chuckle, then a loud laugh, and finally a fit of uncontrollable laughter that brought tears to his eyes. This was the true power of the Sharingan, the true power of Uchiha Inahira. Uchiha Inahira glanced down at Hazuki Mangetsu, his eyes filled with disdain. Cry. Run. Howl. And die in pain and despair. The prodigy of Kirigakure, your death is already reflected in my Sharingan. Hazuki Mangetsu, realizing he'd been toyed with by a single roar, turned green with rage. You little trash. You can't play games, you resort to sneak attacks. You have no strength, you don't even dare face me head-on. Electronic music, whoosh. The enraged Hazuki Mangetsu planted Hiramakari on the ground, his hands forming hand seals in rapid succession, unleashing a torrent of water towards Uchiha Inahira. Water release, exploding water wave. A water-style ninjutsu with no advantages other than its massive water output. Uchiha Inaheim gracefully leaped into the air, pulling out a large handful of shuriken and tossing them into the air. With a powerful leap, he repeatedly used the airborne shuriken as leverage to propel himself further into the air, occasionally spinning and jumping with his left foot on his right, dodging the exploding water blasts unleashed by Mangetsu. That tsunami-like waves surged from his feet, quickly spreading in all directions, forcing the other four to dodge and further distance themselves from Mangetsu Inaheim. Whoosh! Hazuki Mangetsu continued his hand seals, unleashing the hidden mist technique. Suddenly, a white mist rose from the battlefield. Within the mist, Inaheim, his crimson Sharingan gleaming, scanned his surroundings while still having the leisure to continue his boastful remarks. Yo, why can't I see you? I understand now, because in the eyes of the strong, there are no ends. Whoosh! A barrage of shuriken pierced through the white mist, shooting from Inaheim's right. Inaheim drew his ninja sword to parry, the clanging sounds continuous. Then, a puddle of water appeared at Inaheim's feet, and a long whip made of water suddenly shot out from it, binding him with a sonic boom. However, Inaheim neither dodged nor evaded. His scarlet pupils swept over the lashing water whip and the increasingly dense white mist around him, and he abruptly clasped his hands together. Dark chakra release. A torrent of dark chakra, like a surging sea, suddenly erupted from Uchiha Inaheim's body, instantly entering a burst state and activating reverse Inaheim mode. The materialized dark chakra suddenly exploded, and a layer of purplish-black chakra cloak covered Inaheim's body, blocking the water whip's strike. Then, he suddenly widened his scarlet pupils, filled with madness, twisted his body, and used both hands to block Hazuki Mangetsu, who was descending from the sky wielding Uramakari. If he hadn't chosen to dodge instead of directly blocking the water whip, he would have been severely injured by Hazuki Mangetsu's attack. All your efforts and schemes are in vain. In these Sharingan eyes, you have no secrets. Inaheim's lips curled into a wild, unrestrained smile, followed by another loud laugh. Under the influence of the dark chakra, his strength, speed, agility, and defense were all enhanced, but he was also burdened with negative buffs such as reduced intelligence, madness, and bloodlust. Of course, these buffs weren't particularly negative for the Uchiha. Ho-ha-ho-ha, Inaheim laughed maniacally, closing in on Hazuki Mangetsu and engaging him in close combat, while simultaneously manipulating the Zero Tails chakra to further solidify it. Finally, besides a faint layer of the tailed beast's cloak, 4 thick, soft black chakra tentacles condensed on his back. Can't you turn them into arms? Inaheim scoffed, but still manipulated the smooth black tentacles, swaying and twitching as they attacked Hazuki Mangetsu. Every Uchiha is a copy ninja, a master of imitation. This move was created by Inaheim imitating the 6-armed Mahagara of the Uchiha general. Although these black tentacles looked grotesque, anyone who used them knew how effective they were. Each strike to Hazuki Mangetsu caused him to spit out copious amounts of water. 2 fists couldn't fight 2 fists plus 4 tentacles. After exchanging dozens of taijutsu blows, Inaheim seized an opportunity. The 4 tentacles restricted Hazuki Mangetsu's movements, and suddenly, flames erupted from the longsword in his hand. A large amount of dark chakra was injected and condensed on the blade, igniting a deep, dark red flame that swallowed the surrounding light. Uchiha style, sword leap flame, Inaheim grinned maliciously, the raging dark flame swaying wildly. Wielding the blazing blade, Inaheim delivered a fierce horizontal slash, and the fire chakra wrapped around the blade suddenly exploded, engulfing Hazuki Mangetsu's entire body. The next moment, Hazuki Mangetsu, engulfed in flames, was sent flying backward, landing in the water pit he had previously created with water jutsu. How? Uchiha Inaheim chuckled softly, slowly and methodically adjusting his ninja sword. His somewhat manic eyes gazed at Shisui and Kokuzu locked in battle in the distance, a contemptuous smile on his face. Shisui is so slow, it seems his strength lies only in his Mangekyō Sharingan. I, Uchiha Inaheim, possess the potential of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Once I awaken my Mangekyō Sharingan, I'll definitely be stronger than him. Then Shisui, me, and Gen can form a group called Konoha's new Uchiha 3 Ninja. Ha ha ha. Gen, Shisui, I'll catch up with you soon. Uchiha Inaheim covered his face with one hand, feeling a surge of pleasure, and laughed maniacally. However, at that moment, a sudden surge of water erupted from the nearby puddle. Hazuki Mangetsu, his face cold, emerged halfway above the current, coldly saying, "You think you've already won?" Uchiha Inaheim, his confidence at its peak, looked up, his gaze arrogant. "Victory is already within my grasp. Your life is already a candle in the wind. Take one last good look at this world, because you won't see it in the underworld." Ha ha ha, Where did this Uchiha get so much laughter? Hazuki Mangetsu was furious. Although Inaheim's swordsmanship hadn't harmed him, given his mastery of water transformation techniques, what genius isn't arrogant? Could he tolerate such humiliation? Water release, shield of the black hat. Shield is synonymous with shield or defense, and black means black. Water release, shield of the black hat literally means defense against a person wearing a black hat. According to the Hazuki clan's records, this secret technique, with a history of over 200 years, second only to steaming explosion in difficulty and power, is not actually for defending against people in black hats, but rather for defending against people with black hair, namely, the Uchiha clan, all of whom have black hair. When Hazuki Mangetsu practiced this technique, he had some doubts. Why would the clan's most powerful technique be named defense against Uchiha? It wasn't until recently, after Uchiha Genji defeated Kumaga Kurosabi with his Susanoo, that he understood the technique's meaning. It's a technique used to counter and resist Uchiha Susanoo, and it's likely inferior to Uchiha Susanoo, otherwise, it wouldn't just be a shield. But, Hazuki Mangetsu's pale purple eyes were filled with killing intent, and he grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Uchiha Genji isn't here. Water splashed up, surging towards Hazuki Mangetsu. The massive water flow summoned by his previous water burst wave finally came in handy. Countless streams of water converged, lifting Hazuki Mangetsu higher and higher until it formed a water monster over 20 meters tall, with sharp teeth and a ferocious face. Hazuki Mangetsu sank into the monster's head, using the massive amount of water to protect itself, and looked down at Inaheim with indifferent eyes, saying, "Now, can you still laugh?" Inaheim felt as if he had been choked, his mouth wide open but unable to utter a sound, his face turning red. It grew redder and redder. Because of the dark chakra, his face was a mixture of purple, black, and red, bright and purple. Is this dark chakra poisonous? Why do I always get slapped in the face every time I use it in battle? Is this divine punishment? You can't distinguish the real from the fake with my body flicker technique. Shisui appeared in front of Kokuzu, dodging the dense black threads, formed a hand seal, and spat out a series of orange-red fireballs, burning the threads to ashes. Then, as Kokuzu shouted fire release, head-piercing, his body once again transformed into countless black crows, scattering in all directions. Damn it, Kokuzu, seeing that his ninjutsu had only scalded a few crows to death, was so enraged that his face beneath his black mask contorted in fury as he relentlessly swung his arms, killing crow after crow. Chirp chirp chirp, a black crow flashed past Kokuzu's eyes. Its dark pupils seemingly gleaming with a barely perceptible red light in the reflection of the white snow. Bang! Bang! As Shisui reappeared, Kokuzu unleashed a barrage of earth grudge tentacles, the sound of flying rubble echoing continuously, yet none struck Shisui. The next moment, Kokuzu, already tired of this whack-a-mole fighting style, suddenly clasped his hands in hand seals. Two masks, their bodies made of black threads, crawled out from behind him and perched on his shoulders, one with a red beak and the other with a blue beak. These were Kokuzu's fire release and wind release masks, combined ninjutsu, flame wind chaos. The fire release mask opened its mouth to unleash fire release, head hardening, while the wind release mask opened its mouth to unleash wind release, wind pressure. The combination of the two created a vast sea of fire, with flames scattering and winds raging, leaving Uchiha Shisui with no way to escape. Boom! Suddenly, a figure shot out from the burning sea of fire, plunging the small katana in his hand into Kokuzu's chest with speed beyond his reaction time. Kokuzu's eyes glazed over for a moment, incredulously saying, I'm dead like this? No, he took a deep breath, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. He should have 5 lives, so how could he be dead now? It's a genjutsu. Kokuzu's eyes widened abruptly, channeling his chakra to dispel the genjutsu he had somehow fallen under. However, a blade blazing with intense heat was already approaching his chest, just as in the genjutsu. Whether it's illusion or reality, you've already lost. The blazing sword reflected a pair of cold, scarlet eyes. Shisui's calm words echoed in Kokuzu's ears, and before he could react, the sword had already pierced his heart. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Kokuzu's mouth, his eerie green eyes gradually lost their light, and his body went limp. It's over. Even the cautious Shisui couldn't help but relax for a moment at this moment. Shisui originally wanted to grab Kokuzu's body and draw his katana, but the instant he reached out to pull Kokuzu, he was startled, his hair stood on end, and he immediately followed his instincts and retreated without thinking. Kakuzu, whom Shisui thought was dead, suddenly revealed a ferocious smile, and a dazzling bolt of lightning shot from his mouth, brushing past the retreating Shisui. Seeing Kakuzu, who could still use ninjutsu after being pierced through the heart and seemed unharmed, Shisui was also stunned. This enemy was not only proficient in all 5 elemental ninjutsu, but was he also immortal? For the first time, a serious look appeared on Shisui's handsome face, his eyes narrowed, and he pondered how to deal with Kakuzu. At that moment, whoosh, a figure flew down, rolled a dozen times on the ground, and collapsed not far behind Shisui, coughing up blood. Shisui was slightly taken aback, glancing at Inohime in surprise before quickly scanning Kakashi on the other side. Thank goodness, Kakashi still has the upper hand. The enemy was not weak. If both of his teammates had fallen, he would have had no choice but to abandon the mission and flee with the 2 of them using Susanoo. The giant water monster, after knocking Inohime away, did not stop, swimming and surging towards Inohime's direction. Inohime was covered in bruises, one hand drooping. The injuries were not serious, but they had already affected her fighting ability. And she was clearly no match for Hazuki Mangetsu, who Shisui let out a long breath, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the tomo in his originally scarlet blood pupils had formed a windmill shape, and the red light in his eyes shone even brighter. He took a step forward, sheathed his katana, his gaze sharp and calm, and said, Inohime, rest for a bit. Leave the rest to me, cough cough. Inohime coughed up blood, nodded weakly, and looked up at the sky. Large snowflakes fell, landing on his purplish-red face, chilling him to the bone, just like his current mood. However, there was no time to mourn the backlash from Inohime's failed attempt to feign escapade. It was Shisui, unleashing his full power, who was about to take to the battlefield. One day, Shisui fell into a river, but 2 root members passing by refused to help. In desperation, Shisui cleverly said, Danzo is an idiot, he'll never be Hokage. At that moment, the root ninjas quickly rescued him and sent him to Konoha prison. His charges were, insulting the Hokage's assistant, 15 days imprisonment, leaking Konoha secrets, life imprisonment. Chapter 102 The Truth Behind the Shuriken 800 meters away. Crack, a soft cracking sound rang out as Kakuzu's water attribute heart silently turned to dust. Uchiha Shisui, Kakuzu's eyes flashed with malice as he clenched his fists and ripped open the dense black threads of resentment within his pierced chest, roaring, You brat! The last one to make me look so pathetic was your Konoha's first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. This was a lie. Kakuzu had actually had his share of embarrassing moments, not to mention the brutal beating he received years ago when pain dragged him into Akatsuki. But whenever he fought a powerful opponent, he still had to boast about his past encounter with the first Hokage, one of his few pleasures besides making and counting small sums of money. You, Shisui, who had been poised for battle with surging eye power, suddenly lost his composure upon hearing this. After a slight pause, he immediately sneered, his expression disdainful and mocking. You dare to fight Hashirama Senju? Are you dreaming? Haha, old man Kakuzu, I told you, no one will believe you ever fought Hashirama Senju. A monstrous wave surged towards Kakuzu, with Hazuki Mangetsu within it loudly mocking his teammates. You're asking for death? Kakuzu's eyes widened in fury, his expression contorted with rage. This was the only thing that dared to question the authenticity of his battle with Hashirama Senju, his only Achilles heel besides money. Earth grudge fear, tentacle fist, Kakuzu roared, snapping his left hand off his wrist. Thousands upon thousands of black threads surged from the broken wrist, blasting towards Shisui. Shisui stood still, his figure flashing as the torrent of black threads passed through him. As Kakuzu retracted the threads, Shisui instantly returned to his original position. I heard from Genja that when the ninja village was first established, a Tokigakure ninja threw a shuriken at the first Hokage from 800 meters away, and then bragged to everyone that he had fought the first Hokage. Could it be you, huh? Is that so? Before Kakuzu could speak, Hazuki Mangetsu already had an exaggeratedly surprised expression on his face. Looking at the glaring Kakuzu, he mocked, Old man, didn't you say that you fought the first Hokage for dozens of rounds? It turns out that was just bragging. It wasn't. Throwing a shuriken from 800 meters away, the veins on Kakuzu's forehead bulged, his emerald green eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was extremely ferocious. He couldn't bear this humiliation for even a moment longer. He glared at Hazuki Mangetsu and roared, Not 1. Not 2. Not 3. It was 4, 5, 6, 7, and many, many more moves, definitely more than 10. Finally, the first Hokage used wood release, thorn kill, creating a multitude of vine-like wooden sticks that grabbed me. Then he said he was in a hurry to gamble and asked if I had any money. Kakuzu's eyes reddened further. I gave him all my money, and he let me go, happily going to gamble. From that moment on, I understood that everything in this world is fake, only money is real, it will never lie, and it will always be useful. Now, you say this is fake? Do you think I don't know if it's fake or not? Kakuzu turned, glaring at Shisui, and roared hoarsely, at most, I exaggerated 10 or so rounds into 30 or 40, it's definitely not some kind of throwing shuriken from 800 miles away, and I couldn't possibly throw my shuriken that far. He was desperate. He was desperate. Kakuzu was truly panicked. 800 li, throwing a shuriken from 800 meters away, this was an insult to his character. Oh? Betting, and even mentioning the name of a wood-released ninjutsu, Jutsu seems to have actually fought the first Hokage, but how could that be? Shisui paused slightly, raising an eyebrow. Only the Uchiha clan truly knew how strong Hashirama Senju was. Was Kakuzu weak? His 5 elemental ninjutsu were all at the elite Jonin level, he excelled in composite ninjutsu, his taijutsu was also considerable, and he seemed to possess immortality, a true mini-Hiruzen Sarutobi, a genuine top-tier fighter. However, Shisui believed that in a one-on-one duel, he could easily defeat Kakuzu, though killing him might be more difficult. If Kakuzu tried to escape, he wouldn't be able to kill him. However, it is known that the complete Susanoo awakened by the legendary eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is dozens of times more powerful than the third stage of the Mangekyō Sharingan's upper limit. Even Madara, with his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and the strongest tailed beast, Nine Tails, was defeated by the first Hokage. Therefore, Shisui felt that he himself would only be able to withstand 3 to 5 moves against the first Hokage after awakening the third stage of Susanoo. Could it be that your strength was far greater back then, but you declined significantly due to old age? No, that doesn't make sense. You should have been famous throughout the Warring States period, like the first Mizukage or the first Raikage, able to establish your own great ninja village, having fought the first Hokage for over 10 rounds. Why didn't you establish the 6th ninja village or make Tokigakure the 6th great country and become famous, instead of assassinating the first Hokage and ending up as a rogue ninja? That doesn't make sense. Shisui pondered for a moment and ruled out another possibility. Eliminating the impossible, no matter how illogical, that was the truth. Search for the dead, there is only one truth. That was the legendary wood release, wood clone technique, the special clone technique that no one but Madara Uchiha could decipher. Shisui. A sly smile crept across Shisui's face, a hint of pity and sympathy in his eyes. What's with that look? Kakuzu gritted his teeth, his emerald eyes fixed on Shisui, rebuking him angrily. What's the meaning of that look? Nothing. Shisui shook his head slightly, using the body flicker technique to transform into a ghostly blur, suddenly attacking Kakuzu. This ninja is called Kakuzu, right? Well then, Mr. Kakuzu, my final act of kindness is to let you die on this vast, icy plain, unaware of the truth, clinging to your own ideas. With this thought in mind, Shisui unleashed his full power the instant he closed in on Kakuzu. Susanoo, the next instant, a green phantom projected from Shisui's body. A crisp clang, like the ringing of metal, rang out. Kakuzu, who had only hastily used Earth Release to strengthen himself, was sent flying like a baseball struck by Shohei Ohtani, creating a fierce gust of wind. Ha! Water Whip, Hazuki Mangetsu, inside the water monster, swung his hand violently. The monster's arms rapidly transformed into long water whips, slamming towards Shisui with a shriek. Shisui frowned, exhaled sharply, and the 4 blade-like windmill patterns in his eyes brightened even more. His skeletal arms deflected the heavily striking water whips, and a complete skeletal body emerged from the blazing green chakra flames, standing like a majestic mountain on the snow-covered plain. This was only the beginning. Meridians and flesh clung to the bones, growing wildly. The chakra-infused cloak transformed the once emaciated skeleton into a graceful, robust form. In the blink of an eye, the emerald green half-giant, wielding a spiral sword, resembled a god from ancient legends, majestically poised to slay the monstrous water monster. Mythology had become reality. What is that? On a nearby iceberg, Fugaku, engaged in a passionate duel with Kakashi, momentarily lost focus. An opening, a cold glint flashed in Kakashi's eyes. He caught his short sword in his mouth and began forming hand seals. Ox, rabbit, monkey, lightning release, Chidori. Kakashi, his body crackling with lightning, charged forward, wielding the lightning in his hand towards Fukanoto's chest. Ice release, ice prison technique. After a brief moment of distraction, Fukanoto instinctively used ice release to block the advancing Kakashi, trapping him within the ice prison. Bang! Kakashi, trapped in the ice prison, dissipated into a puff of smoke. Shadow clone jutsu. Even with his Sharingan, Kakashi had to carefully plan his substitution jutsu, but without it, he used shadow clone jutsu casually, used Chidori with casual ease, and always carved a giant dog head with earth release techniques. His arrogance was undeniable. Kakashi's eyes narrowed in surprise, and he leaped forward, but it was too late. Kakashi had already assessed Kakashi's strength. He was only barely at the level of a Jonin, and his ability to hold his own against him relied entirely on his chakra armor. However, this armor had weaknesses. For example, the defenses in his feet and buttocks were noticeably weaker. White Fang style sword technique, ultimate technique. Hearing the cold, merciless voice that sounded like the Grim Reaper's call, Kakashi turned around in horror. Kakashi crouched, hands clasped together, gripping the hilt of his short sword. His two index fingers pressed against the blade's tip, which was already crackling with lightning. His unparalleled killing move, 1,000 Years of Death, was fully charged. 1,000 Years of Death. Kakashi's head snapped back, the short sword flashing like a meteor as it thrust straight towards Fukanoto's lower back, just 4 inches below. The White Fang style of swordsmanship is renowned for its sharp, fast, and deadly strikes. Such high speed, highly agile swordsmanship inevitably comes at the cost of some power and lethality. While slitting the throat or piercing the chest is sufficient for most fragile ninjas, there are always those with high defense like the third Hokage, and various tough-skinned summoned beasts. However, no matter who it is, the eyes are always the most vulnerable and delicate part of the body. The 1,000 Years of Death has become White Fang's ultimate technique for breaking through high-defense enemies and dealing with large summoned beasts. Noah. You polluted it yourself, cleaned it up yourself. Kakashi looked at the unconscious Fukanoto, glanced at the fountain still gushing from his lower body, hesitated for a long time, and finally didn't dare to go up. Summoning jutsu. Kakashi turned to the ninja dog lying at his feet, pointed at Fukanoto, and whispered, "Pakin, I'm counting on you. Drag this guy to the sled caravan over there and let their doctor save his life." I thought it was time for dinner. Pakin snuggled up to Fukanoto's face, bit his collar, raised his head, and dragged Fukanoto towards the caravan. Kakashi glanced at the Susanoo that was still cutting through the water monster, formed hand seals, and used earth release, stealth technique to plunge into the ground. Above, the wind and snow grew stronger. Hazuki Mangetsu's emotions were now on the verge of collapse. He couldn't win, he was completely outmatched. Both were enormous creatures around 20 meters tall, but his water monster was even larger. Yet, Shisui's spiral sword could easily sever its limbs with a single flick. His all-out water gun technique could only leave a few dents on Susanoo, which were quickly repaired. Even with his combined strength, he and Kakuzu were being suppressed by Shisui alone. If only I had learned the steam violence technique. Kakuzu has had another heart destroyed, this can't go on. Hazuki Mangetsu made a decision, shouting at Kakuzu, "Kakuzu, if you don't have a trump card to break this Susanoo, let's retreat." Dodging the spiral sword's barrage of attacks, Kakuzu manipulated the earth grudge threads to create distance from Susanoo, gritting his teeth and gathering power while shouting, "Give me 20 seconds, damn it." Hazuki Mangetsu's face hardened. He formed several hand seals, and the water monster bared its fangs and claws, wrapping itself around Susanoo, hindering Shisui and interfering with Kakuzu's power gathering. Kakuzu, finding a moment of respite, reached out to tear off his tattered auspicious cloud robe. However, the bitter cold of the land of snow and his own desire to save some more made him pause. Instead, he clasped his hands together, gathering chakra. The earth grudge mask, representing wind, fire, and lightning, manifested, opening its mouth on Kakuzu's chest and focusing its chakra on the massive emerald green Susanoo, brewing a terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and shattering peaks. Just as Kakuzu's aura was about to reach its peak, he shouted retreat, at the now mangled water monster, then roared recklessly, Earth Grudge, final shot, a fireball merged with highly compressed wind release, wind pressure, rapidly spreading forward as the wind blew. A massive amount of lightning surrounded the fused wind and fire tornado, erupting forth in an instant, destroying everything in its path and heading straight for Shisui. Just as Kokuzu was brimming with confidence, thinking he had this wave in the bag, a sudden change occurred. What a terrifying composite ninjutsu! It's probably only inferior to the third Hokage's 5 elements great combo. Shisui sighed softly, his eyes flashing with even more intense killing intent. With the infusion of more ocular power, 3 emerald green tomo appeared in Susanoo's hand. With a swing of its massive arm, the tomo, imbued with immense destructive power, were hurled at the oncoming burst of flames and lightning. Boom! The 2 powerful, high-density energy attacks collided, unleashing astonishing destructive force, turning everything tangible in the surroundings to ashes, even evaporating the ice within a radius of about a mile above the snowfield. A ray of light, like a miniature sun, rose from the snowfield, the energy waves spreading outwards in concentric circles like ripples on water. The resounding boom almost echoing throughout the entire world. Amidst the fierce winds and dust generated by the shock wave, Kokuzu stood tall, laughing heartily at Hazuki Mangetsu, who was slowly condensing water to restore his body. Now you know that the claim that I fought the god of shinobi is true, isn't it? Is that so? Amidst the billowing dust, a gigantic hand wreathed in emerald flames suddenly swept away a cloud of dust, slamming down from the sky with the force of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Boom! The ice layer several meters thick beneath Kokuzu's feet was shattered to pieces. Countless fragments of ice and frozen oil were kicked up by the impact, but Kokuzu, who had leaped into the air, dodged them all. I didn't mean to hurt you like this. The retracted skeletal hand protected Uchiha Shisui, a line of bloody tears already streaming from his eyes. To conserve his ocular power, he had controlled his Susanoo to its initial state, with only 1 arm and ribs. Shisui's crimson eyes stared intently at Kokuzu, a cold smile playing on his lips as he sneered, Kokuzu, I figured out your strengths. You, who boast of being able to fight the god of shinobi, and consider enduring 10 moves against him as your life's bragging rights and glory, probably never knew that you'd never even seen the god of shinobi's face. What? Kokuzu's teeth nearly ground to powder, his emerald eyes gleaming, stared at Uchiha Shisui, and he said in a deep voice, what do you mean by that? After fighting for so long, you probably understand now, your strength is below mine. When the village was founded, the first Hokage was at the peak of his ninja strength. Even if the first Hokage had just casually dealt with me then, he could have defeated me within 10 moves, let alone you. He paused, watching Kokuzu clench his fists angrily but not strike. Uchiha Shisui knew that Kokuzu had already acknowledged that he was inferior to him. A god high above the heavens could defeat a mortal with a mere breath. The one who defeated you was merely a wood clone of the first Hokage. The evidence is crystal clear. Wood release, great forest technique was used by the first Hokage when he was under 20, shortly after awakening wood release. After reaching his peak, even his initial probing attacks would utilize far more powerful ninjutsu. Kokuzu's 3 hearts seemed to stop beating for a moment, filled with disbelief. A wood clone? A clone? I only lost to a clone? And then smugly boasted about it for decades? Impossible, absolutely impossible, Kokuzu murmured, his expression dazed. Hazuki Mangetsu was also speechless for a moment, silently comparing the two, and finally came to a despairing conclusion. The gap between the first Hokage and him was greater than the gap between him and the village's Jinan. Bang! Just as Kokuzu and Mangetsu were somewhat lost in thought, the ice beneath Mangetsu's feet suddenly shattered, and a figure leaped out from within. Hiss! Mangetsu was startled, flailing his hiramakari in surprise sizzle. Just as the hiramakari clashed with Kakashi's kunai as it burst from the ground, Kakashi's body transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, exploding instantly. Using a clone to probe, the most basic and effective tactic, one that will never go out of style. Mangetsu was startled again, his body paralyzed. HMPH, Kokuzu, regaining his senses, snorted coldly. Unleashing a barrage of black threads from his shoulders and mouth, protecting Mangetsu from all sides crack, the ice behind Kokuzu cracked, and Kakashi emerged, launching a decisive attack on Kokuzu, who was still releasing black threads towards Mangetsu. Unlike Kenji Uchiha, Hatake Kenji wasn't straightforward. This feint successfully deceived the experienced Kokuzu clan. The kunai pierced Kokuzu's skin with a crisp, metallic clang. Kakashi placed his other hand on top of the kunai, unleashing a burst of lightning-released chakra that slammed it into Kokuzu's left back. One down, a smile crept across Kakashi's lips, but then he heard Uchiha Shisui's anxious shout, "Get out of the way! Kakashi, get out of the way? Get out of the way of what?" Kakashi didn't doubt Shisui's words and immediately retreated. Immediately afterward, Kokuzu, whom he had assumed was dead, suddenly turned around, his wrist detached, and the severed wrist hurtled directly towards Kakashi Clang. Fortunately, Kakashi had already made a tactical evasive maneuver, giving him a moment to react. He somersaulted in midair, leaping back while gripping a kunai with both hands to block, flying backward more than 10 meters before landing heavily on the ground. Crack, the wind release mask representing wind on Kokuzu's shoulder cracked, and the mask-like monster made of black threads beneath it let out a mournful cry before dispersing into countless irregular threads and retracting into his body. Shisui's eyes lit up, instantly analyzing the reason, and he shouted, "Kakashi-senpai! This guy has many lives. Losing a mask means losing a life. Different colored masks symbolize the 5 elements, he should still have 2 lives left." Shisui's voice was full of excitement. He had been pressuring Mangetsu and Kokuzu, but one possessed immortality, and the other's extremely high level of water manipulation technique made them nearly immortal, making them very resilient. His prolonged attacks proved ineffective, so he withdrew his offensive. However, now knowing that Kokuzu's immortality had its limits, he immediately launched another attack, Susanoo, 99. Susanoo moved at will, instantly returning to its second stage state, the chakra cloak on its chest suddenly opening. High-density, emerald green chakra arrows shot from Susanoo's chest, raining down on Mangetsu and Kokuzu like a storm, each arrow containing terrifying destructive power. The ground beneath their feet was once again ravaged. Amidst the dust and smoke, Kokuzu and Mangetsu met in a disheveled state, exchanged glances, one transforming into a stream of water and merging into the living water beneath the ice, the other using earth release, stealth technique to escape. Dozens of miles away, at a water source, Kokuzu squatted by the water's edge, washing his tattered black robe with the icy cold water. 3 of his 5 hearts were broken, he needed to replace them quickly. He braced himself with his hands on the ground, glancing sideways at Hazuki Mangetsu, who was swimming in the water, but ultimately concealed the murderous intent in his eyes. This kid was too difficult to kill. "Kokuzu, what do we do if the mission fails?" Mangetsu, having had his fill of water, revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. "Few Naruto must have fallen into the hands of the Konoha ninja. The client is gone, and the money is definitely gone." Kokuzu's 2 remaining hearts throbbed with pain. So much money. He absolutely couldn't let it go like this. The leader possessed the Rinnegan, he was definitely the strongest after the 2 ninja heroes. If the leader made a move, Kokuzu's eyes suddenly gleamed, and he said in a deep voice, "Contact Leader Zero burial first." He still had to pay New Year's visits and see relatives when he got back. Sigh. Updates will resume at 6 p.m. tomorrow. That's all. The 7th Hokage is meeting with Obito Uchiha, the leader of the resistance. Obito, Naruto, actually you and I are quite similar. Naruto, I became Hokage. Obito, we were both optimistic and cheerful when we were young. Naruto, I became Hokage. Obito, we both had a cool and handsome best friend. Naruto, I became Hokage. Obito, we were both orphans. Naruto, why do you think I'm an orphan? But my dad was Hokage, and I became Hokage too. Obito, can we stop talking about Hokage? Naruto, the person I like is still alive, the person you like is dead. Obito, let's get back to the Hokage. Naruto, the first Hokage and I were both reincarnations of Ashura, we are one person. I called the 3rd Hokage my grandfather, the 5th Hokage my grandmother, the 4th Hokage my father, and the 6th Hokage my teacher. I was born to be Hokage, but an Uchiha can never become Hokage. Chapter 103 contains 100% cat content. The current time is December 14th, 10:59 a.m. UI in silvery white fur almost completely covered the room, and a group of kittens were wrapped in her fur-like blankets, purring softly. At 11 a.m., OAWWUIN, having triggered her cat timer, sleepily opened her eyes, pulled her soft fur from the lazy cat's paws, and patted the bellies of a few that wouldn't let go with their grip with her thick paws. What a bunch of lazy cats, it's already 11 o'clock and they still won't get up, Yuan said smugly, licking and grooming her fur with her long tongue. This is the princess's powerful willpower. She only needs to sleep until 11 o'clock every day to start the new day full of energy, unlike these kittens who sleep until the afternoon. Meow. Yuan shook her head, selected a dark blue gemstone pendant from her cat cabinet, patiently applied conditioning oil, protective oil, and light blue nail polish to her paws, and then smeared some tree nut oil on her tail before wobbling over to a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror in the room. The classic blue and white color scheme never goes out of style. Ah, if beauty is a sin, then I am unforgivably sinful, she chuckled at herself in the mirror, straightened her back, and wobbled out the door. The sun was shining brightly outside, and hundreds of cats leaped between the eaves and rooftops. Yuan, as gentle as the wind, hopped a few times between the buildings before landing on the street from the rooftop of a 20-something-story building. Another sunny and cheerful day. Should she go to the highest point in the open area to enjoy the breeze? Or go fishing with her tail by the nearby river? It's so hard to choose. Greek letter Omega. Strolling along the somewhat desolate but wide streets of the Void District, Yuan poked and poked at the cobblestones in the middle of the road with her cat paws, enjoying the crisp sound. Then, she proudly raised her chin and hopped around looking for a restaurant. The Void District is located in the Land of Fire. It is said to be a giant city built during the Ninja Clan era. Although a few buildings have been preserved after 1,000 years, it is no longer suitable for habitation. About 200 years ago, the Uchiha clan, who claimed to be descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, unilaterally decided to give this city to the Ninja Cat clan. The Ninja Cats, who got a great deal for free, accepted the Uchiha's arrangement without complaint and made the Void District their base. Huh? Meow. Yuan's lips curled up, and she sniffed twice. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. It smelled of catnip. A cat was making catnip juice. Yuan waved her paws and sped off to the side of the street. Sure enough, in a shop by the street, a large, mottled cat wearing an apron stood upright, 2 pots of bubbling liquid in front of it. It held a large ladle in its paws, and another ladle was curled around its tail, stirring incessantly. Yuan tried to maintain her elegance, but the cat's lively nature quickly became uncontrollable. She took 2 steps at a time and dashed to the shop to join the queue. Moss catnip juice. Moss catnip juice. After waiting for a long time, it was almost her turn. Yuan strode proudly, a satisfied expression on her face. I want 5. Pop. A puff of smoke rose, and Yuan disappeared into thin air. No, my moss catnip juice. Just as she was summoned, Yuan let out a shrill cry. Miss Yuan, did I use my summoning technique at the wrong time? Shisui looked at the agitated Yuan and asked timidly. It's alright. Yuan puffed out her cheeks, her long whiskers trembling, clearly angry. Seeing the grimacing rain sound, Shisui handed it several dried fish, a local specialty of the Land of Snow, and then, quite perceptively, went over to massage its back and legs. This eased Rain Sound's furrowed brows, and it meowed. Speak, what do you want from me? I want to ask Rain Sound to pass on a message. Tell Jenny that we've found the hexagonal crystal and the rainbow ice wall, Shisui rambled on. With its lower body incontinent and its eyes devoid of light, Fugaku clearly had no chance or right to continue as the daimyo of the Land of Snow. With the support of Shisui and the others, the rightful heir, Princess Fugaku, almost effortlessly returned to her throne and succeeded to the position of daimyo of the Land of Snow. For such a great favor, Shisui only mentioned it casually, and Santayu and the others readily presented the hexagonal crystal and also informed Shisui of the location of the rainbow ice wall. Now, we'll be heading to the rainbow ice wall with a guide. We still need to consult with Brother Yuan about the follow-up arrangements. After finishing his speech, Shisui paused and looked at Yuan, saying, I'd like to ask you to pass on a message to Brother Yuan. What is it? A mischievous glint appeared in Yuan's eyes as she scratched her cat ears. Meow. Cats can't remember so much? You should write it down. Ah. Okay. Shisui turned around, took out paper and pen, quickly wrote down the information, and handed it to Yuan. 10,000 taels. Yuan snatched the information with one paw and shoved the other paw in front of Shisui. Isn't the expedited service only 5,000 taels? Shisui was a little confused. Yuan then pretended to be clueless, widening her watery eyes with a face full of the cat is so innocent and doesn't understand anything, and silently offered a paw again. This petty, wicked cat, Shisui muttered to himself, obediently offering his tribute to Lady Yuan. After receiving double the money, Yuan's mood immediately improved. Her long, fluffy tail patted Shisui's head, saying, Shisui, don't worry, Meow haha. The cat had ripped him off by 5,000 tails. Meow, thump. Yuan proactively dispelled her summoning and returned to the empty area. Meow, boss, I want 5 cups of catnip juice, meow. No way, Princess Yuan, the apron-wearing cat, cooking the catnip juice, waved her large ladle. According to the rules, you have to queue again, per Yuan meowed a few times in dissatisfaction and grievance, probably something about being summoned away and it wasn't her fault. Before she could finish, the cat behind her in line tugged at her tail in dissatisfaction. Yuan angrily pulled her tail away, pouting as she made way. The big cat doesn't hold grudges against the little cat. The cat went to deliver the message first. Thump. Yuan disappeared from Cat Street once more. The smoke dissipated again, and Yuan appeared on a small island in the center of a huge hot spring. This is a gigantic hot spring, 200 meters in diameter and over 10 meters deep. It's more like a small volcanic lake than a hot spring. Yuan rubbed her eyes, her cat ears and oiled, gleaming tail suddenly standing erect. It had appeared where Uchiha Gen should be. But what was this massive mountain-like black shadow before her? At first glance, it looked like a fiery mountain burning with pale blue flames. Seemingly sensing the presence of a third creature in the hot spring, the enormous black shadow suddenly moved, splashing water that soaked Yuan completely. Swish! Yuan shook herself violently, wiping the water from her fur, then met 2 enormous, lantern-like eyes. Meeting those eyes, Yuan froze, feeling an overwhelming, terrifying aura, like encountering a natural enemy. Her paws instantly turned icy cold, and her entire body went numb. 1 yellow, 1 green eye. Cat ears, cat whiskers. Was this a cat? A giant cat with 2 long, flowing tails and blue, flame-like fur stared at Yuan with eyes larger than millstones, their gazes piercing the eerie blue flames. Meow, what a huge cat, Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Won't this giant cat eat Uchiha Gen? Cats are different. Some cats, in a state of extreme rage, can overcome their physical fear and become brave cats willing to charge at tailed beasts. Meow-woo, Yuan exploded, her once smooth, snow-white fur standing on end, her bright green pupils constricting, radiating boundless killing intent. Spit Gen out of your belly, a roar accompanied by a torrent of wind blades erupted, attacking the 2 tails' massive body. The 2 tails, who had initially felt a sense of familiarity with this little cat, comparing it to a Persian cat, was instantly enraged by Yuan's wind blade attack. The Persian cat squinted its eyes and tiptoed. The 2 tails, squinting, tiptoed and crouched, growling softly as a ghostly blue flame ignited on its body, vaporizing the incoming wind blades. It bared its teeth, preparing to launch an attack. 2 tails, don't mess around. Uchiha Gen, unable to sit still in the hot spring, leaped into the air with a sudden, powerful thrust, blocking Yuan's path. The 2 tails snorted coldly, exhaling 2 puffs of hot air from its nose, staring coldly at Uchiha Gen before finally retracting its sharp claws to its paws. It knew it was no match for Uchiha Gen. With his summoning silver markings etched onto its body, it would be at his beck and call, utterly powerless to resist. Under Uchiha Gen's harsh discipline and occasional gentle care after the beatings, it had developed a bit of Stockholm Syndrome, falling into Genji's paw trap. Don't be angry, Yuan just doesn't understand the situation. Uchiha Gen tried to stroke the 2 tails' paw. Don't touch me, 2 tails recoiled sharply, tilting its head indifferently. Gen, you're alright. The bristling Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, then widened her eyes, shaking her head between Uchiha Gen and 2 tails, looking at one and then the other, suddenly feeling like she was superfluous. Uchiha Gen was still gently comforting 2 tails, who had clearly calmed down and obediently lay back down on the ground. Wasn't this scene a replica of the relationship between Uchiha Gen and herself before? Uchiha Gen had another cat. How tragic. It would have been better if he had been eaten. Yuan was so angry that she was burning up, with hot air constantly emanating from her 7 orifices. Noticing this, Uchiha Gen comforted 2 tails a couple more times, then placed the back of his hand directly on Yuan's forehead. Yuan, are you alright? I'm fine, really fine. I just came to deliver a message. Yuan handed Shisu's letter to Uchiha Gen. Stealing a glance at the 2 tails lazily soaking in the hot spring, and became even more dejected. Not only was she outmatched in strength, but she'd even lost in beauty? The cat was utterly defeated. I'm leaving now, Yuan squinted, waving her paw somewhat awkwardly. There's a place in the Sky Zone that sells tetraspur juice I haven't tried yet. I have to go queue up, okay, bye-bye." Uchiha Gen waved at Yuan. He doesn't even tickle me anymore. Their feelings have definitely faded. Yuan proudly raised her head, snorting a soft hum, and prepared to return to the Sky Zone. However, Uchiha Gen crouched down, grabbed the soft down under Yuan's chin, and pressed his entire body against hers. "What are you doing?" "No, it tickles. Stop, let me touch you, just once." After playing and frolicking for a while, until Yuan's mood improved, Uchiha Gen grinned, revealing an extremely warm and sunny smile. He took out a horn comb and carefully groomed Yuan's fur. Cats express friendship by grooming each other, but Uchiha Gen wasn't a cat lover, so he used a comb to express his feelings. Purr. Yuan nestled in Uchiha Gen's arms, her eyes half closed, enjoying the relaxation. Watching this harmonious scene between human and cat, Two Tails was taken aback, then disdainfully lay back down in the warm hot spring. Two Tails looked down at the smooth, silky blue fur on its front paws and gently licked its paws. Only physical cats need grooming, energy beings like us don't need such troublesome things. Two Tails, do you need me to groom you too? Uchiha Gen waved the horn comb in his hand, very enthusiastic. Two Tails slowly opened its eyes. Sometime later, Yuan had returned to the empty area, leaving only Uchiha Gen and the Two Tails in the huge hot spring. "I don't need it," the Two Tails grumbled sarcastically. "With your little comb, how long would it take to comb me once? I don't need it." Now, here's the important part. How do you distinguish between stop and you meet? Stop is usually followed by another stop or "I'm calling the police," while you meet is usually followed by reasons like "I have a husband, we can't do this," etc. In these situations, all you need to do is invalidate those reasons or provide a seemingly plausible excuse, and the other person will happily change their "you meet." Susanoo, a new mission has appeared. How can we stand still? A huge skeletal arm suddenly appeared, and to the Two Tails' surprise, confusion, and stunned gaze, it stroked its back and began to scratch it up and down. Awesome. You know what? The quality of the Two Tails' fur is really beautiful. By the time Two Tails realized what was happening, it was already being held and furiously stroked by Uchiha Gen's Susanoo. At first, Two Tails was a little uncomfortable with the Susanoo, which usually used to beat it, now stroking its fur, but it quickly became docile, as if a lively little cat was fluttering inside it. This feeling, it was actually quite enjoyable. While Two Tails squinted and enjoyed the service, its cat-rubbing master, Uchiha Gen, had unknowingly climbed onto its chubby belly, half sinking into its fluffy blue skin. Enjoy. Using the faint blue light emanating from Two Tails, Uchiha Gen read the letter Shisui had sent. Had the hexagonal crystal and the rainbow ice wall been found? A smile appeared on Uchiha Gen's lips. With a powerful push of his rear, he sank into Two Tails' soft belly. Then was suddenly propelled into the air by the recoil, playing on Two Tails' belly like a trampoline. Then, let's go to the land of snow. One day, the seventh Hokage, a hero of Konoha, was judging a criminal. Orochimaru, I launched the Konoha Crush plan and killed the third Hokage. Naruto, I forgive you. Go back to Konoha and do your research. Pain, I killed your entire village. Naruto, I understand you, I forgive you. Obito, I killed your parents. Naruto, I forgive you, Obito is the best. Momoshiki, I only beat up Sasuke Uchiha, that shouldn't be a crime, right? Naruto, death penalty. Execute immediately. After death, confine him until my son becomes Hokage. Chapter 104 The First Encounter with a Rinnegan. A vast snowfield stretched out, blanketed in white, the world a single color, everything white. A biting north wind swept in from the far north, whipping up swirling icy shards, endless, leaden clouds hung frozen in the sky, like a canopy covering the continuous, frigid mountains. This was the northernmost point of the ninja world, in the coldest month of December, the wind howling like knives, the blizzard pouring down like water. On the snowfield, no one ventured out, no birds or beasts remained. On this bone-chilling, utterly silent snowfield, broken only by the sound of wind and snow, a strong man ran frantically through the vast expanse of white snow, his face filled with terror, his hair disheveled. Ah! 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 Demon! Demon! The man, wearing a Snow Village headband, scrambled his hands and feet, ignoring his hands already red and purple from the cold, wanting only to get as far away as possible from what lay behind him. He was a snow ninja. No, Snow Village no longer existed, just an hour ago. Found you. Suddenly, a pair of eerie green eyes lit up in the snowstorm, their gaze as greedy as a wolf's. A clear shout rang out, Earth Grudge Fear, Tentacle Fist. The robust snow ninja was startled and turned around to see hundreds of black threads extending from the masked, black-robed man, rushing towards him in an instant. Ice release. The robust snow ninja hurriedly tried to form hand seals, but his frozen hands wouldn't obey him, and he couldn't use any ninjutsu. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Kakuzu manipulated the Earth Grudge Fear threads to bind the robust snow ninja, pulling him close and raising him with one hand, chuckling, not bad. You're the best among this group. Bound by the Earth Grudge Fear, the snow ninja struggled desperately, and realizing he couldn't break free, he begged for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Before he could even finish his pleas, Kakuzu had already manipulated the threads to pierce through his body. After removing the snow ninja's heart from his chest, Kakuzu meticulously stitched up the wound with black thread, even casually tying a bow at the seam. This was a superb skill he had honed over decades as a bounty hunter. Many clients demanded the body remain intact. It was a pity the mortician's profession wasn't very lucrative, otherwise, Kakuzu would undoubtedly have debuted as the oldest and most experienced mortician in the ninja world, becoming a top figure in the funeral industry. Gazing at the bright red and vibrant heart before him, Kakuzu licked his lips, lightly licking away the bloodstains with his tongue, and then tucked the heart back into his chest. Although the strength is lacking, this heart is very moist. After checking the bounty list and finding that this snow ninja, who was quite strong, had no bounty on him, Kakuzu blended into the snowstorm and headed towards Uchiha, Snow Village. Unlike Konoha, Hidden Leaf Village, of Nagashigeki, Uchiha was truly just a small village of a few hundred people, but now, only Kakuzu and Mangekyō remained. Mangekyō, hurry up and get to work. Kakuzu, undeterred by the bitter cold, carried the corpses, dumping each snow ninja's body outside the village, and urged Mangekyō to use water release to clean up the bloodstains. The leader and the others will be here soon. Soon, a giant Yatagarasu slowly approached Snow Village from the clouds on the horizon. Nagato, you shouldn't have come, in the fierce wind. Konan tenderly pulled Nagato's thick coat collar tighter, her eyes full of love and heartache. Such an extremely cold place will only further damage your body, you know Konan. My weakness has nothing to do with the weather or climate, Nagato, his red hair partially obscuring his face, weakly argued. What a joke. A Senju Uzumaki hybrid wouldn't get sick because of the weather? Nagato's weakness stemmed from two sources, his legs, crippled after being severely injured by Hanzo's exploding tag formation years ago, and the constant exploitation he suffered from the Gato-Mazo and the Rinnegan. The power of the Rinnegan is unfathomable. Nagato could only continuously develop its power by relentlessly pushing himself to the limit, even burning his life force. Because of his insufficient control over the Rinnegan, Nagato's control over the Gato-Mazo was also weak. He could only barely control it by occasionally channeling large amounts of his own chakra into it. Both of these were things Nagato could not relinquish, and they became the unpredictable force that drained him, leaving him emaciated and half-dead. I know, Konan manipulated the paper to block the wind and snow, her eyes still showing some worry. What I mean is, we didn't need to come to the land of snow at all. If the mission fails, it fails. We can just take on another mission. Nagato exhaled, the water vapor he exhaled immediately condensing into icy mist and dissipating. It's not for the mission, but because of Konoha, because of the Uchiha. Madara had been constantly telling him how high the threat level of Uchiha Gen was. Although Nagato was confident that Kami's power was absolutely invincible, he had also paid more attention to Uchiha Gen and the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Uchiha Genji was at the height of his power after defeating Fugaku. Upon closer examination, Nagato realized that the Uchiha and Konoha were indeed too strong. He couldn't defeat Konoha alone. Now that Konoha had produced a third pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, Nagato's mindset subtly shifted. Rather than facing three Susanoo when capturing the Nine Tails in the future, it was better to defeat Uchiha Shisui now, reducing the difficulty of capturing the Nine Tails later. Konan, don't worry. Seeing Konan's beautiful eyebrows still furrowed, Nagato smiled faintly, adjusted his wheelchair, and then stretched out his slender arms. Weren't you worried that this snowstorm would make me cold? Then let the snowstorm stop. Nagato licked his dry lips, a hint of domineering sharpness appearing on his thin, handsome face. His incredibly bright eyes widened, and he shouted, even this vast, heaven and earth, must submit to the power of the Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei. In an instant, The wind and snow ceased, and the heavy clouds reversed. Layer upon layer of clouds were ripped apart by the massive shock wave, as if a giant divine hand was gently teasing, piercing a giant hole in the sea of clouds that perpetually shrouded the land of snow. The red sun shone through the enormous hole, casting its warm light upon the ice and snow, reflecting a shimmering brilliance. On a high platform in Uchiha, Hazuki Mangetsu, devoid of the arrogance of the Kurigakure prodigy, stared at the sky in disbelief. "A god," Hazuki Mangetsu murmured, his surprise mixed with a hint of worry. He no longer believed that anyone in Kurigakure could defeat their leader. Now, he wondered if the entire Kurigakure village combined could defeat a leader with such divine power. Difficult, truly difficult. In the past, the ninja world generally considered top-tier ninjas to be able to rival the Kage of a village, with a 5 Kage being regarded as the benchmark for top-tier combat power. However, Pain's power far surpassed Kage level, reaching another dimension. Now, you should understand how the first and second Kage of the various villages felt when they were contemporaries of the two ninja heroes. Kakuzu, who prided himself on having seen it all, seemed to have recovered from the shadow of his defeat to the wood clone, but he was showing signs of becoming a fanboy of the first Kage and the two ninja heroes, sneering. Back then, those two were stronger and more exaggerated than the leader. Every time they fought, the ninja clans and villages had to revise the ninja world map. Hazuki Mangetsu swallowed hard, unusually not arguing with Kakuzu. In the sky, Nagato withdrew his hands and took a breath. For him, this was just taking a breath. "Go down," a deep and majestic male voice rang out. The orange-haired Pain, who had been standing silently beside Konan, suddenly showed a flicker of life in his empty eyes. He nodded to Konan and leaped from hundreds of meters in the air. "Nagato, don't worry, Konan." Nagato, distracted by controlling the Deva path, smiled at Konan. Nagato focused his attention on controlling the Deva path, allowing Yohiko to appear as the leader of Akatsuki. Yohiko took charge, Konan assisted, and Nagato silently supported them from behind. Even though he knew everything was irreversible, Nagato still tried his best to maintain this trio's relationship. Only in this way could he find some solace from the regret and pain of killing his friend. The gale softened, the blizzard temporarily stopped, the leaden clouds cleared, and the sun shone through the clouds. Accompanied by the warm, somewhat dazzling sunlight, a figure descended from the sky, hovering above Yukigami village, his feet not touching a speck of dust, as if he were a true saint descending from the heavens above Takamagahara. "Kakuzu, full moon." Pain's tone was calm. But the two usually lawless and unruly S-rank rogue ninjas unconsciously bowed when they heard their leader's words. "Where are the Konoha ninjas now?" Pain didn't pursue the matter of their failed mission, but instead asked indifferently. Kakuzu calmed down and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, reporting, "They stayed in the snow capital for more than 10 days. It seems that more Konoha ninjas came to the snow capital afterward." Then the group traveled north from the snow capital to a place about 100 miles north of the snow capital. "Lead the way." Pain nodded slightly and said nothing more. "What a wonder, north of the snow country." Uchiha Gen looked around and exclaimed, "I never thought the snow country could create such a wonder." The rainbow ice wall was not an ordinary ice wall, but a valley nestled between 3 snow-capped mountains. However, the originally winding snow-capped mountains had been polished into 6 huge rectangular ice walls, each 100 meters high, forming a regular hexagon. The ice walls, smooth and crystalline, stand like giant mirrors amidst the snow-capped mountains. Within them lies a vast, flat, hexagonal ice-carved altar. Using the formula for the area of a regular hexagon, based on the knowledge gained by third-year students at the Konoha Ninja Academy, its area is estimated to be approximately 26,000 square meters. While the ninjas possessed extraordinary destructive power, their construction abilities were also remarkable. A single earth release, earth wall could create an earthen wall, and a wood release, 4 pillars clan technique could construct a small 3-room house. However, even for Konoha, with its numerous high-ranking ninjas, such a feat would have been incredibly difficult. It is truly remarkable that the small, impoverished, and seemingly weak land of snow could accomplish such a masterpiece of architecture. "I secretly used genjutsu to hypnotize and question many ministers and people of the land of snow," Shisui said to Uchiha Gen, carefully observing the ice wall. Fugaku Hayashi spent countless resources over the past 10 years as daimyo to finally build this spectacular rainbow ice wall. This is also a major reason why Fugaku now usurped the throne, What does the fate of the land of snow daimyo have to do with a bunch of Konoha ninjas? Uchiha Gen nodded dismissively and walked towards the center of the altar. At the center of the altar stood a small, exquisite pavilion with a glazed tile roof and 6 upturned corners that echoed the 6 ice walls. Inside the pavilion was a stone platform with a keyhole. Shisui compared the hexagonal crystal in his hand with the empty space on the stone platform, confirming that the hexagonal crystal was indeed the key to activate the platform. "Is this the so-called secret treasure of the land of snow?" Shisui asked doubtfully. "Should we insert the hexagonal crystal and take a look?" Uchiha Gen frowned slightly, activating his Sharingan to examine the patterns on the altar. "No rush, let me take another look." Uchiha Gen vaguely remembered that beneath these 6 ice walls, there should be some kind of huge machine that could generate geothermal heat. Once activated, it could change the temperature of the land of snow, making it spring-like all year round. The hexagonal crystal was the key to activating this machine. However, Uchiha Gen did not come to benefit the land of snow or create a warm country in the far north. The land of snow was a small country, with few people and a poor economy, but it still covered tens of thousands of square kilometers. To regulate such a large area from a temperature of -10 or 20 degrees Celsius to spring-like all year round would require an astronomical amount of energy. Uchiha Gen came precisely for this energy. Unfortunately, before he could study it carefully, a powerful voice suddenly rang out. "Listen!" 2 figures dressed in black robes with auspicious cloud patterns suddenly appeared on the massive ice wall. One of them, a man with green eyes and a hood, shouted loudly, "Surrender, Konoha ninjas! Our leader has arrived, your end has come." Thud. An orange-haired man in a black robe with auspicious cloud patterns landed on the icy plain, his pale purple Rinnegan staring at the group gathered around the stone pavilion. "Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Gen." Pain's voice wavered slightly, but he still coldly raised his chin. "I am death, I am pain, I am God. Konoha ninjas, the scenery here is nice, your lives will end here." With that, Pain slowly raised his hand. Wait a minute, Uchiha Gen had already heard about Shisui's clash with Kakuzu. But he never expected that his first encounter with Pain and the Rinnegan would be in this vast northern plain. Pain paused, then asked coldly, "Do you have any last words? Let's fight somewhere else." Uchiha Gen stared fearlessly into Pain's mysterious and profound Rinnegan, shouting, "This place was built by the people of the land of snow with their utmost labor. It embodies their hard work and dedication. It would be such a waste to destroy it like this. Give me some face, let's fight somewhere else." Uchiha Gen activated his skill Face Fruit on Pain. Pain hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He, who considered himself a god, wasn't afraid of any tricks Uchiha Gen might play, and Uchiha Gen's words about the labor and dedication of the people of the land of snow had slightly touched him. "As a sign of divine mercy, I will allow you to choose your own burial place." Pain clasped his arms and slowly floated into the sky. Uchiha scanned his surroundings, pointed towards Pain at a towering snow-capped mountain in the distance, and then took the lead, rushing towards the mountain with Shisui and the others. The Akatsuki members, seeing this, also used their respective abilities to follow. One more chapter. Chapter 105 Pain, he was using all my words. The majestic, undulating snow-capped mountain stood tall, pristine white, like a jade dragon soaring into the sky, churning dark clouds, like 1,000 untamed horses, galloped and kicked up countless silver blossoms, swirling snowflakes across the heavens. At the summit of the snow-capped mountains, where the sky was lowest and the earth highest, clouds and mountains blended seamlessly, heaven and earth merging. On the highest, straightest, most striking rock at the peak, Uchiha Gen sat, one hand supporting his chin, seemingly leaning against something, striking a classic, glittering king's disdain pose, his Sharingan, as brilliant as rubies, half closed. Suddenly, he raised his head, his gaze sweeping past the thin veil of mist drifting beside the snow-capped peak, meeting a pair of clear, pure, moon-like purple eyes. "You've come, Pain? What does this mean?" "I've come." Although he didn't understand what Uchiha Gen meant, Pain didn't want to show weakness, so he answered succinctly, waiting for Uchiha Gen to continue. Uchiha Gen raised an eyebrow, not expecting Pain to be so cooperative, and immediately added, "You shouldn't have come." Pain looked up at Uchiha Gen on the summit, frowning slightly. He suddenly realized that the other party actually occupied the highest point of the entire snow mountain, and no matter where he stood, he would be a head shorter. How could he, Kami, stand lower than others? "But I still came, Uchiha Gen," After completing a dialogue reminiscent of an ancient dragon under Uchiha Gen's guidance, Pain immediately leaped lightly, using a very weak Shinra Tensei, using its reaction force to float in midair, slightly higher than Uchiha Gen, before coldly saying, "You, who can defeat the Abi duo, may already be the most glorious and powerful existence among mortals, but before a true god, you have absolutely no chance of victory." Thud. Uchiha Gen flipped himself up onto the rock, stretching his limbs, and sneered, "God? Another self-righteous madman. Well then," he curled a wicked smile and slowly extended a hand, "let me make you feel the pain, huh?" Pain was slightly taken aback, the words that had been on the tip of his tongue suddenly caught in his throat. "I'll return that line to you verbatim." His favorite opening line had been used by his opponent, and Pain couldn't think of anything new to say. After a childish retort, he immediately took a step forward expressionlessly, launching his attack. Uchiha Gen twisted his neck, his eyes flashing with Tomo, staring at Pain charging towards him. With a deep breath, he roared and charged at Pain as well. Thud. Arms met, the purple Rinnegan and the blood-red Mangekyō Sharingan clashing, creating a flurry of icy snowflakes that swirled with the impact, as if it were snowing again. In this artificial snowscape, Uchiha Gen and Pain finally clashed. However, their exchange was quite strange. Two figures flashed and tumbled across the snow-capped peak, their fists and legs weaving and flying. The force of their attacks was so strong that even the Konoha group in Kokuzu Genjutsu, facing off on a nearby mountain, could feel it. Yet, their seemingly lightning-fast and powerful attacks consistently missed their mark. After a series of physical exchanges, aside from the initial arm-to-arm block, neither had landed a single blow. Can you even kill someone fighting like this? Watching the two intertwined figures, Hazuki Mangetsu stared wide-eyed, pouting in dissatisfaction. A wild boar can't appreciate fine chaff. Uchiha Inahime chuckled from afar, pointing disdainfully at her eyes, and said with pride, "That's how taijutsu clashes between ocular ninjas are, it's a contest of perception. Being able to touch your opponent when they can't touch you means stronger perception, stronger ocular power." TCH, Hazuki Mangetsu was actually a little envious, but his eyes flickered, and he stubbornly said, "Even with the same bloodline limit, it depends on the person. Like some people, even with Sharingan, they're no match for me." "You?" Inahime immediately blushed, her eyes wide with anger, her already red face turning even more intensely red from the cold. "Inahime." Shisui gently tugged at Inahime's sleeve, stopping her from launching an attack. Kokuzu and Mangetsu knew they couldn't defeat their opponents and were hesitant to fight. Shisui also had his concerns. The Rinnegan was the eye of the Sage of Six Paths, and its true power was unknown. He wanted to maintain a good condition so he could help Uchiha Gen if needed. HMPH, Inayasu's face was as red as the setting sun, veins bulging on his forehead, but he still swallowed his anger, muttering under his breath. Kakashi, standing beside him, listened intently but could only catch the gist of it, something like, "Being knocked away doesn't count as losing. Being knocked away isn't like being killed, so how can it count as losing?" Then came incomprehensible words like "understanding eye techniques and I'm already halfway to the Mangekyō Sharingan." Thump. Uchiha Gen crouched down, dodging Pain's heavy elbow sweep, then stomped his foot, his hands forming claws as he grabbed at Pain's vital points. Halfway through the attack, he suddenly stopped, frowning and using his foot to retreat. Pain didn't pursue, but retreated as well. Crack. 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 The ice beneath their feet suddenly cracked, and a section of the snow-capped peak, the size of a house, caved in, tumbling down the mountain with a thunderous roar, triggering a massive avalanche. Uchiha Gen caught his breath. In terms of perception, a prosthetic eye that merely replicated the Mangekyō Sharingan was certainly inferior to the Rinnegan, which was 2 levels higher. However, Nagato's Rinnegan wasn't the original, and Pain had an additional layer of technology, ultimately leading to a similar level of perception between them. Nagato, trained by Jiraiya, possessed a solid foundation in taijutsu, and without an advantage in perception, Uchiha Gen couldn't gain the upper hand in taijutsu. Ha! Uchiha Gen took a deep breath, forming hand seals and shouting, "Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique." He initiated a clash of ninjutsu. Instantly, a massive burst of flame erupted from his mouth, almost completely engulfing the summit. Seeing the flames engulfing him, Pain, with no way to avoid them, lightly raised his hand and activated Shinra Tensei. The raging sea of fire instantly surged back towards Uchiha Gen as if it had hit a wall, but Uchiha Gen was nowhere to be seen. Boom! Flames raged on the snow-capped peak, melting snow dripping down the cliffs in torrents. Under the interplay of sunlight and flames, the vast snow-covered mountains shimmered with dazzling light. On the summit, Pain looked around, his pale purple Rinnegan pupils suddenly contracting as he looked down at his feet. The ground cracked, and Uchiha Gen burst forth, delivering a high kick aimed at Pain's chin. Shinra Tensei was still cooling down. A hint of surprise flickered in Pain's indifferent eyes. He could only cross his arms to withstand Uchiha Gen's long charged kick, tumbling several times in the air before landing on the ground. Pain wasn't injured, but half a shoe print was left on his forearm by Uchiha Gen's size 43 shoe. "Are you a god?" Uchiha Gen glanced at Pain, dusted off his trousers, and said casually, "What a weak god." Having gained the upper hand, no matter how slight, he naturally had to be arrogant. "You wouldn't dare to dream of challenging me, would you?" "Ridiculous." Uchiha Gen's crimson eyes stared directly at Pain, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "My strength surpasses yours." Pain's body trembled violently at a visible speed, veins bulging on his forehead, his Rinnegan eyes, filled with rage, fixed on Uchiha General. Crack, crack. Pain clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles and teeth cracked from the force. If Pain hadn't actually been a puppet made from Yahiko's corpse, his face would have turned bright red, a red-faced brat even redder than rice stalks. This wasn't just because of Uchiha Gen's disdainful attitude, but also because of a strange feeling. He was saying exactly what I wanted to say. Nagato had planned to say those two sentences when he severely injured Uchiha Gen, but now Uchiha Gen had said them first. It hurt. No, this was kicking him while also destroying his spirit. "I am Kami. I have grown beyond mortals through the pain of infinite existence, transforming from a mortal into a god." Pain's voice trembled, his words sounding somewhat unnatural from his barely suppressed rage. He suddenly stood up, gathered chakra, and opened his arms towards Uchiha General. "Feel the pain. How many floors can you carry a bag of rice up?" Before Pain could speak, Uchiha Gen once again intercepted his words, then blinked as if utterly confused, and chuckled, "Don't you have anything to say? Why do you have to be such a mimic? I'm going to kill you." Pain's voice became hoarse, as if squeezed out from between his teeth. Under Uchiha Gen's highly provocative mockery, he completely lost his former arrogant and mysterious pride. "You can't do it." Uchiha Gen shook his head, a wild and unrestrained smile appearing on his face. He clenched his fists tightly, his eye power surging. "How many floors can you carry a bag of rice up?" The massive skeleton half-body, wreathed in deep red flames, soared into the sky. "2 floors can you carry a bag of rice up?" Meridians and flesh clung to the bones, rapidly leaping and covering them, a chakra cloak like flames woven onto the Susanoo skeleton. "I gave you too much rice, so I'll wash the rest." In an instant, a layer of Tengu armor appeared on top of Susanoo's outer garment, and a deep red longsword appeared in its hand. Susanoo's third stage was complete. Susanoo, in mythology, is hailed as the ultimate power of divine power. This is the true god, the true power of the god. To challenge a god is reckless. "Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha!" Uchiha Gen laughed louder and louder, his shoulders shaking more and more violently, his wild and unrestrained laughter sounding somewhat insane and neurotic. The joy of the Minotaur in front of him was truly a unique kind of thrill. Shinra Tensei, Pain's purple Rinnegan suddenly widened, filled with ferocious bloodshot veins, and he used chakra to suddenly push his hands towards Uchiha General. Boom. Susanoo was not afraid at all, and with a bang, it drew its sword and slashed horizontally, colliding with the repulsive force generated by Shinra Tensei, resulting in an evenly matched force. A deafening roar shook the world, the clouds seemed to crumble, and the majestic snow-capped peak collapsed. Pain, thrown dozens of steps by the shockwave, his face contorted in disbelief that his full-power Shinra Tensei, under normal circumstances, had failed to subdue Uchiha General as the snow-capped peak became a semi-convex platform, and most of the snow and ice dissipated. A colossal, godlike figure slowly advanced through the hazy snowstorm. Pain vaguely heard a soft laugh, followed by the howling wind and the appearance of 6 deep red, high-density chakra Tomo and Uchiha Gen's roar, HMPH. "You understand Pain a little better now, don't you?" One day, the second Hokage was dying. He rushed to the Uchiha clan compound, requesting to join the clan. The Uchiha clan head was puzzled, but being the Hokage, he granted Tobirama's request. Within minutes, Tobirama closed his eyes with a peaceful smile on his face. His last words were, "Great, another one of those damned Uchiha has died." Chapter 106 Complete Susanoo. When it comes to lines, whoever speaks first gets to say them. However, Pain, having had all his lines stolen, had no time to worry about that. He had to deal with Uchiha Gen's successive onslaught of Yasuko Magatama. Due to his insufficient mastery of the Rinnegan, there was a 5-second interval between Pain's two uses of Shinra Tensei. This problem hadn't been apparent when he subdued Kakuzu and others. A single Shinra Tensei at half its power was enough to severely injure a top-tier fighter like Kakuzu. But now, facing Uchiha Gen, who could withstand the Deva Path's Shinra Tensei head-on, this weakness caused Pain to be repeatedly thwarted. While the Deva Path's power was strong, its limitations were also very obvious. The Deva Path only possessed 1/6 of the Rinnegan's capabilities and could only use sealing techniques at most, unable to use the ordinary ninjutsu and elemental ninjutsu that Nagato was proficient in. The deep red Magatama shone brilliantly, unleashing a terrifying, destructive energy. Summoning jutsu, Pratopath, just as the 6 Tomo were about to collide with him, Pain completed the hand seals for the summoning jutsu. A short, stocky man with orange hair suddenly appeared, his hands outstretched to meet the oncoming Yasuko Tomo. A colorless and invisible, sealing technique absorption seal, barrier opened, like a black hole swallowing everything, sucking in and obliterating each Tomo. Using the Pratopath to buy time, Pain raised his hands again. Universal pull, an unfathomable and powerful gravitational force suddenly struck Uchiha Gen, pulling the massive Susanoo straight towards Pain. Just as the Susanoo's longsword was about to miss Pain's attack, the immense repulsive force of Shinra Tensei once again blasted out like a cannonball, slamming heavily onto the Susanoo. It shattered the Susanoo's breastplate before its power waned, only managing to crack 2 of the ribs protecting Uchiha General troublesome. Pain frowned slightly, having personally experienced the difficulty of dealing with Susanoo. The third stage of Susanoo was more difficult to deal with than he had anticipated. Its defense was extremely strong, even a fully activated Shinra Tensei under normal circumstances couldn't break through it. Moreover, its size, comparable to a tailed beast, undoubtedly possessed terrifying physical attack power, and it also wielded energy attacks comparable to a small tailed beast ball. Is the Uchiha also a descendant of the Sage of 6 Paths? Pain murmured to himself. Sunlight filtered through the countless ice crystals, separating into 7 colors that shone on his face, making his features multicolored. But no matter the light, the arrogance on his face remained undiminished. With a Rinnegan, I am the second Sage of 6 Paths, the only true god on this world. Summoning jutsu, Azure Path. Pain summoned another 6 Paths puppet. Nagato's 6 Paths puppets weren't complete yet, mainly because the characters from Jiraiya's travelogue were hard to find, so he had only completed 3. Pain, the third path, reporting for duty. The summoned Azure Path's left wrist split open, spewing out hundreds of torpedo-like rockets, trailing long flames, aimed at Uchiha General. Boom. 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 Explosions rang out incessantly, and that wasn't all. As Pain used Shinra Tensei again, the Azure Path's head, having fired its rockets, suddenly bloomed like a lotus flower. Its highly penetrating chakra laser cannon following closely behind. This series of saturation attacks was earth-shattering and incredibly powerful. However, Pain's expression grew increasingly grave. Under the triple synchronized attack, Uchiha Gen's Susanoo was indeed broken, but only broken. Pain could use summoning jutsu, and so could Uchiha General summoning jutsu, Flame Fan. The white fan, symbolizing the Uchiha clan, blocked the piercing laser cannon, and, Uchiha Reflection. A howling gale erupted instantly, sweeping in like a ravenous wolf, engulfing snow and rocks as it roared towards Pain. The Pratopath could absorb the gale, but the rocks, whipped up like cannonballs, were solid and he couldn't absorb them. Helpless, the Deva Path had to use Universal Pull several more times to adjust the trajectory of the incoming rocks. In just a few exchanges, the snow-capped peaks were broken, and the surrounding snowfields were shattered. The once rolling snow-covered mountain range had become considerably flatter. Shisui and his group, along with Kakuzu and his companion, had already begun to retreat to avoid being caught in the aftershocks of the battle. Even a single missed attack from either of them could pose a significant threat to the onlookers. Such a terrifying battle was beyond the comprehension of these renowned ninja. And this was merely a test between Uchiha Gen and Pain. This couldn't continue. The Azure Path relentlessly bombarded Susanoo with a barrage of rockets, each trailing a long, fiery tail, wave after wave like a tireless torrent, yet they could only manage to scratch the surface. While Nagato wasn't afraid of a war of attrition, failing to defeat the enemy for an extended period still tarnished his godly dignity. Amidst another wave of relentless bombardment, Pain suddenly clasped his hands together, his eyes flashing with a brilliant purple light. Simultaneously, atop the Yatagarasu high in the sky, Nagato also clasped his hands in the same gesture, coughed lightly, and a strand of bright red hair on his forehead silently turned white. "Nagato," Konan cried out worriedly. "At most half a month of life left, we're still young, it'll be alright," Nagato reassured him, silently chanting, "Planetary devastation." At that moment, a black sphere imbued with eerie power flew from between Pain's fingers and floated into the air. Soon, the ground began to crack, with fragments of rock and ice rising into the sky, as if drawn by some unseen force. As the planetary devastation took shape, Pain activated his eye power, causing the gravity of the eerie black sphere floating in the air to increase exponentially, especially the gravity acting on Gen Uchiha. Crash! Large sections of the mountain range shattered, exposing chunks of hardened black soil that were sucked into the air, causing the air around the sphere to distort and deform. Instantly, Gen Uchiha was also gently lifted into the air, as if pulled towards the sky by an invisible hand. Gazing at the ever-growing giant sphere suspended in the air, Gen Uchiha remained calm, without even considering testing the sealing power of the planetary devastation. Kamui. Genjutsu-type eye techniques, compared to the Rinnegan, which is 2 levels higher than the Mangekyō Sharingan, probably wouldn't work. Amaterasu, forget it. But Kamui's unique abilities would never be outdated. Gen Uchiha's body gradually became ethereal, and the immense gravity that had been binding him with the planetary devastation suddenly vanished. Hovering high in the sky, Uchiha Gen lowered his gaze and mouthed something to Pain from afar. Although they were far apart, Pain, panting heavily, could still see Uchiha Gen's face clearly thanks to the observational power of his Rinnegan, and even read what he was saying. Uchiha Gen said, "From this moment on, let the world feel pain." Powerful and domineering eye power surged forth, reforming into half-giant Susanoo clad in Tengu armor. However, the color of the Susanoo had changed from deep crimson to light blue, and it didn't stop changing after it was formed. The materialized yin released chakra at the waist of the light blue Susanoo surged out like a raging tide, growing into a giant standing nearly 100 meters tall. Gen Uchiha slowly floated into the pentagonal prism atop Susanoo's head, between its eyebrows. His Sharingan eyes deepened to a crimson hue, and boundless ocular power surged forth from Susanoo's brow like a raging torrent, reconstructing the Susanoo giant's meridians, flesh, and armor, radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Freeze! Sky-covering wings sprouted from the back of the Tengu armor, and the entire Susanoo suddenly grew larger, reaching a height of nearly 200 meters. True divine power reappeared once more. Whoosh! The colossal god took a half-step forward. It was as if heaven and earth had suddenly collided, producing a tremendous, muffled sound. Countless cracks suddenly appeared in the ground, and countless ice stones mixed with the earth fell into the bottomless fissures, causing the entire land to tremble. He gently placed one hand on the massive spherical meteorite formed by the planetary devastation, and with a slight exertion, countless distorted spaces shattered the star like a pair of giant hands. Ho-ha-ho-ha. Pain, Uchiha Gen, inside the crystal atop Susanoo's head, first performed a traditional Uchiha act, then looked down at the 3 paths of Pain, who resembled ants on the ground, and had Susanoo act as a megaphone to relay his words. "That's enough of our childish play and warm up." Uchiha Gen and Susanoo simultaneously raised a finger, their faces twisted in uncontrollable maniacal laughter. "1 minute, just 1 minute, and I can turn you into cosmic dust." Boom! The mountain-sized, sky-covering giant moved. "Susanoo, it can actually do this." Uchiha Inahi stared incredulously at the distant, mountain-like giant, his eyes glazed over. "It's a complete Susanoo." Shisui was also somewhat stunned, but he quickly recovered and tugged at the still-dazed Inahi and Kakashi, saying, "Oh no, we have to run." "What?" The two were confused. They were currently 6 or 7 miles away from Uchiha Gen. "There's no time to explain." Shisui's gaze was extremely solemn. Only someone who had read many clan documents knew that the destructive power of a complete Susanoo could not be dissipated in just 6 or 7 miles. Suddenly, a green phantom projected onto his body, and a giant pair of hands grabbed Kakashi and Inaji, one in each hand, and ran off into the distance without looking back. Whoosh! The giant Susanoo flapped its wings and flew into the air. The hurricane created by the flapping wings howled out, forcing the 3 pain paths to fly backwards for over 100 meters. looking up at the light blue giant in the sky. The disheveled Pain no longer had any pride or arrogance as a god. Before fighting Uchiha Gen, he had already anticipated that Uchiha Gen might be the strongest opponent he had ever encountered, but he hadn't expected Uchiha Gen to be this strong. Damn it, Pain's originally calm face was now twisted, filled with anger and helplessness. Facing Pain's terrified and furious gaze, Uchiha Gen in midair made a gesture of drawing shuriken, and his Susanoo moved accordingly, producing two three-edged shuriken with concentric circles in its hands. Kamui, shuriken. The two enormous shurikens spun, flickered, and twisted eerily fast, hurtling towards Pain on the ground. Super Shinra Tensei, Pain, who had been gathering his ocular power for a long time, spread his hands, and an invisible, immense repulsive force erupted from his palms in an instant. This was Nagato's stubborn attack after burning his life force once again, no weaker than the Shinra Tensei that destroyed Konoha. Boom boom boom. The two earth-shattering forces collided violently, the air inexplicably distorted, emitting strange halos, reflecting all sorts of bizarre phenomena like a shattered mirror. A massive, invisible shockwave erupted, transforming into a raging hurricane that swept in all directions. Shisui, who had already escaped 10 miles away, was relatively unharmed, but Kokuzu and Mangekyō, only 5 or 6 miles from the battlefield, were almost instantly blown away to unknown locations. Cough cough, beneath a mountain of shock created by Uchiha Genji, Pain activated the Azure Path and Prata Path protecting him. His auspicious cloud-patterned black robe was shattered, but he still withstood Uchiha Genji's attack. I am a god. Pain was somewhat delirious, repeating these words as if they could give him the power to defeat Uchiha Genji. The next moment, darkness suddenly descended upon his head, and a massive Susanoo swept out from the dust, its pale blue hand swatting at Pain like a mosquito. Not just as Pain was about to be completely destroyed, Nagato, high in the sky, roared, clapping his hands together and using a summoning jutsu to recall his friend's corpse. Something's not right, Uchiha Gen frowned as he moved Susanoo's hand away. He hadn't felt like he'd struck Pain, and he vaguely sensed traces of a summoning jutsu being activated. The pale blue, winged giant stood upright on the earth, its chest suddenly opening to unleash countless pale blue tomo, blasting the surrounding land apart. Not on the ground, Uchiha Gen shook his head, slowly raising his head to look at the vast expanse of snowy clouds above. Uchiha Gen gripped the flame fan in his hand, empowering it with the power of his complete Susanoo, and swung it fiercely towards the sky. Whoosh! The sky instantly darkened as an incredibly fierce gale tore through the dense, leaden clouds 1,000 meters above with unparalleled force, then swept away the remaining snowy clouds in the air. With the clouds dispersed, the view became clear. Even from thousands of meters away, Uchiha Gen could clearly see the Yatagarasa flapping its wings in the sky, trying to escape. He could see Konan's terrified face and the bloodstains at the corner of Nagato's somewhat gaunt mouth. Whoosh! The wings of the complete Susanoo were no mere decoration. With a blink of an eye, a colossal figure, both godlike and demonic, spread its wings and soared into the air. Now you should understand, while pursuing. Uchiha Gen didn't forget to mock, uttering words that pierced the heart. Now I am the second Uchiha Mata, the only one in this world. The only one truly worthy of being called a god, in heaven and on earth, is me, while you are nothing but a frog in a well, a self-righteous god, and. These words were a direct, real blow to Nagato's soul. We can't escape, it's too fast for us. The Yatagarasu, which had been fleeing for its life, suddenly stopped. The figure above, Nagato, clasped his hands together, his eyes gleaming with a dark light. His once vibrant, lustrous red hair rapidly faded, and his body grew increasingly thin and frail. His face twisted in a grotesque grimace, his Rinnegan eyes bloodshot, and he roared, summoning jutsu, Gato Mazo, 1. A Konoha ninja complained at work, that high-ranking official is truly dark-hearted. He was subsequently arrested by a root. The ninja protested, I never said which high-ranking official, how can you arrest me so easily? The root interrogator, expressionless, entered, don't we know which high-ranking official is the darkest, too? At the funeral of an old ninja, 2 of his former colleagues were whispering. He was perfectly healthy, why did he suddenly? I heard it was suicide. Why? The night before, the higher-ups summoned him for a meeting and sent Anbu to fetch him. What's the point of suicide? The problem is, the Anbu has been quite busy lately. This task was assigned to the Anbu training department, and the person who went to fetch him was from Root. Chapter 107 The Demonic Statue of the Outer Path. Konan, You go first. Controlling the Yatagarasu, Nagato continued flying with Konan, then leaped off. The Nagato of his 20s was weaker than he would be over a decade later. His Rinnegan development was certainly less proficient, and he had only completed 3 of the 6 paths of pain. But there was one thing he possessed more of and was stronger than his future self, his life force, or rather, his vitality. Having consumed a great deal of vitality, his hair roots turning somewhat white, Nagato finally gathered enough power to summon the Gato Mazo. The earth trembled violently, and a humanoid monster with 9 closed eyes, a body like withered wood, and 10 enormous pillar-like protrusions on its back roared like a legendary titan dwelling in the abyss. Roar! The Gato Mazo was the empty shell left behind after the Sage of 6 Paths used yin-yang release to divide the 10 Tails chakra. It was later sealed on the moon and guarded by Hamura's descendants until Madara awakened the Rinnegan in his later years, at which point he summoned it back to the ninja world. The Gato Mazo, drained of chakra, couldn't compare to the over 1,000-meter tall 10 Tails in size, but it was still comparable to Uchiha Gen's complete Susanoo. On the Gato Mazo. Ha ha ha, cough cough, a wild laugh echoed through the heavens and earth. Nagato's gleaming Rinnegan stared intently at Uchiha Gen within the Susanoo's brow, coughing and laughing with unbridled arrogance. The Susanoo abruptly stopped. Uchiha Gen within clenched his fist, his pupils contracting slightly as he scanned the massive Gato Mazo, finally fixing his gaze on Nagato's face, who was performing a standard Uchiha maniacal laugh atop the Gato Mazo's head. The sky cleared, the snow stopped, and Nagato felt he was back to his old self. Nagato's Rinnegan equals Uchiha Madara equals Indra reincarnation equals Uchiha Sasuke, no problem. At this moment, the clouds cleared, and the world turned white. Sunlight streamed down from the sun, but this warmth that should have comforted the earth was obscured by 2 colossal figures, as imposing as mountains, their scales blotting out the sun. The demonic statue of the outer path and the complete Susanoo. One was the mangled remains of the 10 Tails, a 6 paths level being, roaring and baring its fangs. The other was the ultimate yin release power of the Uchiha clan, descendants of the 6 paths, clad in awe-inspiring armor, its face displaying a furious, demon-slaying countenance. These 2 giants, seemingly straight out of mythology, were merely facing each other, not yet exchanging blows, but the surrounding howling winds merged with the overwhelming killing intent, transforming into boundless pressure. Under this immense pressure, the Konoha group grew increasingly fearful. Even Shisui felt a chill run down his spine, his heart pounding with dread. Retreat, retreat again. Shisui's eyes were extremely cautious. He didn't know what the Gato Mazo was, but its size and imposing aura indicated that it was at least something capable of going toe-to-toe with a perfect Susanoo. In this kind of battle, 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. The destructive power of their clash would definitely be more than 10 times that of Uchiha Genji using Susanoo to crush weaker opponents. Let's retreat another 20, no, 30 miles. After a few seconds of thought, Shisui made his decision. They were like a group of harmless little rabbits who had mistakenly entered a battleground of lions and tigers. Their only option was to get further away from the battlefield. Lightning, after a burst of wild laughter, Nagato, atop the Gato Mazo, launched the first attack. Roar! The Gato Mazo roared to the sky, and the 10 broken pillars behind it crackled with surging lightning. Countless bolts of lightning merged together, and the electric light gradually condensed into a furious dragon head, whiskers, and even scales and teeth, clearly visible, as if a real thunder dragon was baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at Uchiha General. Perfect timing. Uchiha Gen's eyes narrowed, and his Susanoo spread its wings wide, countless twisting vortexes flashing on one hand as it slammed towards the thunder dragon. There was no huge shockwave or a shrill sound of air being torn apart. The menacing thunder dragon glared at him, but was dispersed by countless large and small Kamui special channels, turning into bright white lightning. However, Nagato's expression remained unchanged. He hadn't expected such a probing attack to be effective. He slammed his hands on the top of the Gato Mazo's head, and black vines sprouted from the demon's bark, which resembled a withered tree, and wrapped around his feet, helping Nagato stand up after a long time. The 2 massive hands of the Gato Mazo suddenly separated, hurtling across the land with a deafening roar, before leaping forward and throwing a punch at Susanoo. Melee combat, huh? I like it, Uchiha Gen smirked. Susanoo didn't dodge, taking a few steps forward and unleashing a simple, direct straight punch that exploded through the air as it met the Gato Mazo head-on. I am the true god. Nagato spat out blood-tinged saliva, looking like a madman, his gaunt face twitching and contorting into a terrifying grimace. Uchiha Gen, ho ha ho ha ho ho ha ho ha. Pain, Uchiha Gen roared with laughter, his Sharingan eyes filled with madness and battle lust. My pain is greater than yours. Boom. 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 A massive, invisible shockwave erupted the moment the fists of the two towering giants collided, transforming into a raging hurricane that swept outwards in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the earth within a radius of several kilometers, and even houses in the Snow City, hundreds of miles away, collapsed. Powerful air currents swirled in the air like vortexes, forming an enormous tornado. Strange electric snakes snaked within the swirling clouds, while flames, frost, and rocks intertwined. Finally, the immense tornado dissipated with a deafening roar, twisting the sky and cracking the earth in its wake. Clouds dozens of miles away transformed into a sea of fire and lightning, and even the sunlight was obscured by the dust and mist stirred up by the impact. In an instant, all was silent, as if it were the end of the world, with only the booming sounds of fists clashing echoing between heaven and earth. Boom. 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 After the initial clash, the two towering giants unleashed punch after punch in the most primal way, each punch going straight to the target, each punch echoing through the heavens and earth. The entire land of the snow country trembled. Centered on the battlefield between the two, the boundless snowfields began to collapse and shatter inch by inch. The Gato Mazo was indestructible, while Susanoo was merely a manifestation of ocular power, ready to fill any gaps in the battle. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand, and only the earth and sky were injured. After a period of fighting, Nagato's expression turned grim. Nagato's control over the Gato Mazo was limited. Using the Rinnegan to control it in battle was ultimately not as effortless as using his own limbs. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen Susanoo was already incredibly skillful, gradually gaining the upper hand. Nagato's body trembled slightly, and he clasped his hands together once more. The Rinnegan shone brightly with purple light, and the Gato Mazo beneath his feet roared, suddenly condensing a ball of dragon-shaped chakra with a powerful devouring effect from its mouth. Chakra dragons can instantly absorb the chakra of anything they touch. As soon as the dragon-shaped chakra took shape, it unleashed a deafening roar, its form soaring like a dragon into the heavens, creating a vast whirlwind, and slammed fiercely into Susanoo. I can't take it head-on, a thought flashed through Uchiha Gen's mind. His Susanoo soared into the air, dodging and weaving through the chakra dragon until it roared in frustration and flew back into the Gato Mazo's mouth. Only then did Uchiha Gen control Susanoo to land a kilometer away from the Gato Mazo. He didn't know if the chakra dragon could devour the complete Susanoo, but as long as he didn't gamble, he wouldn't lose. Several miles away, Nagato on the Gato Mazo watched Uchiha Gen with a cold smile. Whoosh! 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 Black chains suddenly shot out from the Gato Mazo's mouth, transforming into incredibly fast black streaks of light that locked onto Susanoo. Susanoo flapped its wings and flew away, but one chain accelerated, piercing towards Uchiha Gen's brow. Summoning jutsu, Two Tails, bang! A small, dark blue cat, only a few dozen meters tall, appeared out of thin air and blocked the chains for Uchiha General Uchiha Nyan. Caught off guard, the Two Tails initially appeared sleepy, but the moment the chakra chains bounded and it was pulled towards the Gato Mazo, a blazing blue flame erupted from its body, accompanied by a deafening, piercing scream. If the Sage of Six Paths was the father of the nine-tailed beasts, then the Gato Mazo was their mother. However, as beings with independent consciousness, the tailed beasts absolutely refused to reunite with their mother, because it meant that their immortality would be replaced by true death. Kamui Shuriken. Susanoo hurled a Kamui Shuriken with its right hand, severing the chakra chains, pulling the Two Tails towards the Mazo. Simultaneously, its left hand reached out and grabbed the Two Tails by the waist, pulling it back into its embrace. The Two Tails was still somewhat shaken, its soft chakra mimicked for standing on end, whimpering, meow. No time to explain, Two Tails, use Susanoo. Uchiha Gen's voice boomed like a bell as he merged the Two Tails into Susanoo. Uchiha Gen's shout and the protection of Susanoo brought a terrified Two Tails back to its senses, and it hurriedly asked Uchiha Gen, why has the Gato Mazo reappeared on Earth? How should I know? Uchiha Gen's voice was also hurried. He wasn't in a hurry, but he still tried his best to appear anxious to amplify Two Tails' sense of crisis, in order to better manipulate the cat. What is the Gato Mazo? Is it the name of this monstrous giant? Yes, Uchiha Gen was merely a descendant of Indra from countless generations ago. How could he possibly know about the Gato Mazo? The Two Tails realized. Two Tails, I need your help. Flying into the sky, Uchiha Gen's voice, like a booming bell, rang in the Two Tails' ears, which were still splattering with flames. Only by combining our strength can we possibly defeat this monster. The best way to unite allies is to have an incredibly powerful enemy. Faced with the threats of Madara, Uchiha and Akatsuki, even the 5 great ninja villages, enemies for decades, could put aside their hatred. Gen Uchiha believed the Two Tails wasn't a fool and would definitely make the choice most beneficial to itself. Whether to be devoured by the Gato Mazo or to completely reconcile with Gen Uchiha and join forces against the enemy, it had no choice. After a brief hesitation, the Two Tails' alluring, mature voice echoed in Gen Uchiha's mind. Mataru, my name is Mataru, you can call me that from now on. Tell me, how can I help you? Plan complete. Gen Uchiha nodded and said in a deep voice, Mataru, I need your help in my training. Provide me with tailed beast chakra without reservation. Chapter 108 Susanoo Beyond Perfect Form. It's simple. The Two Tails' deep, gentle voice rang out again, like a gentle breeze in the morning light, reaching Uchiha Gen's ears. Following this was an incredibly violent yet remarkably tamed surge of tailed beast chakra, which flowed slowly through the meridians and flesh of the Susanoo into Uchiha Gen's body. Atop the Susanoo tailed beast level chakra, there are quite a few ninjas in the ninja world with this level of chakra. Leaving aside the exceptionally powerful Hashirama, Madara, Naruto, and Sasuke, Nagato's chakra far surpasses that of the Two Tails, and Jiraiya, Kisame, Gaara, and others with a spirit attribute of 10 can all be considered to possess chakra comparable to tailed beasts. However, tailed beasts and humans are ultimately different. Even with the aid of rations and other medicines, it takes about 10 hours for a human to recover after exhausting their chakra. Aside from exceptional cases like Hashirama, members of powerful clans like the Senjo Uzumaki might be able to have or even reduce this time, but it still consumes a significant amount of time. Tailed beasts, however, are different. They replenish their chakra reserves dozens of times faster than humans, requiring only a few minutes. This is why their destructive power on the battlefield far surpasses that of cage-level ninjas. Many top-tier ninjas can unleash devastating attacks comparable to tailed beast balls, but they inevitably become exhausted after 2 uses. Tailed beasts, however, can unleash tailed beast balls continuously, without pause. With the Two Tails providing chakra-like parry without requiring provisions, Gen Uchiha only needs to channel the chakra it supplies into his prosthetic eye, eliminating any worry about running out of eye power. Its endurance is far superior. I could fight like this all day. High in the sky, Uchiha Gen, arms outstretched in ecstasy, looked down upon the ravaged landscape, sensing the Two Tails' ever-flowing chakra, and shouted, Pain, can you hear me? Nagato, atop the demonic statue, seemed even thinner, his voice weak. What? HMPH, Uchiha Gen's lips curled into a wicked smile, a mocking grin. Normally, the complete body Susanoo is the limit of the Susanoo technique. However, I have a brilliant idea, one that only you in the current ninja world are barely qualified to witness. Nagato's expression was incredibly grave. He had exhausted all his techniques and couldn't defeat Uchiha Gen. Now, it seemed Uchiha Gen could become even stronger? But Nagato's already cracked glass heart wouldn't allow him to utter a word of surrender. Uchiha Gen's words only further fueled Nagato's competitive spirit. HMPH. Bring on whatever tricks you have. What do I have to fear? You said it yourself. Uchiha Gen intercepted the Two Tails chakra continuously flowing into his prosthetic eye, clasped his hands together, and closed his eyes. During the battle at the Valley of the End, Sasuke had used Susanoo instead of the Gato Mazo as a vessel for the tailed beast's chakra, perfectly fusing the power of the tailed beast and Susanoo. Although his prosthetic eye didn't possess the Susanoo eye technique, Uchiha Gen, having awakened an eye technique that could adjust and modify Susanoo, had already reached an extremely high level of control and understanding of Susanoo. After gathering its tailed beast chakra for a few seconds, Uchiha Gen suddenly opened his eyes. His crimson Sharingan guided the tailed beast chakra, radiating a violent and hateful aura, from between Susanoo's eyebrows, spreading across its entire body. Wherever the Two Tails chakra passed, Susanoo's bones, flesh, and armor drastically changed, igniting with eerie blue flames. These flames surged wildly within Susanoo like a tidal wave, finally erupting from the gaps in its armor, drastically altering its appearance. Not only was it engulfed in eerie blue flames filled with death energy, but its previously erect ears transformed into ethereal, pale blue cat ears. Simultaneously, Susanoo's eyes turned a different color, filled with death energy, and its originally rugged face became refined and handsome, vaguely resembling Uchiha Gen, only more solemn and divine. Half-ultimate Susanoo, Enma. It seems I went a little overboard. Uchiha Gen felt stronger than ever before. He was confident that in this state, he could even fight against Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Susanoo spread its wings, and endless blue flames gathered and coiled into a giant burning sword in one hand, thrusting it towards the Gato Mazo. In an instant, the world seemed to be filled only with a single beam of light piercing through it. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, sparks flying everywhere. The Gato Mazo blocked the sword's path with both hands, letting out a low groan of pain. Nagato was startled and quickly poured his chakra into the Mazo, doing his best to calm it down. Soon, he knelt on one knee on the Mazo's head, his chest heaving like a bellows. "False god, you've done your best," a contemptuous voice rang out, and Nagato's expression changed as he stared intently. Uchiha Gen stood calmly, arms crossed, looking down at Nagato with an air of certain victory. "So, Pain, did you hear that? The bells of death have tolled, your life ends here." A hint of despair crossed Nagato's face. Suddenly, he heard a clear sound. It was like the noise of something moving at high speed through the air. How could this be? Could there really be a death knell? Nagato frowned, looking at Uchiha Gen's brow, who was also listening intently, then suddenly looked up at the sky. The sky? What else was there besides the sun? The clouds had been dispersed by me and Uchiha Gen. Nagato looked up, and what met his eyes was a small point of light, but that point of light quickly grew larger and brighter, soon becoming a visible ball of fire, plummeting from the sky. Was it a meteorite? Nagato was stunned. Heavenly obstruction star? Nagato, you've activated it, haven't you? Uchiha Gen's eyes widened. This was the first time in this battle that an unexpected factor had appeared. It was one thing for Nagato to summon the Gato Mazo, after all, he had used it when Yohiko died, but how could he possibly use the heavenly obstruction star? This didn't make sense. But to say it was just a coincidence that a meteorite happened to fall, and that it landed squarely on them while they were fighting, the probability of that was even lower than the probability of Uchiha Gen casually throwing a kunai and killing Senju Hashirama. This was definitely not a coincidence. Uchiha Gen's eyes narrowed. If you were hit by this meteorite, even with Susanoo's protection, the enormous impact would definitely severely injure him or even kill him. Oh no, am I going to be the one to get back at me after putting on such a big show? No, I can't let this meteorite fall. It's just a rock. Watch me push it back with my Susanoo. Rumble. The falling meteorite was getting closer and closer. The meteorite, igniting the air with a burst of fire, shone brightly like a second sun, radiating terrifying heat even before hitting the ground. In the sky, ablaze with crimson light, resembling a sea of fire, Susanoo, enveloped in eerie blue flames, took flight, hurtling towards the falling meteorite. Rewind a moment, to when Nagato had just summoned the Gato Mazo. On the moon. Inside the altar palace enshrining the giant Tensigan, the giant Tensigan suddenly emitted a strange halo. A puppet responsible for cleaning the temple, illuminated by this halo, abruptly dropped its broom and frantically ran towards another nearby opulent palace. Bursting through the palace gates, the puppet frantically ran to the master bedroom, the sound of the door opening waking the father and son inside. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me?" A handsome middle-aged man dressed in a moon-white robe with magadama ornaments, his eyes closed, scolded him impatiently. "The young master is still small and needs sleep to grow." The puppet knelt down in fear and reported, "Master, the giant Tensigan in the temple is acting strangely." The middle-aged man frowned. The giant Tensigan, this treasure formed from the Byakugan of all the Otsutsuki branch family members on the moon, was of paramount importance to him, no matter what happened. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man no longer hesitated. He instructed the puppet to comfort and care for his child, then his figure flashed and disappeared from the bedroom. After hurriedly arriving at the temple where the giant Tensigan was enshrined, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he watched the light constantly emanating from it. He formed several hand seals and placed one hand on the giant Tensigan. Instantly, his consciousness entered the giant Tensigan, and through its perspective, he looked at the earth. In just a few breaths, he saw two colossal beings locked in fierce combat on the land of the snow country. These were the very things that had triggered the Tensigan's anomaly. Or rather, it was the Gato Mazo that had activated the Tensigan. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon bore the heavy responsibility of guarding the Ten-Tails husk, the Gato Mazo. For a long time, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, though deeply divided and with differing interpretations of their ancestor Hamura's words, had maintained a balance through mutual restraint due to this responsibility. Until 20 years ago, the Gato Mazo disappeared. The main and branch families blamed each other, with the main family threatening severe punishment for the branch family. The innocent and wronged branch family naturally refused. The pent-up tensions flared up, and to defeat the main family, every member of the branch family contributed their Byakugan, creating this giant Shinsegan. In the end, the branch family emerged victorious, but few Otsutsuki descendants remained on the moon. In recent years, with the passing of several elders, only he and his son Tonari remained on the moon. Several years ago, the giant Shinsegan had discovered the Gato Mazo once, but before it could track its location, the Gato Mazo had vanished without a trace. Unforgivable. I, Otsutsuki Samurai, will never let you go. Upon discovering the thief who stole the Gato Mazo, Otsutsuki Samurai's killing intent surged. He swiftly formed hand seals, urging the giant Shinsegan to select two massive meteorites from nearby space, guiding them to crash into the battlefield. He was determined to kill the thief who stole the Gato Mazo and then retrieve it. As for that descendant of Indra, he could only wish him well in his next life. After launching the meteorites, Otsutsuki Samurai reached into the giant Shinsegan with his other hand, extracting a large amount of Shinsegan chakra at once. Then, he formed several hand seals, and the giant Shinsegan emitted a large amount of emerald light, enveloping him. Samurai then transformed into a streak of green light and shot straight towards the ninja world. Today's joke, or perhaps it can't even be called a joke. It's known that Naruto married at 19, Hinata became pregnant shortly after, and Boruto was born at 20. Naruto was the first among his Konoha 19th generation to get married, and at the time of his marriage, most of his companions' romantic relationships hadn't even begun. However, the children of the Konoha 19th generation and Boruto are in the same year as Boruto, and they are all the same age as him. The only explanation for this is that Naruto, the hero of Konoha, immediately threw a huge party after his marriage under the guise of a class reunion, even inviting people from other villages. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Visitors from Heaven. What would be the consequences of a meteorite over 100 meters in diameter falling to Earth? It would instantly release the equivalent of tens of millions of tons of TNT, creating a massive bowl-shaped crater 2 kilometers in diameter and several hundred meters deep, destroying everything within a 20-kilometer radius of the crater. The pressure and radiation from the shockwave would sweep across almost the entire land of snow. Uchiha Gen could certainly use Kamui to intangibly evade it, and even if he focused on escaping the explosion at the center, Susanoo would be enough to save his life. But Shisui and the others would certainly not survive, and probably very few people in the land of snow would survive. That despicable Nagato, how dare he destroy my land of snow, my ninja world? Uchiha Gen looked up at the approaching meteorite, his expression grave. Looking down at Matatabi, whose clasped hands were desperately draining every last bit of chakra from the chest of Susanoo, his cold face suddenly turned into a smile. Yataru, I need more and more chakra support. Nico knows. Yataru's bright, heterochromatic eyes were somewhat unfocused, and his smooth, glossy blue fur had become dull and lifeless. His growl was weak and feeble, clearly indicating that he had exhausted all his strength. Yes. From now on, you are no longer the two tails that wreaks havoc on the ninja world and brings disaster, but a partner who fights alongside me to protect the land of snow in the ninja world. Uchiha Gen nodded, acknowledging Yataru's contribution. Partner? Yataru was slightly lost in thought, then worked even harder to extract chakra. Here we go, Yataru. Uchiha Gen clasped his hands together, his prosthetic eye operating at overload, maintaining the complete Susanoo while simultaneously unleashing two eye techniques. Amaterasu. Kagatsuchi. As he spoke, the enormous Susanoo swung its blue giant sword, slashing towards the meteorite. At the same time, wisps of black flame, symbolizing destruction, quietly wrapped around the blade of the giant sword. Uchiha style, Great Fire Sword, Evil King Flame killing Black Dragon Wave. The next moment, the world suddenly brightened as Susanoo materialized chakra, forming a massive dragon-shaped chakra wave with black flames as its skin and ghostly flames as its bones. Roar! With a roar like a dragon's, the chakra dragon transformed into dazzling ghostly light piercing the heavens and earth, shooting straight into the falling meteorite with immense force. In an instant, the world distorted, and unparalleled heat mixed with shockwaves spread across the sky, cracking the surrounding ice plains for several kilometers and melting the snow and ice on several nearby mountains. The black cataclysmic fire, Amaterasu, said to be inextinguishable and capable of burning everything to ashes, had never killed any named enemy, but it was still remarkably effective at burning rocks. The meteorite shattered as expected, its fragments scattering in all directions after the explosion. However, the Amaterasu black flames condensed on Uchiha Gen's sword light also spread out and incinerated the fragments, preventing further damage to the ground. Huff the Two Tails panted heavily, its body exhausted but its spirits high, eager to claim credit. Gen, the two of us working together are invincible. Yes, yes, yes. I definitely couldn't have stopped this on my own without you. You deserve the credit. Uchiha Gen, pleased with his success in blocking the meteorite, even clapped for the Two Tails' performance, causing the Two Tails' tail to wag even more. But soon, Uchiha Gen and the Two Tails' smiles vanished. A sudden sense of crisis made the two of them look up sharply. A meteorite not much smaller than the one from before was hurtling towards them from the sky. There can be a second one, Uchiha Gen muttered to himself, perched on the brow of his Susanoo. It's common knowledge that you need to recharge after unleashing a powerful attack. Uchiha Gen was alright, the only difference was that his second attack would be weaker. However, Uchiha Gen looked at Matadabi with deep affection, hoping it would deliver a stronger attack. Gen, I really don't have a single drop left. Matadabi's voice was cautious, his expression like that of a 40-year-old man who, after being exhausted 3 times with his wife, faces his still energetic wife with weariness and fear. Useless without endurance. Uchiha Gen looked up at the meteorite with a grim face, closing his eyes to gather his power. Rumble. The falling meteorite drew closer. Uchiha Gen is done for. On the ground, Nagato's heart skipped a beat. The meteorite's appearance was too sudden, and Uchiha Gen's action of taking off to shatter it was also too sudden, but the gap between the two meteorites was enough for Nagato to analyze the situation. Unlike Uchiha Gen, who believed the meteorite was Nagato's heavenly obstruction star, Nagato knew the meteorite wasn't summoned by him, nor could it have been shattered by Uchiha General. This meant a third party had intervened in their battle, intending to kill them both. Realizing this, Nagato succumbed to all hope. Clap. With a crisp sound of clasping his hands together, he poured all his chakra into his Rinnegan, his face contorting in pain. Then, he slammed his hands together and pushed them forcefully towards the meteorite in the sky, shouting, Super Shinra Tensei, the same amount of chakra invested and the same ninjutsu, but the power of using a puppet versus releasing it directly by oneself, is vastly different. Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei was undoubtedly stronger in power and control. The Shinra Tensei, having exhausted all his chakra and ocular power, suddenly erupted, all its force directed at the falling meteorite, as if an invisible hand had pushed it towards it. Nagato's all-out Shinra Tensei couldn't stop the meteor for even a moment, but it greatly slowed its descent and significantly weakened its power. Could it be, not Nagato? A surprised thought arose in Uchiha Gen's mind. But who else could possess the ability to summon a meteor if not Nagato? Filled with doubt, Uchiha Gen had no time to ponder. He immediately focused on blocking the meteor, throwing out one Kamui Shuriken after another while simultaneously activating Amaterasu once more. The slowed meteor ignited with black flames, transforming into a black sun as it plummeted to the ground. It then lost most of its body amidst the distortion of the Kamui Shuriken, leaving only a small portion remaining on the surface. Boom! A mushroom cloud roared up, the earth trembled, and spiderweb-like cracks stretched for kilometers. Shockwaves tens of meters high rippled outwards, carrying clouds of dust. Fortunately, the meteorite impact, originally a potential annihilation-level event, was weakened by Nagato and Uchiha Gen's combined efforts to the level of a Hiroshima heat wave, affecting only a radius of 5 or 6 kilometers. The distant cities of the Land of Snow would likely only experience a noticeable tremor. On the battlefield, a massive figure slowly emerged from the mushroom cloud crack. The sound of Susanoo's armor shattering repeatedly reached Uchiha Gen's ears. He exhaled slowly, using his eye power to repair the cracks while looking towards Nagato atop the Gato Mazo in the distance. Nagato's condition was worse, he was emaciated, clearly having exhausted a massive amount of chakra in blocking the meteorite's attack. "Not you," Uchiha Gen murmured, knowing that even from 1,000 meters away amidst the dust and smoke, Nagato could clearly see the changes in his lips. Nagato didn't speak, coughing up a mouthful of blood before collapsing onto the Gato-mazo, gasping for breath. Instead of launching an attack, Uchiha Gen frowned, lost in thought. Zetsu, why can Uchiha Gen use the complete Susanoo? And he's clearly used more than 2 different eye techniques. 7 or 8 kilometers away, on a mountaintop, Uchiha Obito gazed at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance, growling softly. His crimson eyes held not only immense anger but also a barely perceptible fear. Nagato's actions naturally attracted the attention of Zetsu and Obito, who had always paid close attention to him, but neither of them had ever imagined witnessing such an earth-shattering battle. Zetsu silently emerged halfway from the ground. Black Zetsu's expression was also somewhat gloomy, though it wasn't very noticeable due to his dark complexion. Why was this happening? Why could Uchiha Gen, who had no brothers, use the complete Susanoo, a technique only the Eternal Eye could activate? Black Zetsu, with a 1,000-year lifespan, knowledgeable about all the secrets of the ninja world, and who considered himself to understand the Uchiha even better than Tobirama Senju, was also deeply confused. After a brief silence, it offered a barely plausible explanation. Perhaps it's because his eye technique can enhance Susanoo? Such eye techniques aren't uncommon. If he transplanted Hashirama cells through the white Zetsu he obtained earlier, combined with his eye technique, it's possible he could reach the complete form. Besides enhancing Susanoo, his other eye technique is likely a copy of someone else's. Amaterasu, Kamui, and Genjutsu should respectively come from Fugaku, Yu, and Shisui. Obito's single eye, hidden beneath the mask, narrowed. After some thought, he found the explanation quite reasonable, but couldn't help feeling frustrated. Even Nagato couldn't defeat this kind of Uchiha Genji. How can our plan proceed? Or rather, even Madara, could he defeat Uchiha Genji, who also possesses a complete Susanoo? Zetsu smiled contemptuously, emerging fully from the ground. It was serious about impersonating Madara Uchiha, and naturally had to maintain Madara's dignity. He's at most similar to Madara at the beginning of Konoha's founding. How could he possibly defeat Madara with the Rinnegan? After receiving Zetsu's confident reply, Obito secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but then became even more annoyed and worried. If Madara Uchiha were to live, would this Madara still have any meaning or value? Obito narrowed his eyes and tentatively asked, then, once Nagato develops the outer path, Rhine rebirth technique, should we control him to revive Madara? There's no need to rush. Black Zetsu paused. It actually had its own thoughts. Madara Uchiha was incredibly domineering, and controlling and guiding him was much more difficult than controlling Obito or Nagato. No matter what, we must protect Nagato's life. White Zetsu, if Nagato is about to lose, you go and possess him. Black Zetsu's words suddenly stopped, and a look of surprise and astonishment appeared on its face. Previously, when Uchiha Genji activated his complete Susanoo, it hadn't shown the slightest apprehension or fear, but now it stared at the sky in utter shock. Above, a green chakra flame shot straight towards the mushroom cloud still lingering in the center of the battlefield. Within the flame was a man wearing a moon-white robe and a Magatama-shaped necklace, his eyes closed. Few Black Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief. It almost thought it was its mother's clansman coming to the ninja world, but it turned out to be the descendant of that rebellious Hamura. No. Hamura's descendant was responsible for guarding the Gato-mazo, so wasn't he here for Nagato? Let's get closer, Black Zetsu urged. Huh? White Zetsu, who had been silent all along, was stunned and exclaimed dramatically, no way, Black Zetsu, do you really want me to die that badly? Hurry up, Black Zetsu urged again, and White Zetsu had no choice but to reluctantly dive underground and head towards the center of the battlefield. You little thief who stole the Gato-mazo, I'll tear you to pieces to vent my hatred. Floating in the sky, the Otsutsuki samurai arrogantly looked down at the confronting Susanoo and Gato-mazo, his ugly face filled with rage. A thief? Nagato frowned, looking at the strange man who had insulted him from the start, and raised his hand to unleash a Shinra Tensei to test him. Boom! A powerful repulsive force whipped up a long, sweeping wind, distorting the air between the two. Stubborn fool, the Otsutsuki samurai flicked his sleeve, and a similar repulsive force erupted. The two massive repulsive forces collided instantly, canceling each other out with a low thud. A technique similar to Shinra Tensei. Nagato was startled, his expression growing even more grave. The Otsutsuki samurai snorted coldly, then suddenly turned to Uchiha Gen, speaking imperiously and arrogantly, "Descendant of Indra, come and kill this madman." Uchiha Gen, whose Susanoo was visible between his brows, curled his lip. He probably already knew the Otsutsuki samurai's origins, and asked with a somewhat gloomy expression, "Did you drop those 2 meteorites?" "Yes, I did." Uchiha Gen's face immediately darkened further, but the Otsutsuki samurai didn't seem to care, instead saying in a commanding tone, "It is your honor to fight and sacrifice to reclaim the Gato Mazo. Now, make your move." The descendants of Hamura on the moon, while inheriting the Otsutsuki surname, also inherited many of the true Otsutsuki clan's bad habits, such as the main branch family and the theory of bloodline. In Otsutsuki samurai's eyes, his bloodline, closer to Hamura's, was clearly superior to Indra's descendants of countless generations. Dominating and commanding him was only natural, and even if it meant sacrificing Uchiha Genji for the Gato Mazo, Uchiha Genji should accept it with gratitude. Uchiha Genji, of course, wouldn't tolerate such behavior. He coldly sized up Otsutsuki samurai a few times, then sneered. "You don't even have eyes. Do you even have a brain? Why should I listen to you?" "What?" Otsutsuki samurai was clearly surprised, frowning. As expected, inferior, ugly earthlings. Even a tiny bit of Indra's blood couldn't change their inherently inferior nature. This ninja world created by their ancestor Haguramo was indeed a mistake, and needed to be destroyed. "You have already chosen your death, what?" Uchiha Genji's eyes widened in shock, then his entire face contorted, and for some reason, he let out an uncontrollable burst of maniacal laughter. "Ho ha ho ha!" After a burst of maniacal laughter, Uchiha Gen's shoulders trembled uncontrollably. His Sharingan eyes grew even more crimson and deep as he stared at the bewildered Otsutsuki samurai, mocking him maliciously, saying things like that, "You must have lost your wife." Sasuke, though constantly pursued by many girls, had never been in a relationship. After the Fourth Shinobi World War, wanting to give Sakura a gift, he sought advice from his teacher, Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, I truly love Sakura. How can I convey my feelings to her? Have you ever given a gift to a girl you like? Or a gift for a friend would also be fine, as long as it shows your feelings." Kakashi, Chidori, Chidori, and more Chidori. Chapter 110. Let me speak from the bottom of my heart. The Uchiha clan possesses a peculiar ability. A single word or expression can break a person's defenses. The once aloof and arrogant Otsutsuki samurai now had a furrowed brow and bulging veins, clearly stung by Uchiha Genji. Otsutsuki samurai likely truly lost his wife. While the giant Insegan is incredibly powerful, it lacks the Rinnegan's ability to revive my love. His son, Otsutsuki Tonari, was the last descendant of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, carrying their future and hopes. Even in the womb, he was modified and guided by the clan elders using the giant Insegan, possessing potential comparable to or even surpassing his ancestor, Hamura. Otsutsuki samurai's wife became both the cradle and the price for this potential. Tonari's birth was the day he died. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest blade. Enveloped in green chakra flames, the Otsutsuki samurai clenched his teeth, his face gradually turning ashen. Rage eroded his reason, and the green flames around him surged, becoming increasingly menacing. With an incredibly grim expression, he opened his palm, aiming at Nagato. The Otsutsuki samurai suppressed his raging anger with willpower and reason, choosing to deal with Nagato first, who was in worse condition and harbored a deeper grudge against him. God Void Strike. Chakra from the giant Insegan was highly condensed, materializing like Susanoo, transforming into a green fist shadow that suddenly slammed out. Nagato, his face pale, still used Shinra Tensei to block it, but the immense repulsive force only hindered the green fist shadow for a moment before it broke through. A more intense and obvious emotion flashed in Nagato's eyes as he was shocked. The Gato Mazo beneath him abruptly crossed his arms to protect his head, barely managing to block the attack. HMPH, the Otsutsuki samurai snorted coldly, forming several hand seals that were clearly different from the mainstream hand seals of the ninja world. The next moment, an enormous humanoid stone statue was summoned by the attendant and pressed directly towards the Gato Mazo. This was the Otsutsuki Hamura statue, a stone giant possessed by the Hamura clan remnants on the moon, possessing indestructible self-repairing abilities and close combat capabilities sufficient to suppress the Nine Tails. Boom! A deafening roar followed, dust billowing everywhere. The Hamura statue launched a crushing attack, its immense weight and impact forcing the Gato-Mazo to retreat. Spiderweb-like cracks spread outwards from the point of impact on the Hamura statue, but in an instant, the broken and shattered parts rapidly healed, continuing to bombard the Gato-Mazo with punch after punch. Another god, amidst the roar, Nagato gazed at the massive statue with some doubt. This statue had two small horns on its forehead, a majestic face, and its body was engraved with numerous Magatama-like patterns. This shape looks somewhat strange, somewhat similar to images from many ancient myths. Nagato pondered. He had thought that with his power far surpassing the 5 kg, he was the only one left in the ninja world, but he hadn't expected that Uchiha Gen and Otsutsuki Samurai, who had appeared one after another, would possess power no less than his. Uchiha Gen was alright, he was a genius of the Konoha Uchiha clan, and his life trajectory was clearly traceable, but what was this guy's background? You guys with unknown origins, don't be too arrogant. A dangerous glint flashed in Nagato's eyes, and he clasped his hands together, letting out a frenzied roar. Upon hearing this, the Otsutsuki samurai in the air grew even more gloomy, and the killing intent emanating from him intensified, like gunpowder that had been detonated. He coldly said, "How could you ants on the ground understand the power of us celestial beings?" The Otsutsuki samurai was referring to the people of the ninja world and the people of the moon, but Nagato clearly misunderstood, thinking that he was also a god who, like him, regarded everyone else as ants. The god of the ninja world, there is only one me. Nagato's Rinnegan gleamed with a bewitching light. Roar. The Gato-Mazo roared to the sky, unleashing a deafening howl before smashing the statue's head with a single punch. Taking advantage of the statue's recovery, Nagato unleashed his eye power, shouting, "Planetary devastation!" Nagato raised his hand and shot a black sphere towards the still regenerating Hamura statue. Under the immense gravity of the black sphere, the statue slowly floated into the sky, then was gradually buried by countless dust and rocks, seemingly about to be sealed away. Faced with Nagato's planetary devastation, Otsutsuki samurai instinctively felt apprehensive. He steeled his resolve, forming several hand seals, resonating with a giant Tensigan on the moon. Instantly, a surge of pure and powerful Tensigan chakra descended from the sky, pouring into Otsutsuki samurai's body. A massive, invisible repulsive force compressed the air, causing a bizarre distortion visible to the naked eye. An invisible shockwave, like a raging flood, crushed the giant stone sphere and the Hamura statue in the sky. Fortunately, the Hamura statue could infinitely repair itself, returning to its original state in a few breaths. After a brief exchange of blows, both Otsutsuki samurai and Nagato realized that their opponent was not someone they could easily defeat. Secretly alarmed, they simultaneously looked at the third party present. "You guys keep fighting, don't worry about me." The bystander, Uchiha Gen, manipulated his Susanoo to retreat a few more miles, but this safe distance clearly didn't reassure Nagato and Otsutsuki samurai. In other words, even if Uchiha Gen were in the land of fire, it would only take him a few dozen seconds to arrive using Susanoo. As long as he was there, Nagato and samurai wouldn't fight to the death, inevitably keeping their strength to prevent him from taking advantage of the situation. An awkward atmosphere ensued. It was Uchiha Gen who first broke the silence. Seeing that it was impossible for him to reap the benefits, Uchiha Gen raised his hand, and the flaming sword in his Susanoo pointed at the Hamura statue, making his stance clear. Compared to Nagato, who had already reached his limit and was weaker than him even with the Gato-Mazo, Uchiha Gen considered the newly appeared Otsutsuki from the moon a greater threat. The giant Tensigan was an absolute sixth-path-level treasure. Although the Otsutsuki servants before him had no eyes, even if he could utilize a small portion of its power, he would not be an easy enemy to deal with. "Pain, how about we take care of this guy together first?" Uchiha Gen extended a team invitation to you. Nagato sighed almost imperceptibly, somewhat hesitant. They had just been fighting to the death, and now they were going to join forces against an enemy? Moreover, he was slightly at a disadvantage in his battle with Uchiha Gen. If he joined forces with him, wouldn't that be treason? He raised his head, looking indifferently at the Otsutsuki samurai floating atop the Hamura statue, and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "Me." The Otsutsuki samurai's face twisted in a grimace. He sneered and pointed contemptuously at the ground beneath their feet, saying, "My name is Otsutsuki Samurai. And the sage of six paths is named Otsutsuki Haguramo. 1,000 years ago, after our ancestor Haguramo created the world, he ordered his brother Hamura and his direct descendants to migrate to the moon. Our clan has watched over the ninja world from the moon for over 1,000 years. War and conflict have always accompanied you, stemming from the inherent flaws of the ninja people." The Otsutsuki samurai's face twitched, twisting into a grotesque, murderous grin. "The ninja world and its inhabitants created by our ancestor Hagoromo are failures. Failures should be completely eradicated. I will utterly destroy the ninja world, and then, 10,000 years later, reshape a better, more peaceful world." Perhaps due to his long solitary life on the moon, Otsutsuki Samurai became incredibly talkative, even revealing his deepest secrets. Nagato's face grew increasingly grim as he listened, eventually turning as black as soot. The first step in rebuilding the ninja world was a mass extermination of all ninja, animals, and plants. Nagato's plan was simply to sacrifice a few 100,000 people with the 10-tailed beast ball, inflicting pain on the world, and then forcing it to choose the path of peace he had laid out amidst suffering and fear. "You're too extreme." Nagato looked at the utterly self-righteous Otsutsuki Samurai and raised his hand. Rumble. A violent storm swept outwards as Nagato and Otsutsuki Samurai once again clashed in a repulsive force. The two invisible forces twisted the air, as if tearing the entire world apart. The Kamui Shuriken, imbued with the power to tear space, silently pierced through the dust and smoke, heading straight for Otsutsuki Samurai's back with lightning speed. To Uchiha Gen's disappointment, yet not entirely unexpectedly, Otsutsuki Samurai simply waved his hand, and several pale green chakra orbs flashed past with a piercing whoosh, colliding with and neutralizing the shuriken that was distorting space. Clearly, although Otsutsuki Samurai was blind, his sensory abilities were exceptional. Lacking eyesight was not a weakness in his battle. He flicked his white sleeves adorned with Magatama patterns, and one after another, Tensegan chakra orbs flashed past, instantly striking Uchiha Gen's Susanoo. Almost instantly, the orbs that made contact with Susanoo each pulled a portion of the chakra that constituted Susanoo away from its surface and flew towards Otsutsuki Samurai. Uchiha Gen was startled by the cratered surface of Susanoo, but quickly recovered. This ability to absorb chakra was not uncommon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, black chains erupted from the Gato Mazo, transforming into streaks of light that struck the clumps of Susanoo chakra that had been extracted from Uchiha Genji's Susanoo, pulling them towards Nagato. Thus, a tug-of-war ensued between the two, both possessing the ability to absorb chakra. However, it was clear that the Gato Mazo, as the remnant of the Ten Tails, the source of chakra in the ninja world, had the upper hand. The black chains almost effortlessly seized the chakra extracted by the servant, then, under Nagato's control, delivered the chakra clumps into his hands. Pratapath, devour. Nagato eagerly activated the Pratapath's power, instantly channeling his Tensegan and Susanoo chakra into surging energy streams that flowed into his body. With the influx of energy, Nagato's previously exhausted body visibly recovered. Uchiha Genji, having repaired his Susanoo, engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a Hemura statue, severing its head after about 10 moves. The stone statue's head arced through the air like a ball before being caught by Susanoo and slammed into the Otsutsuki Samurai, who had been constantly interfering from afar. In the sky, the Otsutsuki Samurai raised his arms, channeling his chakra to use repulsive force to block the oncoming boulder, shouting, "Don't underestimate me, you bastards." Meanwhile, Nagato, having recovered a considerable amount of chakra, revealed a look of surprise. This power? The Tensegan chakra was fine, but the ocular chakra that constituted Susanoo seemed to have formed a strange connection and resonance with him, especially the Rinnegan in his eyes, which showed an urgent thirst for this chakra. Nagato followed the Rinnegan's instincts, injecting this chakra into the Rinnegan, and immediately the purple light in the Rinnegan became even more mysterious and eerie. In an instant, his gaze fell upon the Otsutsuki Samurai, who was dodging the attacks of Uchiha Gen and Susanoo. A strange feeling welled up within him, and he softly uttered, "Chibaku Tensei." At that moment, the entire earth trembled. The Otsutsuki Samurai looked at the cracking ground and the constantly rising rocks, somewhat bewildered, and hurriedly tried to dodge. But soon, he discovered that these rocks were constantly changing direction, surging towards him with him as the core. Nagato had previously used yin-yang release to create a black sphere before using Chibaku Tensei, and then released gravity from the black sphere as the core, but this time he had abandoned the black sphere as the carrier to activate Chibaku Tensei. Rumble. The Otsutsuki Samurai's figure gradually disappeared into the rubble, and the created Chibaku Tensei grew larger and higher, slowly drifting towards the sky. Whoosh! Just then, A meteorite imbued with Tensigan chakra fell from the sky, striking the Chibaku Tensei precisely under the servant's control, producing a deafening explosion. Instantly, a deafening roar erupted, and raging dust and blasts of energy obscured the sky, plunging the battlefield into darkness, as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom! The newly formed Himura statue and Susanoo clashed once more. Uchiha Gen, atop Susanoo, suddenly smiled, detaching himself from Susanoo and activating Kamui's intangibility, merging into the dust. At the center of the dust, the disheveled Otsutsuki servant, his clothes tattered, concentrated all his Tensigan chakra in his hands, pulling sharply towards Nagato. A suction force suddenly acted upon Nagato. Nagato countered with Shinra Tensei, but having just used Chibaku Tensei, he was still in a state of stun after its amplification, and after only a moment of resistance, he involuntarily flew towards the Otsutsuki samurai. Well then, we can take one down first. Although he couldn't see him, the Otsutsuki samurai could sense Nagato's panic and fear through his chakra perception. Spit! The Otsutsuki samurai coughed up blood, looking down at the hand that had pierced his chest. Uchiha Genji? He quickly recognized the hand's chakra aura. But how could this be? The smoke, shockwaves, and debris on the battlefield constantly interfered with his senses, yet he could clearly sense that incredibly vast, chilling chakra was still battling the Himura statue. Why? The Otsutsuki samurai spat out another mouthful of blood. Susanoo can be controlled outside the body, Uchiha Gen chuckled, speaking from the heart. Blind man, you rely on chakra perception to fight. But what if I hide in another dimension, only appearing for a fleeting moment when attacking? Kamui, great, needs no further explanation. Hirozen Sarutobi visited the Enma clan. A little monkey was sick, and the Enma clan asked him to take it to Konoha Hospital for treatment. Hirozen readily agreed, but upon returning to the village, he encountered a problem. The little monkey wasn't a Konoha ninja or anyone from Konoha, and procedurally didn't fit the Konoha Hospital's patient group. What to do? Reluctantly, Hirozen dressed the monkey in human clothes and told the Konoha Hospital doctor, "This is my grandson, my god." The doctor treating the monkey held it, examining it for a long time before saying to the somewhat guilty Hirozen, "Your grandson looks exactly like you." Chapter 111 The End of the Battle. Why is Kamui considered divine? First, there's Itachi, who committed the sin of arrogance. His Amaterasu burned the lowly soldiers, and his Tsukuyomi instantly turned the tables, followed by a disdainful smile. Such an arrogant ocular jutsu user is destined for a short life. Then there's Sasuke, who committed the sin of rage. He only knows how to set fires, and loses his mind at the mere mention of Itachi or Naruto's names, violating the divine ocular verse and the Rin Pact. A ninja must be calm, collected, and make careful judgments. The Mangekyō Sharingan is known for its unpredictability, and Kamui is undoubtedly one of its finest forms, capable of killing anyone below the Six Paths level on its first glimpse. Otsutsuki samurai, lacking sight and experience, was further hampered by the heart-piercing from behind technique that even Six Paths Madara couldn't escape. Originally intending to display his divine power and teach two native ninja a lesson, Otsutsuki samurai instantly found himself in an extremely unfavorable situation. Is that so? The Otsutsuki samurai, coughing up blood after receiving Uchiha Gen's explanation, said weakly, "But you should have been beheaded." Repel, a powerful repulsive force emanated from the Otsutsuki samurai, and Uchiha Gen, face to face with him and unable to dodge in time, immediately used intangibility to avoid the attack. The Otsutsuki samurai seized the opportunity to create some distance from Uchiha Gen, snapped his fingers, and his Tensigan chakra surged into the empty hole in his chest. The Tensigan chakra sealed the Otsutsuki samurai's wound, transforming into a mimicry of a heart and blood vessels, sustaining his life. This was clearly only a temporary measure. Such subtle morphological changes at the vascular level not only consumed a large amount of chakra but also constantly drained his mental energy. Once his mental energy was depleted, he couldn't maintain it. But, it's enough. The Otsutsuki samurai's face was incredibly dark, one hand lightly clutching his chest. His heart was empty, he couldn't even feel pain. But precisely because his life was now in its final countdown, he could now use the power of the giant Tensigan without reservation or regard for the cost. I will eliminate any threat to Tonari that might harm him. Ha! In an instant, a massive surge of energy erupted from Otsutsuki samurai, spreading in all directions, causing dust and debris to fly and the sky to darken for miles around. Otsutsuki Samurai's body was enveloped in Tenseigan chakra dozens of times denser than before. He quickly merged with his emerald green chakra, his clothes, body, eyebrows, and hair all turning green, and his temples slightly bulging. After the dust settled, at the center of the shallow circular crater created by the energy surge, Otsutsuki Samurai completed his Super Moon Man transformation, slowly floating into the air. Whoosh! Otsutsuki Samurai's hands moved with a flurry of hand seals, the Tenseigan chakra within him gradually stabilizing, and then he slowly opened his tightly closed eyelids. His once empty eye sockets now held a pair of chakra-mimicked eyes, which locked onto Uchiha Gen's face the instant they opened. Then, a small, twisting black sphere, barely maintaining its spherical shape under the influence of the Tenseigan chakra, slowly floated out from between his brows. Upon seeing it, Uchiha Gen felt a slight stinging sensation between his brows. His instincts warned him of the danger posed by this small sphere, no bigger than half a fist. A truth-seeking ball. A highly concentrated chakra body, fusing the 7 chakra properties of yin and yang and the 5 elements, possessing the ultimate power to transform and annihilate all things. Those without the power of the 6 paths cannot even come into contact with it. Descendant of Indra, come and fight, the Otsutsuki Samurai spoke with unusual fervor, but the voice emanating from him was strangely eerie. Uchiha Gen looked closely and saw that the samurai's throat already had cracks. Not only his throat, but also his forehead and body. Cracks were spreading all over him, like a beautiful porcelain piece about to shatter into countless pieces, forcibly held together only by the Tenseigan chakra. Whoosh! The Otsutsuki Samurai, his speed increased several times over, appeared before Uchiha Gen like a ghost, his left hand gripping the truth-seeking ball and slamming it down towards Gen's cheek. However, upon seeing the truth-seeking ball, Gen naturally couldn't retract his intangible state. The Otsutsuki Samurai, holding the truth-seeking ball, passed directly through Gen's body. The Otsutsuki Samurai seemed unprepared for this, continuing his forward momentum, his back wide open, completely defenseless. Just as the hem of his robes left Gen's body, his left hand, which had been pushing forward, suddenly flipped, the truth-seeking ball in his palm abruptly deforming and elongating, piercing Gen's skull once more with incredible speed. Clever tricks, Uchiha Gen, still in his intangible state and not seizing the opportunity to retaliate, scoffed, but his expression remained serious. Unconsciously, he and his servant had completed a psychological game, but the basis of this game was unfair. Uchiha Gen knew the power of the truth-seeking balls, but the Otsutsuki servant didn't think Uchiha Gen knew. Intelligence is extremely valuable in battles between ninjas below the 6 paths level, and even in battles at the 6 paths level. If Otsutsuki Kaguya knew that Naruto was proficient in the sexy jutsu, the final battle might have been very different. You bastard, don't you dare face me head-on. Turning around, the Otsutsuki servant punched and kicked Uchiha Gen's phantom, trying to provoke him with words. Unfortunately, the ever-arrogant Moon Man kept repeating the words bastard and trash, and Uchiha Gen, who had studied in Zone in his previous life, completely ignored his insults. Seeing that Uchiha Gen remained unmoved, Otsutsuki Samurai, knowing his time was running out, didn't want to get entangled. He transformed into dazzling green light, heading straight for the 2 tails, Yotsuba, in Susanoo's chest. If you won't make a move, I'll kill your 2 tails. Bang! Uchiha Gen immediately released the 2 tails summoning, and even ceased maintaining Susanoo. Damn it, Otsutsuki Samurai was somewhat exasperated, but helpless. Seeing that Uchiha Gen was determined not to fight him, he had no choice but to change his target to Nagato, a suicidal force. Facing Otsutsuki Samurai's sudden attack, Nagato, who had already returned to the top of the Gato Mazo while Otsutsuki Samurai was fighting Uchiha Gen, had a grim expression. Otsutsuki Samurai had clearly unleashed his power before death, using some kind of secret technique to greatly enhance his strength. Trying to take someone down with him. Uchiha Gen could dodge with space-time ninjutsu, but Nagato didn't have that ability. Shinra Tensei, Nagato released a repulsive force. But this incredibly powerful technique, aside from causing an earthquake, did nothing to hinder the Otsutsuki Samurai for even a moment. Immediately afterward, the Otsutsuki Samurai, closing in on the Gato Mazo, raised his left hand. His seemingly malnourished truth-seeking ball spun rapidly near his wrist, and an incomparably dazzling golden light shot straight into the sky. It was a golden longsword, hundreds of meters long, as dazzling and radiant as the sun. Catching his breath, The Otsutsuki samurai raised his constantly shattering left hand, assuming a sword-wielding posture, and the hundreds of meters long, shimmering golden light instantly slashed down. It was a brilliant golden light that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth in two, the purest and most extreme destructive power. The golden sword fell instantly. Nagato roared, and the Gato Mazo clasped its hands together to block the golden sword. With a deafening roar, a chasm extending thousands of meters appeared behind the Mazo. Amidst the billowing dust, Nagato's face was deathly pale, his heart filled with horror. He couldn't stop it. He could see that the hand of the Gato Mazo that was blocking the golden sword had been cut with a deep gash, and amidst the sharp, piercing scraping sounds of the golden sword clashing with the Mazo, the sword was steadily approaching Nagato's head. Damn it, Nagato glared angrily, continuously pouring his chakra into the Mazo, but it was only a drop in the ocean. Boss, I'm here to help you, a chuckling voice suddenly came from the top of the Gato Mazo. Nagato glanced away and saw a lump of white clay slowly emerging from the Mazo's head, shaping itself into the likeness of Zetsu from the Akatsuki organization. However, unlike the half-black, half-white figure he usually saw, Zetsu was now entirely white. How did Zetsu know I was in the land of snow? And how did he merge with the Gato Mazo without me even noticing? Nagato was startled, and in that moment of distraction, the Otsutsuki samurai's golden sword pressed down several meters further. Zetsu, what are you trying to do? Concentrating all his power to control the Mazo, Nagato's eyes bulged, and he asked through gritted teeth, enunciating each word clearly. Don't be nervous, Chief, I'm really here to help you. White Zetsu looked up at the approaching golden sword and said softly, Chief, I know you're about to be overwhelmed. My body possesses extremely powerful life force. Let me attach myself to you. It will not only replenish your body's deficiencies but also greatly enhance your strength. Although White Zetsu's true form doesn't have the same life force as Toby, it still especially made White Zetsu with a considerable amount of life force and chakra. White Zetsu was confident that Nagato wouldn't refuse, because with his injured legs, he had no way to avoid it. Only by blocking this golden wheel reincarnation explosion could he survive. Hearing this, Nagato gritted his teeth and remained silent. He didn't trust White Zetsu, or rather, he didn't trust anyone in the world except Conan. However, the golden sword above his head, the beads of sweat constantly dripping from his forehead, and the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, forced him to choose to trust White Zetsu this once. At least, with his Rinnegan and the Uzumaki clan's sensory abilities, he already knew that White Zetsu possessed rich and abundant life energy. Regardless of what Zetsu and his accomplice Madara were planning, he had to overcome the immediate crisis first. Alright, Nagato hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded helplessly. White Zetsu responded, his entire body turning back into soft mud and flowing towards Nagato's crippled legs. Kamui, a distorted space appeared between Nagato and White Zetsu. Caught off guard, the flowing White Zetsu was directly sucked into the Kamui space by the spatial vortex. Nagato was startled and turned his gaze to Uchiha Gen, who was thousands of meters away. Uchiha Gen shrugged, raised an eyebrow, revealing 8 teeth, gave a thumbs up, and mouthed, "You're welcome." Having already made one of the Otsutsuki samurai unleash his full power, how could Uchiha Gen give Nagato the same opportunity to strengthen his power? Sizzle. Swish. The golden sword finally broke through the barrier of the Gato Mazo, and amidst the Mazo's painful roar, it slashed at Nagato on the Mazo's forehead. The dazzling golden light sword finally struck the top of the Gato Mazo. Roar. The Gato Mazo's painful roar echoed through the heavens and earth, shaking mountains and rivers like thunder. Boom boom boom. The terrifying destructive power of the golden wheel reincarnation explosion left a wound over 10 meters long and nearly a meter deep on the top of the Gato Mazo, arguably the most durable structure in the ninja world. The top of the Mazo was now completely empty. Not even a trace left? Ha! Otsutsuki samurai, panting heavily, finally felt a surge of satisfaction after sensing no trace of Nagato's life force and burst into laughter. But soon, as if someone had grabbed his throat, his laughter abruptly ceased. Above the Gato Mazo, in the familiar spatial vortex, a one-eyed masked man dressed in the same black robe and cloud-patterned garment as Nagato slowly appeared, carrying the blood-soaked Nagato. Uchiha Obito released his grip, and Nagato, gasping for breath, knelt on the ground, coughing up blood continuously. What a sorry sight, Nagato. Obito's single eye was filled with mockery, yet his voice was calm and ethereal. Even our god can be defeated. Cough cough. Nagato, His hands pressed against the golem's wounds, coughed up blood and looked up, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. He said coldly, "Madara, you've come at the right time. This green glowing guy is almost dead, ignore him. You just need to use your invincible Susanoo to take down that Uchiha Jr. over there." Obito's body stiffened for a negligible moment. Me? Obito could no longer maintain his Uchiha Madara persona and fell silent. Nagato snorted coldly and looked up at the Otsutsuki samurai in the sky. Why? The Otsutsuki samurai in the sky, seemingly driven mad, his chapped face contorted in agony, screamed hysterically, "Damn space-time jutsu user! Damn it, silver wheel reincarnation explosion!" Instantly, a vortex storm erupted from the Otsutsuki samurai's hand, sweeping outwards. Amidst a deafening roar, the incredibly violent tornado ravaged everything in its path, like an eraser from a higher dimension, wiping away everything in its way. Glaciers, snowfields, and even nearby mountains were easily torn apart and torn away like soft paper. Only a scene of devastation remained on the earth. He's truly gone mad. Uchiha Gen, arms crossed, faced the oncoming tornado that reshaped the landscape without flinching or dodging. Rubble and gale force winds passed right through him without any effect. Soon, the tornado advanced, reaching the Gato Mazo. Obito reached out and grabbed Nagato's robes, pulling him into the spatial vortex. "Gato Mazo," Nagato exclaimed worriedly. "Gato Mazo isn't that fragile. Take care of yourself first," Obito said coldly. Rumble. The massive Gato Mazo became the only casualty of this attack. Like a small boat in a raging storm, the Gato Mazo was overturned by the tornado, rolling more than a dozen times before finally collapsing to the ground. The Gato Mazo still possessed some animalistic instincts. Having lost Nagato's control and then being attacked, it immediately dispelled its summoning jutsu, disappearing into the dust with a thud. Whoosh. Having used the silver wheel reincarnation explosion, the Otsutsuki samurai slowly landed on the ground. The green flame chakra cloak formed from the Tenseigan chakra on his body had dimmed, and the light orb on his chest, which replaced his heart, was gradually losing its glow. In the end, you couldn't even kill one. Otsutsuki samurai felt dizzy, his brows furrowed, and he gazed blankly at the moon. "Tonari," he murmured weakly, forming a hand seal to release the summoning of the Hamura statue. "Tonari, eat well, grow well. One day, this corrupt world will be destroyed, and you will be crowned a god." Snap! A black chain tightened around Otsutsuki samurai's neck. Obito's hands tightened suddenly, and Otsutsuki samurai's neck completely collapsed. Who is this guy? Obito was filled with endless doubt. He was the mastermind hidden in the dark underworld, behind the terrorist organization Akatsuki, yet there was someone even more hidden than him? "Let me see who you really are." Obito took a deep breath and grabbed at Otsutsuki samurai's head. "What are you doing? Who gave you permission to touch my spoils?" Uchiha Gen's cold voice rang out, and Obito was instantly startled. For a moment, he felt a chill run through his body, and his breath caught in his throat. However, Uchiha Gen was still far away, not even letting out a trace of killing intent. Obito's eyes glazed over. "Damn it, I've developed genophobia." Having suffered repeated losses at Uchiha Gen's hands and witnessed firsthand the power of Uchiha Gen's complete Susanoo, Obito had to admit that he had indeed lost the courage to fight Uchiha Gen head-on. In his moment of distraction, Uchiha Gen had already arrived nearby. In a panic, Obito hastily pulled the chain in his hand, only managing to sever the hand of the servant's corpse. "I'd rather destroy it than let Uchiha Gen get it." Obito's Sharingan ice spun rapidly. Fire release, explosive wind dance, a powerful whirlwind, carrying the flames of fire release, created a massive vortex of fire that spiraled towards the corpse of the Otsutsuki samurai like a giant fire serpent. Susanoo. Uchiha Gen paused, projecting a pale blue phantom image from his body to block Obito's attack aimed at destroying the evidence. Amidst the scattering flames, Obito grabbed the Otsutsuki samurai's arm, intangibly retreating and disappearing from Uchiha Gen's sight. He escaped. Uchiha Gen scanned his surroundings. Within a 10-mile radius, the area had been reduced to nothing but craters after the series of battles. Nagato and Obito were nowhere to be seen. Only the mangled corpses of Uchiha Gen and the samurai remained on the vast ruins. Gen, being kind-hearted, couldn't bear to see such a noble Otsutsuki bloodline lying dead in the wilderness. He carefully collected the body before humming a song and heading towards the snow capital. This time, although he didn't kill Nagato, he gained a lot. He completely subdued the two tails and also obtained the corpse of a direct descendant of Hamura. 3 days later, in the Land of Iron, at a secret Akatsuki base, Zetsu, resembling a Venus flytrap, popped his head out from the wall. The black Zetsu, now possessed by a white Zetsu, still had a somewhat gloomy expression on his face. Kakuzu and Mangetsu have been found. Kakuzu lost 3 hearts in the aftermath of that battle. After I told them about this base, he went to replenish his hearts. Very good. Their combat strength is still very important. Uchiha Obito sat on a stone chair, resting his chin on his hands, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Any progress in the investigation of that strange person who uses green flames?" "Yes." Black Zetsu handed Uchiha Obito a piece of information mixed with his own deliberately added information. Even though Obito had already absorbed a wave of mythological ideas from Madara Uchiha, he was still utterly shocked by the sheer volume of information. The Sage of Six Paths brother? The Otsutsuki clan, overlooking the ninja world from the moon, holding the information in his hand, Obito slowly rose and walked along the intricate passageway to a room, gently pushing open the door. Inside, Nagato, with his light reddish-white hair and emaciated frame, lay on the bed drinking medicine. His face was withered and sallow, making him look like a 50-year-old rather than a 20-something. "Madara, what are you doing here?" Konan, who was guarding the door, questioned Obito sharply upon seeing him. "Don't be nervous, Konan. I think Madara's actions have already proven our sincerity, haven't they?" Black Zetsu appeared at the door, comforting Konan before whispering, "That day, we had countless opportunities to kill Nagato, but in the end, Madara rescued Nagato from Uchiha Genji." Hearing this, Konan sneered and remained silent, while Nagato coughed and asked, "Speak, what is it?" "It's still about that matter. Nagato, your life force has been overdrawn too much, seriously affecting your life and strength." Seeing that Nagato's life was nearing its end, Black Zetsu was also a little anxious. "You must integrate with White Zetsu as soon as possible, otherwise you won't live much longer." Black Zetsu certainly didn't want Nagato to receive the help of White Zetsu and Hashirame's cells, which would mean that Nagato's crippled leg would be restored and his strength would surge to a point that it and Obito couldn't control. But more than that, it feared the death of Nagato, who hadn't even developed the outer path yet. Of all the ninjas in the world who possess Sage Mode bodies, only Nagato, carefully selected by Madara, is capable of developing the Rinnegan. Even Tsunade, who inherited the first Hokage's bloodline, is far from sufficient. Without Nagato, how can Madara be resurrected? Without Madara, how can his own mother escape? "Why are you so insistent on me fusing with White Zetsu?" Nagato frowned, realizing a blind spot. "There are many treasures and beings in the ninja world with powerful life force. If you truly want to help me, why not find one for me?" Obito said in a deep voice, "White Zetsu is something I possessed in the battle at the Valley of the End." "Enough," Konan sneered. She had already heard from Nagato about Madara's performance in the battle 3 days ago, and mocked, "Are you still going to pretend to be Uchiha Madara? A ninja world demon who didn't even dare to fight Uchiha Genji? Don't be ridiculous." Obito's body trembled, his eyes extremely ugly, but he still suppressed his anger and succinctly said, "White Zetsu contains the cells of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. As a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, he is different from you who awakened the Rinnegan." As he said this, a hint of mockery appeared in Obito's eyes. Hashirama Senju's sage body is the strongest among the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths in the past 1,000 years. If you replenish his cells, you can get even closer to the Sage of Six Paths in terms of body. Obito spoke these secrets, which he thought would shock Nagato, without noticing that Konan and Nagato's eyes met for a moment when he mentioned Hashirama. "I'll think about it some more." After Obito finished speaking, Nagato gave a few perfunctory words and sent the two away. In the dimly lit room, Konan used the paper shikigami technique to cover the room with paper, making sure no one could eavesdrop before standing beside Nagato on his sickbed, transplanting a part of her body into Nagato's body. It's obvious that Madara and Zetsu would do all sorts of things. Compared to Madara and Zetsu, who clearly had their own ulterior motives, it would be safer to experiment and transplant it herself. The two in the room spoke in unison, mentioning a tool they had just taken from Danzo. "Boruto, Uncle Sasuke, who was Dad's first kiss?" "Sasuke, me." "Boruto, does he have someone very important to him?" "Sasuke, Boruto, then Dad must really like you, right?" "Sasuke, no, he likes my wife." Chapter 112 The War in the Land of Grass. In the Land of Hot Springs, At the Konoha camp, Uchiha Gen returned to his loyal commander-in-chief's seat. In the 3 days following the battle, he investigated the rainbow ice wall, confirming it as a natural energy node. After adding it to his short list of potential tree nurseries, he left Shisui and a few others to handle the aftermath before returning to the Konoha camp. As commander-in-chief, he had been away from the Konoha camp for over a week, and a mountain of documents awaited his attention, 7 or 8/10 of which were greetings from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Clan leader, this was delivered this morning. These past few days, the third Hokage has been sending an urgent document almost every morning, noon, and evening, more punctual than meal times at the camp. Uchiha Gen hadn't even settled in when the still shiny bald Uchiha Yatsuho entered, holding a document. Good, Uchiha Gen took the document, his eyes flashing at Yatsuho's gleaming head. Wait a minute, Hachide. Why hasn't your hair grown back yet? Uchiha Gen was taken aback. He was already used to Hachide's bald look and hadn't expected that Hachide's head and eyebrows, which had been shaved for over half a year, would still be so shiny and without any new hair growth. Haha, Hachide chuckled, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Although it was embarrassing at first, I gradually got used to this hairstyle. It makes me more sensitive to the wind. So I bought some of Guy's secret hair removal cream and toothpaste from him, the kid who recently submitted his Jonin promotion application, and I've been using them for a while now. Hachide lowered his head and pointed to his forehead at Uchiha General. It was round, shiny, and shiny. Even the pores were closed. Gen Uchiha channeled chakra into the envelope in his hand, deciphering the coded message to open it. While reading the third Hokage's letter, he casually remarked, I heard Guy's hair removal cream isn't for removing hair. After Guy's father, Dai, kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist into oblivion, the village treated Guy, the hero's son who could easily become an 8 Gates demolition soldier, with considerable care. Making an exception to promote Guy, who only excelled in taijutsu, to Jonin was one aspect. They also provided financial assistance, such as helping him sell body-strengthening medicine and hair removal cream, giving him a business. After all, mastering taijutsu requires various medicinal supplements, which are quite costly. However, Guy's hair removal cream was designed and formulated to better suit his green bodysuit, primarily removing armpit, leg, and genital hair, not for scalp. As long as it works, that's fine, the 8th Hokage replied casually, clearly unconcerned. Alright. What's wrong with an Uchiha who doesn't spend all his time thinking about destroying the world or philosophical questions about the meaning of life and the existence of humanity, just being a little weird in appearance and thought? Seeing the indifferent 8th Hokage, Uchiha Gen stopped worrying and started reading the third Hokage's letter. Hiruzen Sarutobi's letter actually only had 2 things to say. One was the same old refrain, urging Uchiha Gen to withdraw his troops, and withdraw his troops again. The other was an inquiry about the Land of Snow. At that time, the 3 of them were fighting so fiercely that the earth shook and the sky darkened, and even the Land of Grass, thousands of miles away from the Land of Snow, could feel the slight tremors. I'm afraid the Land of Snow will soon be welcoming wave after wave of tourists. Maybe we can even take this opportunity to develop tourism. As for explanation? Explain what? Withdraw his troops? What's that? Uchiha Gen casually tossed the letter into the trash can and leisurely wrote a reply. Thud. In the Land of Grass camp, a letter was slammed to the ground by Hiruzen Sarutobi. What is Uchiha Genji trying to do? Does he still have the will of fire? Hiruzen Sarutobi trembled with rage, his old face flushed red. He was truly furious. The core message of Uchiha Genji's reply could be summarized as, the Cloud Ninja are treacherous and fickle. Without a large army to guard the area, things might change. So when would this army stay? Uchiha Genji's plan was to at least secure the agreed-upon compensation first, then wait for the Cloud Ninja to deliver the first year's compensation, before returning to the village, regrouping for a few months, and reinforcing the Iwagakure front. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you'd better wait patiently for further instructions. After his outburst, Hiruzen Sarutobi still suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. He had no choice. Uchiha Genji's capture of the cage and the killing of the Jinchuriki in the Land of Hot Water was a great achievement. If he didn't boast and act arrogantly, would he still be an Uchiha? If Uchiha Gen obediently came to support them, Hiruzen Sarutobi would suspect him of vying for credit and expanding his influence, eager to become the 5th Hokage. Crunch. Hiruzen Sarutobi left long scratch marks on the table with his hands, took a deep breath, summoned his son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, and ordered an increased frequency of attacks at the front, with the entire ninja army advancing towards Iwagakure. He didn't believe that without Uchiha Gen, the war couldn't be fought. Weren't the dangers of World War II and World War II far greater than this? Did they still win the war under his brilliant leadership? In the depths of winter in the land of grass, the clouds flowed like water, and the cold wind cut like a knife. This medium-sized country, nestled between the land of earth and the land of fire, was, as its name suggests, mostly boundless grassland, with only a few strategic locations like the Canopy Bridge in the north near the land of earth. The vast, unobstructed plains rendered the ninjas' preferred and most effective small team infiltration and counter-infiltration tactics useless. Furthermore, the Iwagakure ninjas, skilled in large-scale warfare, deliberately guided the battle, transforming the land of grass battlefield into a direct, head-on clash between opposing forces. Hiruzen Sarutobi, too, favored this large-scale warfare, as it allowed him to maximize his advantages. He was essentially a five-elemental ninja army. Combined ninjutsu, wind and fire tornado, a powerful, aged roar erupted, wind and fire swirling together. A monkey-like figure took the lead, leaping across the barren plain, nimbly dodging countless kunai and shuriken, chasing the fire dragon. With a muffled boom, a massive, long wall of earth, like the Great Wall, rose up under the combined attack of hundreds of Iwagakure ninjas, the wind and fire dissipating. Amidst the sparks, Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in black combat gear, surged forward along the earth wall, his shoes scraping against the stone. Then, with a boom, amidst the exclamations of the Iwagakure, Hiruzen Sarutobi tilted his body, his long staff suddenly growing dozens of times longer, swinging in a semicircle with fierce, domineering, and powerful force. Wherever the staff passed, dust billowed, blood splattered, and more than 10 Iwagakure ninja were swept away like tattered rags, dying instantly. Huff, after a heavy breath, Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly formed hand seals, and a bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the sky. Using lightning release to counter the Iwagakure's most common earth release hardening technique, after paralyzing a large number of Iwagakure ninja, the sand instantly rose again. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaped and bounded, his light and powerful movements like a monkey in a peach grove, each strike a kill, smashing heads until blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly decimating the Iwagakure's 100-man squad. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, his leaping body stopped, he rolled twice, and then his legs kicked off forcefully, using the body flicker technique to leave a shallow trail in the air. Dust release, particle style, a thunderous roar finally reached Hiruzen Sarutobi's ears. A bright, square barrier enveloped a radius of about 10 meters around where Hiruzen Sarutobi had just landed, and the boulders and corpses within silently turned into dust. Inoki, his white hair and beard, his face covered in wrinkles, floated in the air, his eyes filled with rage, white smoke billowing from his large nose. The two old rivals met again, and after only a moment of eye contact, they began to fight. Hiruzen Sarutobi crouched, his back bent, his legs bent, his posture resembling that of an old ape, and threw a giant shuriken. Ninja art, shuriken shadow clone technique. Dozens of giant shuriken arrived in front of Inoki in an instant. Inoki held his breath, let out a soft shout, and swung his right hand, transforming it into a hard rock fist, deflecting several shuriken in front of him. His face grim, he floated towards Hiruzen Sarutobi, unleashing a powerful earth release, steel form technique, summoning a gigantic rock monster that slammed its palm down on Hiruzen. Boom! The rock monster's sweeping hammer sent up a cloud of dust, but Hiruzen leaped across its body like a flea, easily dodging all its attacks, even managing to throw kunai and spit fireballs at Inoki from time to time. Soon, under Inoki's control, the rock monster, carrying the ever-moving Hiruzen, was far removed from the battlefield. Dust release, detachment of the primal world technique. After leaving the battlefield, Inoki suddenly used dust release again, enveloping both the rock giant and Hiruzen within it. Hiruzen Sarutobi had anticipated this. His long staff extended as he struck the rock monster, propelling it over 100 meters before it nimbly landed back on the ground. Watching Inoki rapidly ascend, seemingly afraid of his advance, he smugly remarked, "Inoki, it seems you've truly grown old, is that so? Are these the last words of your longest-serving Hokage?" High above, Inoki looked down, a cold laugh playing on his lips, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Looking at Inoki, who was still rising and had almost become a tiny black dot, Hiruzen Sarutobi paused, startled. This distance was beyond the range of normal ninjutsu. Even dust release could be easily dodged from this distance. Inoki couldn't be so foolish. A sudden chill ran through Hiruzen Sarutobi, a bad premonition gripped him. He turned to look. During his earlier struggle with the rock giant, he had already strayed several kilometers from the main battlefield. He deliberately lured me here. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hair stood on end, his brow tingling as if pricked by needles, sensing an immense threat. Whoosh! On a small hill nearly a kilometer away, a concealment barrier shattered with a deafening roar. An incredibly powerful chakra reaction erupted. A blood-red monster with 4 tails on its back roared to the sky, its mouth already condensing a tailed beast ball, which it then unleashed. Was that Roshi, half-tailed beast in his form? How did he fallen out with Inoki? Hiruzen Sarutobi was filled with endless questions, but he had no time to dwell on them. His fingers flew, unleashing his strongest defensive ninjutsu. Summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon. A series of booming sounds followed. While the triple Rashomon couldn't completely block the tailed beast ball, it greatly weakened its power. Hiruzen Sarutobi, at the center of the explosion, was only blasted back several dozen meters by the impact, suffering minor internal injuries. Whoosh! A scorching magma ball flew towards him. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had just landed, could only grit his teeth and leap into the air again to dodge the magma attack. Meanwhile, in the sky, boundless chakra gathered between Inoki's hands, and a long charge dust release technique, under Inoki's control, flew rapidly towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. Damn it! Hiruzen Sarutobi cursed inwardly, struggling to dodge in midair, almost unable to breathe. The Keka Itoda, formed from wind, fire, and earth elements, was arguably the most powerful in the ninja world. Being hit meant certain death. At the critical moment, Enma, with a bang, the staff in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand transformed into a white monkey dressed in ninja attire, its furry hands grabbing Hiruzen Sarutobi and hurling it forcefully before instantly releasing the summoning. Having barely dodged the dust release, Hiruzen Sarutobi recast the summoning jutsu, recalling Enma, and used the staff to block the furious punch from the oncoming half-tailed beast transformed Roshi. The two Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, Roshi and Han, while not perfect Jinchuriki like Killer Bee, had already mastered half-tailed beast transformation and tailed beast ball abilities, making them absolute top-tier combatants. Boom! Hiruzen Sarutobi staggered back several steps, deflecting Roshi's attack with his staff. He was panting heavily, still feeling a lingering fear. He knew that Roshi had left to travel due to political disagreements with Inoki, and that Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, was guarding Iwagakure. This was solid intelligence. He just hadn't expected Inoki, who now held absolute power in Iwagakure, to actually bring back Roshi, who had opposed him. Hiruzen, of course, had no idea how much trauma Madara Uchiha had inflicted on Inoki's young mind, how many sleepless nights Inoki had endured after hearing that another Uchiha Genji had emerged in Konoha. This sense of crisis and fear ultimately led Inoki to proactively show weakness and reconcile with Roshi, recalling him to the battlefield. This is difficult. Hiruzen's face was ashen, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening. He could hold his own against Inoki. But with Roshi added to the mix, it was 2 against 1. If it were a fight to the death, he would surely lose his life, at most trading one enemy for another. If he fled, not only would the front lines be lost, but his reputation would be ruined, so death was preferable. Weighing the options, Hiruzen Sarutobi chose the most moderate and least risky approach. He fled and retreated, heading towards the front lines. There were still dozens of Konoha Jonin there. If even a few of them could risk their lives to hold off Roshi, the battle could still be fought. What? The battle in the land of grass has been lost. The next day, Uchiha Gen almost choked while eating breakfast. The Iwagakure front, which had been evenly matched for half a year, had actually lost just like that? Uchiha Gen snatched the intelligence report from the 8th Hokage in disbelief. It contained only a few lines. The fewer the words, the bigger and more urgent the matter. Suffering a crushing defeat, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Roshi, has appeared on the battlefield. 8 Jonin, including Sarutobi Shinosuke and Hyuga, have perished, and the Hokage is severely injured. Uchiha Gen's gaze fell on the name Shinosuke, wondering if Konohama would ever be born. Clan leader, what about us? Immediately mobilize troops to support the land of grass, but you should go and provide support first. Uchiha Gen clasped his hands together, resting them on his nose, deep in thought for a moment, his eyes profound and calm. I must return to Konoha first. Chapter 113 The Alliance of the Uchiha and Hyuga. After the Senju clan's retirement, a saying circulated in Konoha: Konoha's Jonin have the most tomo. Without the Hyuga clan, there is no one to contend with. After the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha's total number of Jonin was only slightly over 200. The two major clans combined had nearly 50, and the quality of their Jonin was far higher than Konoha's average. Now, the math problem: given that Konoha had 215 Jonin after the Third Shinobi World War, and after the Nine Tails attack, the Beast invasion, the Roots defection, and the wars against Kumo and Iwa, Konoha suffered a cumulative loss of about 60 to 70 Jonin. How many Jonin did Konoha have left? Still slightly over 200. Because with the death and defection of Jonin, others were promoted, and Konoha's Jonin number remained at slightly over 200, only its war potential and overall Jonin quality were weakened. However, during several upheavals, especially after Uchiha Genzo led an army, the Uchiha clan made up a large proportion of the newly recruited Jonin, bringing the number of Uchiha Jonin to a new peak. The Uchiha clan now has 35 Jonin-level ninjas, with 3 more undergoing the promotion candidate review process. Heroes in Saratobi's battle created a vacancy, so they'll likely be promoted soon. This is normal. While other clans weaken with each battle, the Uchiha grow stronger, even unleashing a power spike when facing imminent danger or the sacrifice of teammates. While the Hyuga clan's Jonin numbers aren't as outrageous as the Uchiha's increase of a dozen, they've still seen an overall increase. After all, they are ocular ninjas with X-ray vision and long-range abilities, making them far more survivable on the battlefield. Together, these two clans have over 60 Jonin, accounting for 30% of Konoha's Jonin population. With both clan heads becoming Hokage advisors, Konoha's powerful clans have reached their peak since the Senju's retirement. That night, Hyuga Hayashi, the Hyuga clan head and Konoha advisor elder, received a mysterious and distinguished guest at his home, a guest who should currently be on the Kumagakure front. Impeached the Hokage, Hayashi Hyuga, now dressed in a white kimono, was startled. His hand trembled, and the scalding hot tea he had just poured splashed onto the back of his hand. He had long anticipated that Uchiha Gen, a frontline commander, returning to Konoha, must be up to something significant, but Hayashi never expected him to do something so unprecedented. That's the Hokage. Hayashi studied his teacup with great willpower, slowly placing it on the table. Without even considering the feasibility of the matter, he retorted without hesitation, "There has never been such a precedent in the ninja world. Indeed, the Kage is the highest leader of the ninja village." Although the ninja village proclaims itself a Jonin democracy, the Kage is a lifetime dictator elected by the Jonin through democratic voting, possessing all discretionary power over village affairs. In the previous 50 years of the ninja world, those who rebelled against or were dissatisfied with the Kage simply went on trips like Roshi and Tsunade, or more drastically, like the Gold and Silver brothers of Kumagakure, to assassinate the Kage. No Kage had ever been impeached and removed from office. So what if there's no precedent? Uchiha Gen scoffed, his expression arrogant, and chuckled. Haven't any Kage been captured before? Did I still invite the fourth Hokage, to the Konoha camp as a guest? Can it be any harder to get a wounded old monkey down from a tree? Hyuga Hayashi wasn't stupid. Seeing Uchiha Gen's undisguised attitude, he understood Uchiha Gen's thoughts. You want to oust the third Hokage and become the fifth Hokage, Hyuga clan leader. Be careful what you say. How can you say oust? Uchiha Gen's tone was calm, even slightly playful. He toyed with a teacup on the table and chuckled. Legally speaking, the third Hokage is already the former Hokage, since the fourth Hokage was already chosen. It's just that the fourth Hokage died young, and the village hasn't chosen a fifth Hokage yet, so he's temporarily serving as Hokage. But he doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. News of the crushing defeat on the battlefield in the Land of Grass had already reached the village. Although most of the village's ninjas and villagers didn't know, Hayashi certainly did. Clan leader Gen, I personally support your desire to elect a fifth Hokage, but Uchiha Gen suddenly activated his Sharingan, his eyes flashing red, startling Hayashi into instinctively avoiding his Sharingan. However, Gen Uchiha didn't intend to use genjutsu. He simply picked up his tea and took a sip. With my achievements in wiping out Kumagakure and capturing the Raikage, am I qualified to be Hokage? Yes, but you'll have to pass the Jonin vote. Hayashi Hyuga's words struck at the Achilles heel of the Uchiha clan. Madara lost to Hashirama. Fugaku was merely a foil for Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze in the fourth Hokage election, The Uchiha had lost every Hokage election for this reason. The Uchiha and Senju clans had a long-standing feud, and even Madara and Hashirame's joint founding of Konoha and the beginning of the ninja era couldn't change this. The Senju had abandoned their surname and integrated into Konoha, but the Senju faction still firmly held the Hokage position, their influence on the village far exceeding that of the Uchiha, who were confined to the police department. The vast majority of neutral ninja clans and civilian ninjas only obey the Hokage. Whoever is the Hokage, they will follow. During the election, they will naturally vote for Hiruzen Sarutobi, the current Hokage. In other words, in a normal election, unless Uchiha Gen is the only candidate, he will have no chance of passing the voting stage. So, this Uchiha Gen pointed to the Sharingan in his eyes, and said, "Can I become Hokage?" Hyuga Hayashi nodded and then shook his head. Yes, but only with a broken Konoha. Uchiha Gen solemnly put down his teacup, looking at Hyuga Hayashi with a serious expression, full of confidence. Then, with these two things, plus the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, can I, Uchiha Gen, become Hokage? Hyuga Hayashi pondered for a moment, then lowered his head and remained silent. Taking advantage of the third Hokage's defeat and plummeting prestige, if the Hyuga and Uchiha clans joined forces to impeach the Hokage and demand the election of the fifth Hokage, it was highly likely they could succeed. But what does Uchiha Gen's desire to become Hokage have to do with Hyuga Hayashi or the Hyuga clan? Hayashi is already quite content with his current position as Hokage advisor. He has no other ambitions. Why would he do something so thankless? Seeing Hayashi remain silent, Uchiha Gen placed a hand on the tea room window, pushing open the exquisitely crafted silver-lacquered pine window. The cold winter wind howled in, instantly chilling the once warm tea room. The wind rustled and whispered. In the night, moonlight streamed down like silver threads, carpeting the entire Hidden Leaf village with a silvery blanket. Clan head Hayashi, I've heard that there's a legend of a heavenly ninja in the Hyuga clan. After opening the window, Uchiha Gen suddenly turned, his eyes slightly narrowed as he stared intently at Hyuga Hayashi. His blood-red gem-like eyes were calm and still, revealing no emotion. Of course, Hyuga Hayashi wouldn't meet the Sharingan's gaze. A heavenly ninja? Hayashi was taken aback, not understanding why Uchiha Gen's thinking was so unpredictable. Remembering the clan's secrets passed down through generations, he subconsciously concealed the truth, saying, "Tenin is just a general term used by the Hyuga clan to refer to some of the genius ninjas who have emerged within their ranks. Is that so? Looks like I was fooled by that guy. Back in the land of snow, I encountered a powerful ninja who came from the sky. I fought him fiercely, but only narrowly won. He's a blind man without eyes, claiming to live on the moon, a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths brother, and came to the ninja world to steal a pair of Byakugan of sufficient purity." Uchiha Gen stared at Hyuga Hayashi, as if trying to read his thoughts from his expressionless face. Hyuga Hayashi remained calm and serious as ever, but his tense body couldn't escape the Sharingan's observation. Hyuga Hayashi must know something about the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Good to know, Uchiha Gen smiled inwardly. What he feared most was that Hyuga Hayashi knew nothing, as that would greatly diminish the value of his bargaining chip. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi did indeed know many secrets passed down orally through generations of clan leaders. For example, there was another clan on the moon with Byakugan, sharing the same ancestors as the Hyuga, but for some reason, the two sides fell out in the late Warring States period, and it was said that the birth of the caged bird seal was also related to this clan. After I killed him, I discovered an extremely interesting piece of information from his mind. The Byakugan can also evolve. Just like the Uchiha's Sharingan evolving into the Mangekyō Sharingan, a qualitative leap. While Hyuga Hayashi was still pondering in surprise, Uchiha Gen dropped another bombshell. Clan head Hayashi, do you think this method is worth your full help? In this world, no ninja can refuse further improvement of their strength, and no bloodline limit ninja clan can resist the temptation of upgrading their bloodline limit. Could the Byakugan undergo a qualitative leap like the Uchiha's transformation from 3 Tomo to the Mangekyō Sharingan? Hayashi Hyuga was both surprised and delighted, his expression shifting rapidly. The second best clan in Konoha, the second best clan in terms of genjutsu. Although the Hyuga, with their X-ray vision and far-sightedness, were technically not on the same level as the Uchiha, their combat strength was undeniably different. Previously, the Hyuga could boast of being among the top 2 clans of Konoha, or securing second place and striving for first, But after Uchiha Genji and Uchiha Fugaku displayed the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan on the battlefield, no one in the Hyuga clan mentioned it anymore. In the early to mid stages, the Hyuga might have been able to rival Uchiha ninjas with 1 to 3 tomo using their Byakugan and Gentle Fist, but what use were Gentle Fist and Byakugan against a Susanoo tens of meters tall? Just tickling it? Only a car company that can't build a better engine would study aerodynamics, and only Dojutsu ninjas with insufficient Dojutsu power would accept the role of a scout. The method to evolve the Byakugan was right before his eyes. Hyuga Hayashi had to consider whether this was his only chance in this life. Clan head, Hyuga Hayashi's expression was solemn and dignified as he gritted his teeth and said, each word distinct, can you guarantee what you're saying is true? Do you really have a method to evolve the Byakugan? Uchiha Gen studied the wavering Hyuga Hayashi for a few seconds, then nodded slightly. I swear on the honor of the Uchiha, I do. Hyuga Hayashi let out a long breath, his pure white eyes fixed on Uchiha Gen, striving to maintain a calm tone as he asked, how can I help you? Uchiha Gen was equally blunt, saying, tomorrow, a force will return from the land of hot springs, with most of its members being Jonin from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. After they return, you will directly convene a Jonin conference as the Hokage's advisor, impeach the third Hokage, force him to abdicate, and then nominate yourself as a candidate for the fifth Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi's face darkened as he listened. Was this a scheme to make him the villain, a scapegoat, and then ultimately betray him to support Uchiha Gen? Hayashi hesitated slightly. This would completely ruin his reputation. After this is done, I will take Hinata as my disciple, a true successor to my ninja way. The master-disciple relationship is second only to the father-son relationship in the ninja world. According to custom, after a master's death, the direct disciple is entitled to share the inheritance with the master's descendants. And in the cage positions, most of the major ninja villages have master-disciple relationships. In other words, Uchiha Gen has given the Hyuga a fair right to compete for the sixth Hokage position. This is a significant incentive. Let's make a plan. Hyuga Hayashi nodded with a light laugh, then spoke after a few seconds of silence. Gen-kun, is it really necessary to rush the impeachment of the third Hokage? It might affect morale. We must be swift in forcing the third Hokage to step down. We can't give him time to react. The fifth Hokage election, however, can be postponed. The third Hokage is deeply entrenched in the village. If we don't take this opportunity to force him, it will be difficult to bring him down once the villagers have forgotten his crushing defeat. This third Hokage does have some tricks up his sleeve. Uchiha Gen explained to Hyuga Hayashi the measures the third Hokage's council would take. First, spread some of his past achievements throughout the village. Emphasize the facts that the third Hokage is too old, that Inoki was too strong, that Konoha lost, but Sarutobi didn't, thus gaining sympathy from the villagers and weakening the impact of the defeat on his reputation. Then, unleash the ultimate technique, speech apology technique, the secret technique, bowing spirit apology technique, and the super secret technique, Dajiza apology technique. After the smooth and familiar apology process, most of the village's accusations were dispelled. After all, they couldn't really make the Hokage commit seppuku, could they? Finally, the third Hokage would tearfully plead his case, using a strategic retreat to advance his position, stating that he would resign as Hokage and hand over the position to a younger generation. However, until a new Hokage was chosen, he would temporarily serve as acting Hokage. As for when and who would be chosen as the next Hokage, that would still be up to him. Hayashi Hyuga listened to this process and felt a strange sense of familiarity. That's right. That's exactly what the third Hokage did after his defeat in the Third Shinobi World War. The image of the third Hokage as a good guy and kind elder that he had cultivated for most of his life wasn't entirely fake, but it was indeed a very important political prestige and capital, deeply ingrained in people's minds. Therefore, to bring him down, it had to be quick, accurate, and ruthless. Hayashi realized this, but he was still somewhat worried about the front lines after their crushing defeat. What if something goes wrong at the front? Buzz buzz buzz. A mosquito resistant to the cold flew in through the open window. One of the failed insect breeding products of the Aburim clan accidentally leaked, which is one of the important reasons why they are disliked by the villagers and ninjas of Konoha. Uchiha Gen flicked his finger, and a weak stream of chakra sent the mosquito flying, pinning it to a tree outside. It doesn't matter, I'll take care of it. Chapter 114 Removal of the Hokage. 1 against 7. Here's today's bento. Wearing an apron and dressed like a cook, Uchiha Mikado handed Uchiha Itachi a blue box crammed full of tuna rice balls, grilled chicken breast, tamagoyaki, Japanese rolled omelette, and a vegetable salad. "Thank you, Mother." Uchiha Itachi straightened his slightly disheveled clothes, accepted the bento, and gave a polite and gentle smile. "You child, you really are like a little adult?" Uchiha Mikado smiled gently, half proud and half disappointed, saying, "Not at all like little Sasuke, who's so clingy. Oni-chan, Oni-chan." Speaking of Sasuke appeared. A sleepy-eyed Sasuke Uchiha staggered to the entrance, a bitter face on his face. He puffed out his cheeks and grumbled, "Going to school again? But didn't you say the Ninja Academy couldn't teach you anything anymore? Can't you graduate early and come back to play with me?" Sasuke's words were innocent, but Itachi and Mikado's genuine smiles now held an unnatural expression. According to Fugaku Uchiha's original plan, Itachi, as the clan head son, should have completed a full year at the Ninja Academy and graduated early at the age of 7 as a genius, thus bringing glory to the Uchiha clan. However, who could have imagined that the deeply entrenched Fugaku would be overthrown by a young man like Genji Uchiha, and that he wouldn't be killed but merely sidelined? As the former crown prince, Itachi naturally had to keep a low profile, so he didn't graduate early like in the original timeline, but instead continued to drift through life at the Ninja Academy, which offered him no real benefit. Itachi Uchiha placed a hand on Sasuke's head, ruffling his black hair into a ball, and smiled indulgently. "I'll play with you after school today." He then tapped Sasuke's head, released the grinning Sasuke, put on his shoes, and went out. At a small corner in the clan compound, he accidentally ran into Izumi Uchiha, his classmate. Lately, they'd been going to school together. Along the way, Izumi chattered incessantly, while Itachi listened intently, often only responding with a single word after Izumi had said 10 or so. But today, the atmosphere on the street was strange. The passers-by all looked anxious and hurried, and groups of 3 or 5 huddled together, whispering and looking worried. What was going on? Itachi was lost in thought. "Hey, Itachi, are you even listening to me?" Izumi, walking in front of Itachi, suddenly turned around, her large, bright black eyes meeting Itachi's. "Nothing." Itachi Uchiha kept this strange incident in mind and replied in a cold tone, "Izumi, didn't you say that Miss Hikari taught you some really powerful techniques? I'm wondering what kind of ninjutsu it is." "Ha, I can't tell you that." Izumi Uchiha spun around, sticking out her pink tongue, and said very lively, "Miss Hikari from the clan head's family is a very powerful ninja. I taught her flower weaving for several days, and she only taught me a few moves. Once I learn them, Itachi, you'd better watch out for your top student position." What powerful ninjutsu could flower weaving be exchanged for? Itachi Uchiha quickly put this matter out of his mind. While absent-mindedly dealing with Izumi Uchiha, he secretly formed hand seals and used a simple sensory ninjutsu. The whispers and secret conversations of passers-by on the street quickly reached his ears. "I heard the front lines are suffering heavy losses. The third Hokage is almost dead. Won't Iwagakure attack the village directly? I heard the third Hokage's son died in battle." From the scattered whispers, Uchiha Itachi quickly gathered enough information, his face darkening, and 2 deep wrinkles appeared on his nose despite his young age. Shadow clone technique. Uchiha Itachi stopped, his 4 fingers forming an arc, unleashing this advanced clone technique with a difficulty level of B. Before Uchiha Izumi could even utter a word of surprise and praise, Uchiha Itachi hurriedly said, "Izumi, please cover for me at school. I have something very important to do." With that, Uchiha Itachi ignored Izumi's reaction and dashed off like an arrow. He headed towards the Uchiha Police Department building. Knock. 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 Inside the police department, a series of urgent knocks sounded on the door. "Come in." In the minister's office sat Uchiha Susanoo, the acting minister. He put down the photos of the Uchiha clan from the front lines, carefully brushing off non-existent dust before putting on his reading glasses. "It's Itachi. Please sit down, you must be exhausted." Susanoo smiled at the panting Itachi. At his age, his greatest joy was seeing the Uchiha clan thrive and have worthy successors. A genius like Itachi deserved his special treatment. "Lord Susanoo." Itachi knelt respectfully yet distantly on one knee. Susanoo nodded slightly, and seeing Itachi's serious expression, he became slightly more attentive, asking, "Itachi, is there something important?" Itachi quickly recounted his discovery. "Lord Susanoo, such rumors are spreading rampantly in the village, causing extremely negative consequences. Please order the police department to refute them immediately and investigate and arrest the mastermind behind these rumors. Uchiha Setsuna pushed up his reading glasses, his sharp, eagle-like gaze falling on Uchiha Itachi's face. After a long silence, he said in a deep voice, "This is not a rumor, but a fact." But Uchiha Itachi frowned, still highly skeptical of the truth. The third Hokage was a powerful ninja, a professor of ninjutsu, and a master of thousands of ninjutsu techniques. How could he possibly lose? Uchiha Itachi was undoubtedly a genius with exceptional learning abilities. He had read extensively, and even at only 7 or 8 years old, his understanding of Konoha history and war surpassed that of most adult ninjas. But being able to think from the Hokage's perspective did not mean he could approach problems with an adult's mindset. On the contrary, arrogant and self-important, he was prone to falling into the so-called knowledge trap. What I see and know is the whole world. I've read hundreds of books, and every single one says the third Hokage was incredibly strong, a wonderful person, and a great man. You say he wasn't good enough? Have you read books like The Will of Fire or 30 Years in Power, by Hirozen Sarutobi? Do you think you know as much as I do? But the world won't play along. Facts are facts. Uchiha Setsuna casually tossed a piece of intelligence from the table to Uchiha Itachi, completely shattering his doubts. Seeing Itachi's grim expression, Setsuna said coldly, "On what grounds did our police department arrest those spreading these rumors? Did they commit the crime of telling the truth?" Itachi pursed his lips, stubbornly insisting, "We can't let these rumors spread. It seriously damages the Hokage's prestige. That's something the third Hokage and Elder Mangekyō should consider." Setsuna shrugged, a sly smile playing on his lips. "The police department acts according to the law, strictly enforcing the law and punishing all violations. We will never abuse our power against villagers and ninjas who haven't broken the law." Setsuna's words were reasonable and righteous. Itachi felt a lump in his throat, unable to refute her, but he felt he couldn't turn a blind eye to such a serious problem in the village. Filled with resentment, he excused himself from Setsuna and ran straight towards the Hokage building from the police department's gate. That child, standing by the window, Uchiha Setsuna's eyes were filled with undisguised disappointment. "I thought he should be quite intelligent. How could he be so unwise?" It wasn't because of Itachi's pro-Hokage bias. There were quite a few pro-Hokage factions in the Uchiha clan, but because, with such a huge public outcry, how could no one have reported it to Mangekyō Hamura, the head of Konoha affairs? Hirozen Sarutobi, who was probably on the front lines, had probably already received the news. It's simple, because he's completely self-centered. From the shadows, Uchiha Gen slowly revealed himself. The fewer people who knew about his return to Konoha, the better. In the entire Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Setsuna and Hikaru knew he had returned. Watching Itachi Uchiha run off into the distance, Gen Uchiha murmured, "What he considers good, even if it's bad, is good. What he considers bad, even if it's good, is bad." His good could mean killing your entire family, and his bad could mean being completely obedient to you. Isn't that too extreme? Setsuna, a mere mortal with only 3 tomo, still couldn't comprehend Itachi's insane madness, born with a Mangekyō Sharingan. Forget it, let's not talk about Itachi anymore. He's still young, there will be plenty of opportunities to correct him later. Gen Uchiha opened the window. In the distance, an eagle cried out. He smiled, a smile that was open and carefree. "Let's watch the show first. The main event is about to begin." The time was 10 a.m. The location was the Jonin conference room in the Hokage building. Attendees included acting Hokage Hamura Mangekyō, advisor elders Kaoru Utatane and Hayashi Hyuga, and 107 Jonin from Konoha. With several dozen Jonin each from the land of hot water and the land of grass battlefields, plus some missions within the village that only Jonin could complete, Konoha could only muster about half of its total Jonin roster. The meeting was convened by Konoha elder and Hyuga clan head, Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi wasn't one for beating around the bush. Once everyone was present, he directly and concisely explained the specific details of the defeat on the land of grass battlefield and the current state of panic and unease among the village's ninja. "That's roughly the situation. Everyone understands, right?" Hayashi asked loudly, looking around. Naturally, no one answered. The Jonin present already had a basic understanding, just not as detailed as Hayashi's explanation. After a while, seeing no one speak, Hayashi's gaze fell on Mangekyō Hamura at the head of the table. Hamura, completely unaware of the impending storm, simply assumed this emergency meeting was for the sake of the front lines and village opinion. Then, the first thing, Hayashi said, taking a few steps forward, his voice low but firm. I should first downplay the impact of the defeat at the front lines and reassure everyone. What should I say to encourage them later? Mikado Hamura thought absent-mindedly, when suddenly he heard a chilling statement. Hayashi Hyuga, the Hokage advisor elder and head of the Hyuga clan, hereby impeach acting Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi for being unworthy of his position, neglecting his duties, and coveting power. He is unfit to be the Hokage of Konoha. His crimes are fivefold, while unforgivable. Only Hayashi Hyuga's accusatory voice remained in the large conference room. Hayashi, are you insane? Mikado Hamura was still in shock when Kaoru Udatane erupted in fury, slamming her hand on the table. Firstly, Hiruzen Sarutobi is weak and incompetent in his dealings with foreign powers, repeatedly paying reparations to aid the enemy. This time, he led his troops poorly, suffering heavy losses and causing Konoha to be filled with fear and panic, with every household wearing mourning clothes. How can such a weakling protect Konoha? Hayashi Hyuga's gaze was fixed on Kaoru Udatane's face, his Byakugan eyes overflowing with contempt, completely ignoring her, and simply raising his voice slightly. Secondly, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru were his close friend and his personal disciple, respectively. These two carried out inhumane human experiments in the village with impunity. Wasn't Hiruzen Sarutobi protecting them? After the incident, he let them off lightly, allowing them to escape Konoha and become rogue ninja. Dozens of rogue ninjas, including ninjas from multiple secret technique clans such as Aburame and Ino Shikacho, leaked a large number of Konoha's secret techniques, endangering Konoha's security. Their intentions are despicable. Thirdly, Hiruzen Sarutobi stole the first Hokage's cells and Madara Uchiha's Sharingan, creating test subjects with dual bloodline limits of would release Sharingan through human experiments. Ultimately, the test subjects escaped and took revenge on the village, leading to the Nine Tails Rampage, the Demon Beast Rampage, and the death of the fourth Hokage. Fourthly, Hiruzen Sarutobi was greedy for power and self-serving. That's outrageous. To consolidate his power, and fearing that the White Fang of Konoha, who had repeatedly performed great feats, would threaten his position, he spread rumors and forced Tsukumo Hatake to commit suicide. Before the fourth Hokage's death, he, as the former Hokage, held power and treated the fourth Hokage as a puppet. After the fourth Hokage's death, he regained power under the name of acting Hokage and has been reluctant to elect a fifth Hokage. Fifthly, Hiruzen Sarutobi is suspected of plotting to murder the second Hokage. A ninja's duty is to carry out missions. He was the second Hokage's bodyguard. As a bodyguard, he failed to protect the cage, resulting in the second Hokage's death, which deserves the death penalty. Knowing it was a capital offense, he forged the second Hokage's last will and usurped the position of third Hokage. His crime deserves to be torn to pieces. Hayashi Hyuga's voice grew louder and louder, until finally his face became ferocious and terrifying. He roared, Hiruzen Sarutobi is no longer worthy of continuing as acting Hokage. The echoes reverberated in the conference room, and everyone was stunned. Hayashi Hyuga's accusations, aside from the first one which is undeniably true, are all debatable and ambiguous. Yet upon closer examination, they are quite logical. For example, regarding Danzo and Orochimaru's human experiments, could Hiruzen Sarutobi not know? If he pretended not to know, he would be evil. If he genuinely didn't know, he would be stupid. Either way, one of the two must be true. Damn it, Kaoru Udatane's veins bulged, her eyes bloodshot like a bull's, glaring at Hayashi Hyuga with immense anger. Nonsense. Nonsense. You're lying, Kaoru, stop. Hamura Mikado suddenly tugged at Kaoru Udatane's clothes. Startled by the rebuke, Kaoru Udatane turned around, her eyes filled with confusion. Hamura, we're on the same side. After a long moment of stunned bewilderment, Kaoru Udatane finally realized she shouldn't have denied everything. Because the first incident of the troop defeat occurred just a few days ago, and Hayashi had just informed everyone of the details. Her words might shake the confidence of even the Jonin who trusted the higher-ups. If she's lying about such obvious facts, what about the other things she's saying are true? In the meeting room, everyone, red eyes, Byakugan, dog eyes, and sunglasses, turned their gazes toward the two elders, awaiting their explanation. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Mikado Hamura patted Kaoru, who was flushed with anger, to calm her down, then surveyed everyone and said in a deep voice, Hiruzen's appointment as the third Hokage was indeed personally appointed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Kaoru and I can both testify to this. Mikado Hamura frowned, deciding to refute the claim starting with the fifth incriminating charge. The other four charges were merely issues of dereliction of duty and oversight, but the fifth directly denied the legitimacy of Hiruzen Sarutobi and the entire third Hokage's rule, something he absolutely could not tolerate. Hamura Midikato passionately recounted the story of that day decades ago. The Gold and Silver brothers launched a surprise attack on the negotiation site with a tailed beast ball, killing the second Raikage on the spot. The second Hokage led his 6 shadow guards to retreat, and when someone had to stay behind to cover the retreat, Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward. The second Hokage believed that he possessed the will of fire and favored him as Hokage. Hamura Midikato's tongue had been honed during his decades as an advisor, and he told the whole story with great suspense and excitement. However, Midikato Hamura, I have a question for you. In the Uchiha Gen camp, the wrinkled Uchiha Setsuna slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, asking, your storytelling skills are quite good, but I don't believe it. I don't believe that the evil Tobirama, the second Hokage, would die at the hands of Kinkaku and Jinkaku. I've seen Kinkaku and Jinkaku before. I believe those two brothers killed the second Hokage, but I don't believe they had the ability to kill the white-haired one. Uchiha Setsuna was an old man from the founding of the village and was quite famous. Even if some Jonin didn't recognize him, older people nearby would remind them, this is the madman from the Uchiha who challenged the second Hokage. Uchiha Setsuna was too old and had long since retired from the Konoha ninja ranks. He had come today for this very moment. I've seen and fought the Gold and Silver Horn swordsmen since the Warring States period. Tobirama Senju imprisoned me for 30 years. I think I'm qualified to judge their strength. Uchiha Setsuna's old face was full of arrogance, relying on his seniority to completely deny Midikato Hamura's statement. They even brought 20 Jonin with them, Midikato Hamura quickly added. Ho-ha-ho-ha. Suddenly, Uchiha Setsuna burst into laughter, clutching his stomach and laughing until tears almost streamed down his face. He gasped, are you 6 Kajinshiro just sitting around doing nothing? Besides, Tobirama Senju knows the Flying Thunder God technique. If he wanted to escape, no one in the ninja world could stop him. The meeting room erupted in commotion. Few of the Jonin present had actually met the second Hokage, let alone understood him. Their strongest impressions of him were probably labels like Ultimate Uchiha Treasure Tool, Master of Forbidden Techniques, and Master of Water Release, but the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was someone almost everyone had fought alongside. It can be said that Konoha's ability to fight 4 opponents in the Third Shinobi World War was mainly due to Minato's high mobility, in the morning on the Tsunagakure battlefield, the afternoon on the Iwagakure battlefield, and the evening on the Kurigakure battlefield, essentially giving Konoha an extra top-tier fighter in each battlefield. Everyone knows how overpowered the Flying Thunder God technique is. It seems illogical that a user of this space-time ninjutsu, capable of teleporting tens or even hundreds of kilometers in a second, would die in a siege. Midikato Hamura was momentarily speechless. To be honest, he had never understood this point either. Later, after several deductions by the second Hokage's disciples, they only had a few possible theories. Gold and Silver brothers might have used some strange ability to trick the second Hokage or restrict his space-time ninjutsu, or the second Hokage might have been suicidal, and if he hadn't died, Kumagakure might have thought Konoha had assassinated the second Hokage, leading to a renewed war. However, these guesses were too far-fetched. Even Midikato Hamura himself felt they were inappropriate, let alone use them as reasons. He had unknowingly fallen into the trap set by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans for him to prove his innocence. Every moment of silence and hesitation he displayed was eroding the Jonin's trust in their superiors. They should press their advantage and pursue the fleeing enemy relentlessly. Seeing that Midikato Hamura couldn't come up with an explanation, Hyuga Hayashi revealed his true intentions, loudly concluding, since Elder Midikato still has doubts about the 5th incriminating point, we'll leave that as is and await further investigation. But I believe the first 4 points are sufficient to prove that acting Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi committed a very serious dereliction of duty. Therefore, I, Hyuga Hayashi, in my capacity as Hokage's advisor, propose a motion, temporarily remove Hiruzen Sarutobi from his position as acting Hokage, retaining his position as commander-in-chief of the Iwagakure front, until the war ends and the village elects its 5th Hokage, at which point the 5th Hokage will form an investigation team to investigate the problems during the 3rd Hokage's tenure. According to the system established when the village was founded, let the 107 Jonin present vote to decide. According to the village's founding rules, The final step in electing Hokage is obtaining a vote of confidence from 2/3 of the village's Jonin. Furthermore, if more than half of the Jonin distrust the Hokage during a Jonin meeting, the Hokage can be removed from office. This method, originally used by Tobirama to limit Madara Uchiha and the Uchiha clan, has, 50 years later, come back to haunt his own disciple. Heihachi Hyuga decisively found 2 boxes, one representing impeachment and the other not to, and distributed bamboo slips to the Jonin present. He then threw his slip into the impeachment box, and the dozen or so Hyuga Jonin in the meeting room stood up and threw their slips. Unlike the Uchiha, the Hyuga weren't isolated, they had many ninja clans and civilian ninjas close to them in the village. 4 Inuzuka Jonin and 5 other Jonin also resolutely cast 9 votes. Hamura Mitakato was stunned. Most of the true core members and backbone of the Hokage's faction were currently with Hiruzen Sarutobi in the Land of Grass, and 12 of the 15 Jonin who returned from the withdrawal from the Land of Hot Springs were from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. The Uchiha and Hyuga, now joined forces, could secure half the votes. They had planned this all along. Someone's trying to take over the Hokage, so the Uchiha clan has to step in. The Uchiha Jonin didn't speak, but their excited faces and trembling hands spoke volumes, waiting only for the Uchiha's command. Whoosh! Someone was faster than the Uchiha. Wearing a hooded trench coat and sunglasses, Aburame Shiki tossed his bamboo slip into the impeachment box, followed by several other taciturn men dressed similarly in sunglasses. Don't let the Aburame clan's low profile fool you, this is mainly due to their secret techniques. In terms of clan strength alone, the Aburame clan surpasses any of the Ino Shikacho clans. Aburame clan head, Mitakato Hamura was shocked. He had anticipated all the votes, but he couldn't understand why the Aburame clan, always neutral and obedient to the Hokage, would become the first neutral ninja clan to rebel. Shigeru, Ryuma, Torun, that's enough. Aburame Shiki's tone was as aloof and calm as ever, but anyone could hear the anger within. The Aburame clan only appeared cold, they weren't truly without feelings or temper. Because the Aburame clan's secret techniques combined stealth, reconnaissance, and lethality, they were naturally suited for infiltration and intelligence work. The Aburame clan also became the most important source of ninjas for Root, with each genius becoming nourishment for the decaying Root. The third Hokage and Danzo's good cop bad cop act wasn't very sophisticated, it couldn't fool everyone. It was simply that the Aburame clan couldn't afford to offend them, so they swallowed their anger. When the third Hokage, Danzo, and other high-ranking officials were still powerful, the Aburame clan could only endure this resentment and discontent for the sake of their clan. But when the third Hokage showed signs of losing power, the old grudges finally bore fruit. Needless to say, the laughter that mingled with the removal vote came from the Uchiha. Mitakato Hamura glared at the silent Aburame Shizumi, his eyes bloodshot. Uchiha plus Hyuga plus Aburame plus Inuzuka. 54 votes, more than half. Slap. A dispute seemed to have broken out among the Nara clan's pineapple-headed members. Nara Shizumi, who had teamed up with Uchiha Genji on the battlefield of the Land of Hot Water, was slapped by the Nara clan head. He then moved a stool away from the rest of the Nara clan and threw his slip of paper into the impeachment pool. The Nara clan head, feigning anger, and his son Shikaku used bamboo slips to express their absolute support for the Hokage. This act was obviously fake, but who cared? For the rebellious Uchiha Hyuga and others, this was an unexpected bonus. And Mitakato Hamura couldn't possibly blame the Nara clan for a traitor. On the contrary, the crumbling third Hokage faction desperately needed the Ino Shikacho trio's support. But the Nara clan's actions had a far more profound impact. Even the shrewd members of Nara began to place their bets separately. Was the overwhelming momentum truly unstoppable? Other ninja clans followed suit, placing their bets separately as well. The commoner Jonin, already somewhat swayed after hearing Hayashi's so-called evidence, saw many inwardly agreeing to elect a fifth Hokage sooner rather than later. Not every Jonin possessed sufficient political acumen, and it was often those from smaller clans or of commoner origin who most believed in the will of fire, held the best view of Konoha, and were the most bewildered after the Hokage aura shattered. In their eyes, regardless, the third Hokage was truly old, and he had already abdicated once. Abdicating again shouldn't be a big deal, right? After all, Hayashi had stated that he was only removing the third Hokage from the position of acting Hokage, not imprisoning or killing him. Thus, the tide in Konoha finally turned. Hayashi Hyuga was excited. He knew he wasn't the main character of the story, But he was the one who had opened the most exciting chapter, 71 to 36. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, Jonin Hirozen Sarutobi is dismissed from his position as acting Hokage. Chapter 115 Hirozen Sarutobi's Unlucky Year. A sudden change in the political landscape brought about a new era. The Hokage building, the face of Konoha, was one of Hirozen Sarutobi's 10 major construction projects. While its exterior lacked artistry, its interior was lavishly equipped, with excellent heating in winter, reaching a comfortable 24-25 degrees Celsius in the conference rooms. However, even in this warm interior, Hamura Midakato felt a bone-chilling cold, his hands and feet icy and trembling. "Damn it, I'm surrounded by rebels." Hamura Midakato's mouth dropped open. He wanted to reprimand these lawless scoundrels, but after stammering for a while, he finally slumped back into his chair in despair. There was no way around it, there were simply too many of them. As the second Hokage's disciple, who didn't dream of becoming Hokage? But there could only be one Hokage. He couldn't even compare to Danzo, let alone Hirozen Sarutobi. He had always thought it was because he came from a small ninja clan and was weaker, but now he realized the difference seemed to be all-encompassing. His magnanimity was indeed inferior to his two former comrades. If it were Danzo, he would already be fighting Hayashi Hyuga. A hint of self-mockery flickered in Midakato Hamura's eyes. But he dared not. Midakato Hamura lacked that kind of courage. As a ninja, he needed to be more calm and rational, in other words, more hesitant and more prone to compromise. Midakato Hamura stood up slightly. Several Hyuga clan Jonin immediately sprang to their feet, activating their Byakugan, veins bulging at the corners of their eyes. Two Uchiha Jonin formed a triangular formation, blocking Midakato Hamura's retreat. However, Midakato Hamura did not do anything that could be misunderstood. He simply remained silent, glancing at the assembled Jonin. The respect and awe that once filled their eyes were gone, especially for the Uchiha Midakato Hamura, whose heart felt heavy and dejected. He suddenly realized a crucial point: the respect and devotion the ninjas had shown to the Konoha leadership, as he had previously believed, was essentially similar to the respect a wolf pack held for its alpha. The third Hokage had been the strongest in the village, with himself and Danzo on his left and right, and 3 renowned disciples standing behind him. Naturally, Konoha was subservient, and the Hyuga clan kept their tails between their legs. However, the most irresistible force in the world is time, and the most unpredictable thing is the human heart. The third Hokage's 3 disciples had become disloyal for various reasons. Orochimaru had even betrayed Konoha, Danzo had defected, and he and Hirozen Sarutobi were aging and weakening. Power is strength. Their rule was already a castle in the air, teetering on the brink of collapse. They could only maintain the illusion of an old tiger with sharp claws thanks to their past prestige, but Hayashi Hyuga had easily stripped the paper tiger bare. There was no turning back. And an even worse, more humiliating future seemed imminent. Midakato Hamura knew the situation was beyond repair. His face ashen, he cleared his throat and tried to trip up Hyuga. "Hayashi, it seems you're determined to get the 5th Hokage, Hayashi." Hayashi shook his head, glancing sideways at the Uchiha with a half-smile, and said, "I am not very learned, but if the village needs me, I am willing to serve it. As for the Hokage position, it will ultimately be decided by a vote of all the Jonin of Konoha." After he said this, the previously harmonious atmosphere between the Hyuga and Uchiha immediately cooled. Midakato Hamura breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the alliance between the Hyuga and Uchiha was limited to ousting the current leadership. The two still had a chance to compete for the Hokage position. Then, we might still have a chance to turn things around. A glint of light flashed in Midakato Hamura's eyes, but his face remained troubled. Hayashi Hyuga sneered inwardly, but outwardly maintained a smug and self-satisfied demeanor. He produced a letter of appointment and dismissal, quickly wrote his name, and handed the paper and pen to Hamura Midakato and the silent, dazed Kaoru Uchiha. Hamura nodded slightly, signed his name, and then directed his old teammate Kaoru to sign as well. He knew there was no room for hesitation on the matter of removing the Hokage. The important thing now was not to be frustrated and regretful about the current defeat, but to prepare for the coming storm. Hayashi ordered the dismissal letter to be sent to the front lines immediately, and the Jonin meeting came to an end. However, the Jonin present were all looking around nervously, their hearts restless, and not one of them left a meeting room. Everyone knew that Konoha was about to change, and they all wanted to learn more information and ideas from their colleagues. "Let's go." Midakato Hamura frowned, tugged at Kaoru Uchiha's sleeve, and led the way out of the meeting room. They needed to contact Hiruzen Sarutobi as soon as possible to discuss countermeasures. Kaoru Uchiha glared fiercely at the Hyuga and Uchiha clan members, then abruptly stood up and stormed off. A moment of silence fell over the meeting room, followed by a much more relaxed atmosphere. Most of the Sarutobi clan's Jonin and Hokage-affiliated forces were in the Land of Grass. The three families with the strongest Hokage affiliation remaining in the meeting room were the Ino Shikacho trio, considered traditional Hokage families. However, judging from their demeanor, they could talk, and they didn't have to be so Hokage-affiliated. Inside the meeting room, some close Jonin began chatting in small groups. Silence lingered between Mangekyō Hamura and Kaoru Uchiha for 2 or 3 minutes. Only when they reached a corner of the Hokage building did Kaoru Uchiha, still seething with anger, look at Hamura Mangekyō and say, "Hamura, Hayashi Hyuga." She stopped abruptly, both frowning as they looked down into the corridor. Tap tap tap, a series of hurried yet light footsteps approached, and a handsome, 7 or 8-year-old boy with black hair, his eyes lighting up, knelt on one knee before them. "Elder Mangekyō, Elder Uchiha, I have important matters to report." Kaoru Uchiha, seeing the Uchiha clan crest on Itachi Uchiha, felt an urge to tear the evil Uchiha brat's head off. She wasn't about to give him a friendly look. "Speak." Itachi Uchiha slightly raised his head and softly reported his discovery and concerns. After Itachi Uchiha, who was concerned about the village, the people, and the Hokage, had been rambling on for a while, Kaoru Uchiha, her eyes flashing with impatience, put her hands behind her back, having lost all interest in listening. "That's it? A waste of my time. Hamura, let's go." She lightly tapped the wall of the corridor and turned to walk towards the top floor of the building. "Huh? This isn't right. Isn't this matter extremely important? Couldn't even the 2 Hokage advisors see the detrimental impact public opinion would have on the village? Is it only the 3rd Hokage who understands me? Elder Hamura, please listen to me. Public opinion." Itachi's voice carried a hint of anxiety and urgency. "All right, Itachi, I understand." Did Hamura Mangekyō not know the importance of public opinion? He knew it all too well. But right now, there were many things 10 or 20 times more important than public opinion waiting for him to do, and he had no time to waste on a brat from the Uchiha clan. "I remember you should still be a student at the Ninja Academy. This isn't something you should be worrying about. Go back to class." Hamura Mangekyō waved his hand and quickly caught up with Kaoru Uchiha and left. Uchiha Itachi's feelings were incredibly complex at this moment, completely unable to understand the 2 Hokage advisors' perfunctory and impatient attitude. The corridor lights flickered, casting shifting shadows on Itachi's face, making it difficult to discern the true nature of his expression. Yes, the 3rd Hokage was so wise, yet it was precisely because of these incompetent, high-ranking officials who were causing chaos and disrupting the village's affairs that the war in the Land of Grass had ended in defeat. Allowing false rumors to spread without any attempt to refute them, perhaps the 2 advisors were the ones behind this propaganda, using dirty political tactics to attack the 3rd Hokage. Angry, trembling, cold, Itachi's eyes swirled with Tomo, and the aura of chakra emanating from him grew increasingly sinister. He stepped out of the Hokage building, used a transformation jutsu to disguise himself as a short adult, blended into the crowd, and began to spread his deduced truth. Before long, as he parched and spread the rumors of the advisor smearing the Hokage to passers-by, a curious passerby gathered around him and listened intently for a long time. Sure enough, there were still some sensible people in the village. Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of satisfaction. Click, a pair of gleaming silver handcuffs were placed on Uchiha Itachi's hands. Thump, the like-minded person transformed into a teenage Uchiha boy. "I didn't expect to make a gain so soon after returning to the village. Any evil will be brought to justice by me, Uchiha Teka." Uchiha Teka's voice was unusually excited. "You used the transformation jutsu, didn't you? Did you really think your clumsy transformation jutsu could escape the Sharingan of the Uchiha? Too naive." With a swift grab and pull, Uchiha Itachi's body was twisted into a pretzel, and he was pinned to the ground, breathing heavily and unable to move. "You are arrested on suspicion of spreading rumors and espionage. You can choose to remain silent, but every moment of non-cooperation will result in various punishments." In the Land of Grass, within the Konoha outpost camp, a scene of mournful cries filled the air. Traitor, villain, rebel, enraged, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his face flushed and trembling, cursed wildly. Already severely injured, his fury caused him to cough up blood, his eyes bulging, his breathing rapid and labored, almost suffocating. Mikado Hamura's letter, through their special communication method, arrived earlier than the impeachment notice issued by the village. This meant that Hirozen Sarutobi had approximately 20 to 30 minutes left of his Hokage trial period, after which he would completely lose his position as Hokage. Power, reputation, prestige, and the crystal ball connected to the Konoha barrier that allowed him to view the entire village, all of this would be gone. The pain was unbearable. The physical pain, the grief of losing his son, and the heartache of losing the Hokage position combined to nearly drive Hirozen Sarutobi to the brink of despair, his eyes blazing with fury. Hyuga Hayashi, I underestimated you. Hirozen gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to tear Hayashi apart and chew him up. His face was ashen with rage, his hair and beard flowing wildly, like a savage old lion. The Uchiha clan had produced two Mangekyō Sharingan users, Uchiha Gen and Uchiha Fugaku, and had successors like Shisui and Inahikazuchi. Their presence was too strong, putting immense pressure on Hirozen Sarutobi. He had even somewhat overlooked the relatively weaker and more dutiful Hyuga clan. Now it seemed the Hyuga clan was an ungrateful wolf, and a vicious one at that, determined to devour its master and seize the Hokage's power. Hirozen Sarutobi frowned, pondering a countermeasure. Suddenly, a deafening rumble shook the earth, mixed with the shouts and chaotic cries of Konoha ninja. It's Inoki, and Roshi, Iwagakure has launched a full-scale attack. Hirozen Sarutobi had no time to consider anything else. He had to step forward to stabilize morale and organize the Konoha ninja to fight their way back towards the Land of Fire, occasionally launching defensive counterattacks using the terrain and traps along the way. The heavily wounded Hirozen Sarutobi had lost the ability to fight Inoki head-on, and the entire Konoha was no match for Inoki and Roshi, quickly showing signs of collapse. With Konoha in disarray, Iwagakure, to maximize its gains, naturally had to selectively intercept an ambush, trying to catch the big fish and release the small ones. Inoki floated in the air, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield, quickly landing on Hirozen Sarutobi, who was being protected by a group of ninja and whose legs were still somewhat unsteady. He rushed towards Hirozen Sarutobi, constantly using amplification to transmit his voice to the Iwa ninja on the battlefield. Whoever kills Hirozen Sarutobi will become the head of the Iwagakure Anbu and be taught 3S rank ninjutsu, even dust release. The one wearing the moon-white Hokage robe is Hirozen Sarutobi, the head of the Iwagakure Anbu, the 3S rank ninjutsu, and the upper-middle ranking Iwagakure ninja all had bloodshot eyes and roared as they rushed towards Hirozen Sarutobi. How can we abandon the Hokage? 5,000 troops will perish, but the will of fire will never die. A Jonin of the Sarutobi clan beside Hirozen Sarutobi shouted a slogan and turned to lead dozens of his subordinates in a charge against Iwagakure. But Iwagakure had too many pursuing ninja, and soon they were reduced to ashes, continuing the pursuit. Hirozen Sarutobi, fleeing for his life, recalled Inoki's fierce shout, and quickly took off his Hokage robe and put it on an Anbu, letting them escape in different directions. Ha ha ha. Ah. My back, this trick did fool many, but it couldn't escape Inoki's eyes from above. Inoki laughed so hard he was almost falling over, gasping for breath, and in one moment the movement was so exaggerated he actually strained his back. His pursuit slowed, and after a moment's thought, he shouted again. The one with the white beard is Hirozen Sarutobi. Hearing the voice, Hirozen Sarutobi decisively raised his kunai and swung it, cutting half of his hand before slapping his head and muttering to himself that he had really lost his mind. He kicked up a cloud of dust, silently forming hand seals and using the transformation technique to become the Anbu member beside him, blending in inconspicuously among the retreating ninja. After retreating for several dozen miles, they had reached the border of the Land of Fire. The environment and landscape changed in the blink of an eye. What had been an endless plain had instantly transformed into pure white forest covered in silver. Using the forest terrain, Hirozen Sarutobi annihilated dozens of pursuing Iwa ninja, finally shaking off his pursuers and heading towards the Konoha camp on the border of the Land of Fire, gathering his remaining troops as he retreated. It was yet another crushing defeat. With 2 defeats, the Land of Grass battlefield was simply too dangerous for Hirozen Sarutobi's remaining forces to hold. In the desolate camp, thinking of Inoki and Roshi, who had killed his son, and considering the ambitious Hyuga Hayashi within the village, he suddenly felt that Uchiha Gen wasn't so bad after all. Quickly send a message to the Land of Hot Springs. Hirozen Sarutobi seemed to have aged considerably, his half-white beard disheveled, his voice aged and weary. Please, Elder Uchiha Gen, lend a hand. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Iwagakure and Inoki. Iwagakure Camp, Command Post. Thank you, Yakushi-sen. Inoki, known as the Two Scales, donned his robes, cracking his knuckles and revealing a satisfied smile. You're too kind, Tsuchikage. It's my duty. The woman addressed as Yakushi was a woman in her early 30s, with long, light brown hair and thick-rimmed black glasses. Her gentle, kind smile, when she squinted, gave her an innocent and harmless appearance. She gently packed away her medical kit, instructing, Lord Tsuchikage, your lumbar muscle strain and herniated disc are quite severe. You must be careful in the future, avoid prolonged sitting, and avoid overexertion. Inoki, short in stature with white hair and a large red nose, waved his small hand and pointed a finger at several high-ranking Iwagakure members in the camp, playfully scolding, these few, which one of them can give me any peace of mind? One by one, the Iwagakure members were scolded by Inoki like sons. Whoever was pointed at obediently lowered their heads and pretended to be silent. Only Ozaki gave a dissatisfied HMPH, and turned his head away. PFFT, Yakushi narrowed her eyes, seemingly trying hard to suppress laughter, but quickly broke down, laughing out loud, and hurriedly bowed her head to take her leave. Outside the tent, her smile remained unchanged, and she greeted one Iwagakure member after another with gentle warmth, occasionally chatting and joking with acquaintances. Only after returning to the front of the field hospital in Iwagakure and finding no one around did she dare to glance south towards the land of fire. A hint of worry flashed in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She had heard about Danzo's defection in Iwagakure as well. Now, she was like a kite with a broken string. Even if she had intelligence, there was no way to pass it on to the village. Inside the main tent, the red-haired, red-bearded old purple frowned. The female ninja who had treated Inoki was clearly a highly skilled doctor in the village, but he had never seen her before. This shouldn't be the case. He had only been away from the village for 3 or 4 years. That woman. I've never seen her in the village before. That's Yakushi, a special Junin, one of the wandering ninjas I recruited, Inoki's son, Koto, said in a deep voice. He was strong and tall, and apart from his inherited large nose, he didn't look like Inoki's father at all. Old Purple, a hot-tempered, stubborn, and headstrong man, wanted to warn Inoki, but his words betrayed his true nature. He sneered at Inoki, who sat at the head of the table. How, you dare let someone from another village deal with you? Be careful, she might be a spy from some village, and one day she might suddenly stab you in the kidneys. Old Purple, you spent a few years in the temple as a fake monk. Did your brain get eaten up by those Buddhist scriptures? Inoki, though small in stature, had a loud voice. Yakushi's medical ninjutsu is unmatched by any of the Iwagakure's medical jonin. I reckon only Tsunade and Chigayo are better than her in the entire ninja world. Why send such a medical genius out as a spy instead of keeping her in the village? Do you think the Cajun leaders of the major ninja villages are as brainless as you? Humph, it seemed that way. A top-tier medical ninja was worth more than 1,000-strong ninja army. Which ninja village would give such a valuable asset to the enemy just for a little intelligence? Old Purple couldn't refute this for a moment, pouting and lowering his head dejectedly. Inoki gave Yellow Earth a look of approval. He had always been somewhat dissatisfied with his son, who was a bit stupid and stubborn, unable to even learn dust release, but now he saw that his son wasn't so bad after all. At least he was stronger and more useful than the Sarutobi clan's Great Monkey King. No, the Sarutobi clan's Great Monkey King is gone. I did it. Inoki's mood improved again, and he even softened his tone towards Old Purple, giving him a way out. Let's not talk about this. Old Purple, how's your training going? Old Purple left the village in a huff because of his conflict with Inoki, but he certainly couldn't say it was such a near defection. In Iwagakure's propaganda, he said he wanted to further master the power of the tailed beasts, so he went out to train. Before Killer Bee, the only perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world was Bunboku, the monk from Sunagakure. So Old Purple had traveled around for years, visiting various temples and studying Buddhist scriptures to seek inner peace, with remarkable results. I've already achieved full-tailed beast transformation. Old Purple frankly shared his training progress with the village's higher-ranking officials without reservation. However, I'm afraid I can't achieve what the intelligence reports described, like Bunpuku and Killer Bee, who cooperated with their tailed beasts, were immune to genjutsu, and maintained clear personal will even in full-tailed beast transformation. I'll record my experience and pass it on to Han. The Iwagakure high-ranking officials in the main tent were greatly encouraged. The research on Jinchuriki was progressing differently in each village, and Iwagakure was completely unaware that the path of controlling the tailed beast could only infinitely approach the perfect Jinchuriki, never truly succeed. Immediately, sycophants began to flatter, perhaps soon we in Iwagakure will have our own perfect Jinchuriki. I congratulate that Tsuchikage and Lord Old Purple in advance. Within the Iwagakure camp, flattery flew incessantly, with boasts about things like a horse trampling the Naka River and erecting a monument at the Hokage Rock. With such a bunch of insects under their command, how can Iwagakure revitalize, inherit the will of stone, and dominate the 5 great nations? Looking at the sycophantic Jonin below, Inoki rested his chin on his hand, his face expressionless. He sighed inwardly, but on the surface, he still managed a wry smile. He would rather there were a few more rebellious Jonin like Roshi among them. In his view, a true strongman should be like a demon-like figure in his memory, no, like him, Inoki, full of pride and arrogance, not someone who either buries their head in work with an empty mind or is a sycophant who flatters and fawns on their superiors. Willpower, the heart of a strong man, the way of the ninja, these ethereal and metaphysical things are meaningless from the level of Jinan to Chunin or even Jonin. But if you want to become a top-tier strong man, if you want to continue to progress at the level of Kage, you still need some perseverance and spirit. Among the current 3 generations of Iwagakure, only Katsuchi has the perseverance and the drive to accumulate strength. But his personality is not suitable for being a Kage. Inoki was somewhat troubled by the lack of successors in Iwagakure. It's all that damned Konoha and that damned Minato Namokase's fault. Why is Hirozen Sarutobi so lucky? Konoha always seems to produce a constant stream of geniuses. Why did Minato Namokase, with his high mobility, manage to gag Iwagakure's elite Jonin and young prodigies during the Third Shinobi World War, while I can't even find a single promising young ninja to nurture now? Inoki frowned, gritting his teeth, a mixture of jealousy and resentment welling up inside him. Thump, thump, thump. He lightly tapped the table a few times, and the entire Iwagakure tent fell silent, awaiting that Tsuchikage's instructions. Inoki glanced at the spirited and highly motivated Jonin and asked, Yado, what's the latest news from the land of hot springs, Lord Tsuchikage? Yado nodded to his father and stood up to report, the Konoha ninja from the land of hot springs have completed their first wave of withdrawal. 15 Jonin and approximately 800 men have returned to Konoha. Besides that, after our first major defeat of Konoha the day before yesterday, the land of hot springs camp dispatched 5 Jonin and 300 ninja westward, led by Mimura Yoru, but they're estimated to arrive in the land of grass by tomorrow. Inoki nodded. This support was a drop in the ocean for the Konoha camp in the land of grass. Uchiha Gen doesn't want to support Sarutobi Hirozen. The rift between the Uchiha and the Hokage faction is more serious than we think. Uchiha Gen should have already received news of Konoha's second defeat, but even if he mustered his troops and led them to the rescue at lightning speed, it would still take 3 days. Inoki made a deep judgment, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. No one in the entire ninja world understood the strength of the Uchiha clan better than him. In fact, if Uchiha Genji had come to the aid of the land of grass, or even if they had sent Uchiha Fugaku, a Mangekyō Sharingan user, to lead the attack, he was prepared to withdraw and directly negotiate peace with Konoha. 2 Mangekyō Sharingan users. This not only kept Hirozen Sarutobi and the other 3 Konoha members up at night, meticulously plotting against them, but also made Inoki even more wary of Konoha possessing 2 Mangekyō Sharingan users, causing him sleepless nights and unease. But now, it seemed he could still fight them again, eliminating even more of Konoha's fighting force. If he couldn't deal with Uchiha Genji, surely he could deal with the half-crippled Hirozen Sarutobi? Pass down the order, rest tonight, prepare 3,000 troops tomorrow morning, have lunch an hour early, and then attack the Konoha camp again in the afternoon. Inoki didn't need to consult anyone else regarding the Iwagakure's battle arrangements. He could make decisions with a single word. Oh, right. Inoki seemed to have thought of something interesting, and gave everyone a playful smile. Old Purple, and you all, remember, you're not allowed to hurt our respected third Hokage. Huh? Everyone was stunned, not knowing whether Inoki was serious or joking. We'll need him to sign agreements, obtain compensation, and suppress the Uchiha. You all need to be careful. Inoki, exuding an air of absolute confidence, slapped the table, levitating himself, and placed his hands behind his back, radiating an air of domineering arrogance. Hiruzen Sarutobi's value is greater alive than dead. If he lives, the rift and conflict between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha will intensify, causing Konoha to continue its decline through internal strife. If he dies, and Jiraiya or Uchiha Genji becomes Hokage, coupled with the shared hatred of the deceased Hokage, Iwagakure will face a more united and powerful Konoha. Therefore, we must not only ensure Hiruzen Sarutobi returns unharmed, but also, if necessary, offer him assistance. Understand, Inoki's tone was utterly contemptuous, as if victory was already assured. Understood. Ha ha ha. Laughter and cheers filled the Iwagakure tent. Many seemed to already see a bright future beckoning. Chapter 117 Sarutobi Jonin, Call Me Elder Gen. Many years later, when Hayashi Hyuga, now retired as a Hokage advisor, was enjoying his retirement and spending time with his grandchildren, he would surely remember that afternoon when the children of his clan pestered him for stories. The tent he had set up had its curtains tightly shut, thick black cotton blinds blocking out all sunlight. Inside, only a dim lamp shone on the table in front of Gen Uchiha. Hayashi sat stiffly on the sofa opposite Gen Uchiha, using his Byakugan to make sure no one was around before turning his gaze to Gen Uchiha and nodding. Gen Uchiha reclined lazily in the chair behind his desk, gently stroking his slender, agile, dark blue ninja cat, half hidden in darkness. This was a special privilege Gen Uchiha received after achieving a connection of minds and calling the true name with the two tails. Gen Uchiha had created a miniature two tails, a fraction of its chakra, a meager amount for the two tails but exceeding the amount of a Jonin's, to maintain contact with the two tails frolicking outside. Actually, it was so he could properly pet the cat. In front of the desk was a large but simple television set, far less sophisticated than the commercial televisions currently used in Konoha. However, with the aid of the Yamanaka clan's spiritual techniques, it allowed for face-to-face conversations across thousands of miles. The communication was first relayed to the Konoha camp in the land of hot springs, and then by the 8th Hokage, it was relayed back to Konoha. After being relayed twice, the picture quality was somewhat distorted. On the low-resolution, yellowish, and blurry television, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with his shaved goatee and a scar on his forehead, sat upright, his expression both cold and somewhat ashamed. I believe in peace, and peace has always been my guiding principle and pursuit throughout my decades-long rule. I have also taught my clansmen and the children of the village to cherish this hard-won peace and to never do anything that violates the first Hokage's ideals of peace. 3 years ago, Iwagakure and Konoha reached a ceasefire agreement, and I was very happy, because it meant that we had once again ushered in the peace we had longed for. I overruled all objections and not only did not demand the compensation due from the defeated Iwagakure, but I also humanely released the prisoners of war from Iwagakure, doing the best I could without harming the interests of Konoha. I thought that in this way, Iwagakure would understand the true meaning of peace. But they did not. They are insatiable wolves, ungrateful barbarians who only covet the fertile lands of the Land of Fire. They launched another war, causing countless good ninjas of Konoha to shed their blood, causing countless Konoha people to lose their fathers and their children, and I was one of them. As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to be genuinely moved, wiping his slightly glistening eyes with a tissue. Perhaps he was truly grieving for those who had sacrificed their lives? Uchiha Gen remained silent, observing coldly. His hand gently stroked Matadabi's back, causing Matadabi to purr twice. How, in the Third Shinobi World War, the number of deaths in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain wasn't 5 or 6 times greater than in the Battle of the Land of Grass? Even you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, didn't lose your little pearl back then. Seeing Uchiha Gen's unmoved expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. His expression growing increasingly bitter, but his voice becoming even more agitated. This is unfair. We peace-loving people pay the price for peace, while the Iwagakure, who destroyed peace, profit. I stand like a fool on this battlefield strewn with corpses, while Inoki, the executioner who started this war, smiles at me. Therefore, I think, for justice and fairness, the Land of Grass battlefield needs your help, Gen. Having said all this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrinkles deepened, his eyes fixed hopefully on Uchiha Gen, awaiting the reply from this new ninja world demon. Uchiha Gen rested his chin on his hand and chuckled lightly. Why didn't you contact me before the great battle? Nonsense. Back then, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was the Hokage. Why should I lower myself to video chat with you? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. He didn't answer Uchiha Gen's question but instead offered his own terms. Gen, name your terms. I can even nominate you as a Hokage candidate. Even a Jonin has the right to nominate a Hokage candidate. Why wouldn't I nominate myself? Uchiha Gen looked at the stingy Sarutobi Hiruzen, stroking the two tails in his hand, and said coldly, for the past few decades, the Uchiha have been Konoha's most loyal henchmen, but this is the first time in all these years that you've shown goodwill towards the Uchiha. I can't even remember the last time you spoke to me face to face, let alone the Uchiha, one of Konoha's two founding clans. Let me be frank, you never expected my friendship, and you're hostile and wary of the Uchiha? That's due to some historical reasons, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained weakly. I understand. Uchiha Gen stretched the two tails in his arms, and laid down even more casually, showing no regard for the former Hokage. You're the second Hokage's disciple, from the Sarutobi clan, inheriting the Senju's political legacy, with the support of the Ino Shikacho trio and 3 outstanding disciples. You don't consider the Uchiha as part of Konoha? You don't need my friendship. But now, you, the first Kage in the ninja world to be impeached and removed from office, come to me saying, Lord Uchiha Gen, you must lend a hand for Konoha, for me, yet you show me no respect whatsoever. You won't even call me Elder Gen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face stiffened, boundless rage spreading within him. Theoretically, the dismissed Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely a Jonin holding a battlefield command post, his status lower than that of the Hokage's advisor, Uchiha General, but I am the longest-serving Hokage. Uchiha Gen, how dare you? Hiruzen Sarutobi was furious, his face contorted with rage, but after a long period of silent contemplation, his expression gradually softened. He then turned the conversation back to the village, asking, in short, for the sake of Konoha, for the sake of the Land of Fire, I urge you to take action. Talking about Konoha. Only the Hokage and elders can say things like for the sake of Konoha. What right do you, a mere Jonin, have? You old codger who can't even tell the difference between a king and a queen. Uchiha Gen's face darkened with anger. He released the two tails from his embrace, stood up, and walked to the screen, demanding, what have I done to deserve such disrespect? If you come to me as a father, as a Konoha Jonin, then those who killed your son will pay the price. And I, Uchiha Gen, will make Iwagakure pay for the bloodshed of my comrades. The enemies of Konoha are the enemies of me, the Hokage's advisor. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Gen with humiliation, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on his back, subjecting him to endless torment. He knew that Uchiha Gen wanted him to bow down, to humiliate him, to beg him. For a former Hokage, for a 60-year-old elder to bow down to an Uchiha, to a mere youth, it was a difficult decision. But a ninja hero always knows how to endure. When he sought help from Uchiha Gen, he had already anticipated that this would be an absolutely correct but also the most arduous path, even better than the most humiliating difficulties he had expected. His eyes were filled with anger and humiliation, but after much hesitation, he still made his decision. It was just a matter of lowering his stance once. His back wasn't bent so low that he could never straighten it again. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath, bowed slightly, and performed the salute of a lower-ranking ninja reporting to a superior, his voice stiff and trembling, Elder Uchiha Gen, good. Uchiha Gen snapped his fingers and said with satisfaction, Jonin Sarutobi, you made the right decision. Time flew by, and it was the next day. On this day, dark clouds rolled in. Starting in the afternoon, the sky grew darker and darker, and the clouds grew lower and lower, but not a single drop of rain or snow fell from the sky. The whole world was incredibly oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Thick clouds, like a giant iron gray curtain, shrouded the earth, with faint rumbles of thunder, like the drums of war beating across the heavens and earth, foreshadowing an impending, earth-shattering battle. The 4-man reconnaissance team from Iwagakure, concealed underground in the shallow soil of the plain, cautiously probed towards the Konoha camp, occasionally peeking out to breathe and observe. The first clashes of the war would likely occur between the two reconnaissance teams. After approaching within 50 miles of the Konoha camp, the Iwagakure reconnaissance team became increasingly cautious. Every 200 or 300 meters, their prized sensory ninja would form hand seals and use a sensory ninjutsu to perceive everything within a radius of several hundred meters. Unlike Konoha, which boasts a large and powerful clan, including the Hyuga, a natural-born reconnaissance clan, The other 4 major ninja villages, while having a considerable number of sensory ninja, are still a rare and valuable force. Of the 30 reconnaissance teams deployed by Iwagakure, only 10 teams led by Jonin or Special Jonin possess sensory ninja. Luckily, I just got promoted to Special Jonin. The reconnaissance team leader was clearly in high spirits. 2 consecutive victories, a bountiful harvest, and the absurdity of Konoha's Hokage, Hirozen Sarutobi, cutting off his beard and abandoning his robes, had spread throughout the Iwagakure camp. How could he not be in a good mood? Now, they were about to mop up the remnants of Konoha's army, perhaps even capturing Hirozen Sarutobi, and then forcing the Land of Fire and Konoha to cede territory and pay reparations. Iwagakure's good days were yet to come. Thinking this, the Iwen ninja captain suddenly noticed the sensory ninja beside him trembling uncontrollably. He quickly made several hand gestures, indicating, "Sakamoto, what's going on, monster, monster?" The sensory ninja's face was filled with horror, so shocked that he actually violated the reconnaissance regulations and cried out, his mind completely stunned. In his sensory jutsu, a terrifying chakra reaction, colder, more ominous, and more violent than a tailed beast, suddenly appeared 100 meters ahead, as deep as a black hole, filling him with instinctive fear. What? A monster? The captain, confident in his Special Jonin status, and driven by curiosity, surfaced, wanting to observe the entity blocking his path with his own eyes. He immediately saw the man in old-fashioned red armor on the barren plain. Uchiha Gen stood with his feet straddling, his hands gripping the end of the flame fan's handle, the fan vertically embedded in the ground before him, his long hair flowing freely in the wind. Uchiha Gen, in his saber stance, slightly raised his eyes. The voice, however, carried by the wind, reached the ears of the rock ninja who had emerged from the ground, echoing deep within his mind, ethereal and indifferent, like a divine pronouncement, "You may only go this far, but you may not cross it." Chapter 118 Vanguard Force. Go. Uchiha Gen merely glanced at the Iwen ninja out of the corner of his eye before turning his head away and standing as still as a pine tree. That one glance lasted an eternity. In that instant of eye contact, the Iwen ninja's consciousness was irrevocably drawn into those crimson eyes. The powerful ocular aura instantly shattered the Iwen ninja captain's mental defenses, exerting an irresistible mental influence on him. The Iwen ninja captain was momentarily dazed, then submerged back underground. To the astonishment and confusion of his teammates, he ended their lives with the Earth Spear, then used his summoning beast to send a message to the Iwagakure army behind him. A large number of Konoha ninja are gathering here, requesting reinforcements. After sending the message, he immediately slit his own throat, returning to the embrace of Mother Earth for peaceful rest. Dozens of miles away, beside a small mountain, countless ninjas wearing red headscarves and Iwagakure twin stone mountain headbands rushed towards the Land of Fire. Chirp chirp chirp, several high-pitched bird calls came from the sky. Floating in midair, Anoki's expression changed slightly upon hearing the sound. A white bird summon landed beside Anoki with a flap of its wings. This was the scout team's emergency communication method. Anoki formed a hand seal and gently placed it against the bird's neck. The white bird stretched its neck and cried out, uttering a human voice. After all the information was transmitted, the white bird chirped a few more times, begging Anoki for food. "Gentlemen, the scout team has made a discovery." Anoki's lips curled into a cold smile. "Who want to? Have any of the teams around Team 007 noticed anything unusual?" "No. The routine communication 8 minutes ago, 006 and 008 both reported everything was normal. No trace of a large-scale Konoha ninja operation was found. Only some traps were ruled out." Huontu said earnestly. "How?" Anoki chuckled a few times, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Large-scale troop movements always leave traces, so how did Squad 007 discover such a large-scale enemy? Regardless of whether there were genuine Konoha troops in Squad 007's area of responsibility, or just a few elite squads feigning delay, what was there to fear from Iwagakure's 3,000 elite soldiers and 2 top-tier fighters? Only the weak need to think things through and resort to scheming. True strength lies in ignoring the enemy's calculations and crushing them in their path." Anoki glanced at the map and noticed that Squad 007's reconnaissance area was directly in the direction the main force was advancing. He immediately fired off orders like a machine gun. "Pass on my order. All odd-numbered reconnaissance squads, move towards Squad 007's original area of responsibility." The vanguard, accelerate, sweep through the area. With Inoki's decision, over 200 Iwagakure ninja sped forward, arriving at their destination a little over half an hour later. To be precise, they were about a kilometer away from where the reconnaissance squad had lost contact. All of Iwagakure's dozen or so reconnaissance squads had been lost ahead, failing to transmit any valuable intelligence. Halt! Among the silently advancing Iwagakure troops, Wenaya, wearing a ninja hat and sporting 2 long blue stripes under his eyes, waved his hand to signal a halt. The hundreds of men stopped in unison. Wenaya, in his early 30s, was the commander of Iwagakure's vanguard. He was proficient in taijutsu, sealing techniques, and earth-style techniques. He was one of the best chosen from among the less capable men in Iwagakure's 30s, and his bounty on the black market was a hefty 35 million ryo. After the main force stopped, he took a few steps forward and gazed into the distance. The sky grew even more gloomy, with endless, thick dark clouds like ink spreading across the entire sky, constantly seeping into the earth. A cold wind swept through fiercely, occasionally whipping up withered grass and twigs that danced in the air. The barren plain ahead was devoid of vegetation, revealing only the dark brown earth that met the inky black clouds on the distant horizon, forming a bottomless abyss-like black world, silently awaiting the sacrifices to be delivered. Rumble. The dark clouds rolled in, a muffled thunder rumbled in the sky, and a sudden burst of bright white lightning illuminated the heavens and earth, allowing Wenaya, gazing into the distance, to vaguely make out a figure in the distance. Uchiha Gen casually picked up the flame fan stuck in the ground and strolled leisurely towards Iwagakure. Dozens of Iwagakure ninja corpses lay scattered around him, their seeping blood staining the land a dark reddish-brown. The appetizer was passable. Let's try the main course first. A smile played on his lips as he walked lightly and casually. Suddenly, he started jogging. A powerful, chilling aura of chakra erupted without restraint, surging forth recklessly into the heavens and earth. Even from a kilometer away, the Iwa ninja could feel the demonic, malevolent, and powerful aura. A howling wind arose, whipping up countless dust particles that scattered in all directions, creating a chilling atmosphere. Clang! Wenaya drew his kunai with a backhand motion, his gaze steady and resolute, unwavering despite the enemy's strength. He took a deep breath and roared, "Well of the rock!" Behind him, over 200 people drew their weapons, shouting in unison, loud, passionate, and resolute. Unbreakable as a rock, the 5 great villages and their ninja each had their own style. Konoha was the most bold, Kirigakure the most cunning, Kumagakure the most ruthless, and Sunagakure the poorest yet most resilient, able to survive even by eating sand. And the Iwa ninja were the most tenacious and resilient. Clang! 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 A barrage of earth spikes, spears, and dragons were unleashed by the Iwa ninja. The attacks, skillfully dodged by the ever-approaching Uchiha Gen, landed on the ground with a series of booming sounds, raising clouds of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Mere sand and gravel, you think you can stop my advance? Uchiha Gen transformed into a streak of light, instantly covering over 100 meters and charging into the Iwa vanguard. Boom! With a casual kick, an Iwa ninja enhanced by a power-up technique caved in his chest and flew backward. The already lifeless Iwa ninja crashed into 2 more Iwa ninja, severely injuring them. In an instant, several long swords darted towards Uchiha Gen from all directions. His 3 Tomo swords flashed in his eyes. Uchiha Gen's feet seemed glued to the ground as he spun around like a top, clenching his fists and striking and hammering, instantly disarming 4 Iwa ninja. With a rustling sound, the 4 Iwa ninjas' eyes were filled with terror. But they could only watch helplessly as their weapons slipped from their hands, as they sliced through their comrades' throats, and as blood splattered from their throats. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Iwa ninja, perfectly coordinated, died simultaneously at the hands of their own, the spray of blood not even touching the hem of Uchiha Gen's clothes. Uchiha Gen, wielding his flame fan, rampaged through the Iwa ninja ranks, his boundless killing intent soaring to the heavens. In an instant, Iwa ninja died like pigs and dogs, 1,000 armies fleeing from the red armored figure. Don't be so arrogant. Earth release, Earth Mountain technique. Seeing Uchiha Gen indiscriminately slaughtering his comrades, Wenaya was enraged and slammed his hands on the ground. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled irregularly, and 2 enormous hemispheres rose up like mountains, flanking Uchiha General. The Earth Mountain technique, combining earth release and sealing techniques, was so powerful in the hands of Wang Tu that it could even halt a Gato Mazo. Even when used by Wenaya, it was incredibly formidable. Uchiha Gen lightly touched the ground with his toes and leaped into the air, avoiding the technique. A perfect opportunity. When you was overjoyed. Earth release, hardening technique, earth release, earth spear, earth release, rock fist. With the enhancement of 3 ninjutsu, bluish-gray patterns appeared on Wenya's hand. He rushed behind Uchiha Gen and unleashed a powerful punch. This punch, 30 years of training, enhanced by 3 ninjutsu, how could you possibly block it? Just as Wenya confidently threw his punch, Uchiha Gen suddenly spun around, performing a high-difficulty, acrobatic iron bridge in midair, thus dodging the fatal blow. Wenya's deadly punch, fueled by burning conviction, only stirred up a fierce gust of wind, causing Uchiha Gen's black hair to flutter wildly. No, a single, slightly loose strand of hair was still blown away by the wind, drifting away from Uchiha. Uchiha Gen glanced at Wenya. This guy's got some skills. If he lets me unleash another 100,000 punches like this, won't I end up like the 8th Hokage, losing my handsome, flowing black hair? Those treacherous Iwa ninja, if you're weak, practice more, if you can't beat them, die? Why pull my hair? He's already chosen his own death. A red light flashed in Uchiha Gen's eyes, and a massive skeletal arm projected from his body, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Wenya's chest. PFFT, Wenya spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his ribs and internal organs screaming in agony, his internal organs severely damaged. The Susanoo's massive hand grabbed Wenya and lifted him before Uchiha General. Uchiha Gen tilted his head and sneered, "You also want to dance?" With that, his Susanoo vanished abruptly, and Uchiha Gen, his hands forming claws, charged towards Bunaya, unleashing 7 incredibly tricky attacks in an instant. After a series of blows, Bunaya's chest was covered in claw marks, flesh and blood churning. Finally, Uchiha Gen's hands were half embedded in Bunaya's chest, a slight gathering of chakra causing a sudden burst of flame the size of a wash basin to erupt from Bunaya's chest, claiming the life of the dying Bunaya. Uchiha style. 1210th form, 8 maidens. The 3 immortalities of a ninja in the ninja world, virtue, merit, and words. In terms of martial virtue, Uchiha Gen believed himself to be the most virtuous after the 2 heroes of the ninja world. In terms of merit, defeating the Cloud Ninja and capturing the Raikage were unprecedented, only the words remained, which he had yet to establish. Therefore, Uchiha Gen had recently been trying to emulate the Uchiha Flame Sword technique and create his own Uchiha Flame Taijutsu as a legacy for the Uchiha clan. The easiest way, of course, would be to simply copy, or rather, reasonably borrow, some other similar techniques. After all, Uchiha Gen aspired to become the king of the ninja world. The first few moves are still a bit clunky, Uchiha Gen murmured to himself. The remaining Iwagakure soldiers around him were demoralized, trembling as they surrounded him, too afraid to launch an attack. Looking at the timid remnants of the Iwagakure army, Uchiha Gen sneered, crossing his arms disdainfully. How pathetic. They don't even dare to launch an attack? Then run away. Go back and tell Inoki, tell him that his doom, his calamity, awaits him here. Chapter 119 Inoki, we will win. Devil, a shinobi staggered back to the main force of Iwagakure. He wasn't injured, but his forehead was covered in sweat, his expression was fearful and uneasy, and he kept muttering incoherently. What was going on? Had he fallen under a genjutsu? Wang Tu, who was leading the troops, frowned and used a sensory ninjutsu. After a few seconds, he realized that there was no residual chakra in the shinobi's brain, which basically ruled out the possibility of a genjutsu. His panic was probably just due to being frightened. Frightened? An elite from one of the 5 great villages, who had experienced the Third Shinobi World War, what indescribable thing had he seen to terrify him like this? Feeling absurd, Wang Tu also had a bad feeling. He rushed forward and slapped the crazed ninja across the face with his large, fan-like hand, yelling, "You bastard, what did you see?" The Iwa ninja lost 2 teeth, the blood and pain shooting straight to his head, jolting him back to his senses. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Lord Wang Tu." Seeing that the man had calmed down, Wang Tu grabbed him by the waistband and, with a few leaps, reached Inoki before asking, "Tell me, what happened? What did you see, Lord Suchikage, Lord Suchikage?" The crazed Iwa ninja suddenly rushed forward, tears streaming down his face, and hugged Inoki's leg, pleading, "Lord Suchikage, let's retreat. Uchiha Gen isn't human. We have no reason to challenge an enemy we can't defeat. He killed Lord Bungatta in 2 moves, and our 200-plus men were surrounded and killed in less than 3 minutes. Slap, Inoki frowned, tapping the head of the completely demoralized Iwa ninja, signaling the surrounding Enbu to take him away to rest and stop him from saying anything that would demoralize the army. Soon, 7 or 8 more Iwa ninjas returned, mostly terrified. Through their accounts, Inoki and the Iwagakure Jonin quickly pieced together what had happened. Bunga led the Iwa ninja in a fearless charge against Uchiha Gen, who easily unleashed 100 kills, defeating Bunga. Uchiha Gen, Wang Tu swallowed hard. A person's reputation precedes them. Although he had never met Uchiha Gen, judging from his record, he was probably the strongest ninja in the ninja world right now. Wang Tu, being a moderate in Iwagakure, immediately looked at Inoki and said, "Father, should we retreat? What nonsense are you spouting?" Inoki jumped up and angrily smacked his good-for-nothing son on the head. "Even if you're truly afraid and didn't want to fight, you shouldn't say such demoralizing things in front of an army." Inoki glared at Wang Tu again, exasperated, before his face darkened as he pondered. Just then, Lao Zi couldn't contain his temper and taunted, "What, you're chickening out again just because you heard the name Uchiha? Uchiha Gen isn't Uchiha Madara, damn Lao Zi, I'm thinking about how to fight this battle," Inoki cursed, lowering his head in thought. Lao Zi was right, Uchiha Gen wasn't Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Gen's greatest achievement was recently defeating 3 top-tier fighters single-handedly after a long battle on the battlefield of the Land of Hot Springs. However, that victory was questionable. According to the intelligence gathered by Inoki, Uchiha Gen directly attacked the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, controlling the Two-Tails with his Sharingan before engaging in a battle with the Cloud Village's Abiduo and the Blood Dragon Eye. Effectively a 2 against 3 fight. Even so, Uchiha Gen's strength was still at least equivalent to 2 top-tier shinobi, surpassing all the third cage. Inoki pondered, making a rough deduction. The current Uchiha Gen should be similar to Uchiha Madara in his 20s, capable of single-handedly killing virtually any top-tier shinobi, but vastly different from the godlike Madara he had once witnessed. Thinking this, Inoki's killing intent intensified. If he was this powerful at 18, wouldn't he be as powerful as Madara at 38? At that time, wouldn't the entire Iwagakure tremble under his demonic power, walking on thin ice, only hoping for the village's survival? Would that mean being reduced to begging on one's knees? He couldn't kneel. Inoki quickly assessed his own side's strength. He was stronger than the 4th Hokage. Old Purple was slightly weaker than Killer B, and Yellow Earth wouldn't be weaker than that worthless Blood Dragon Eye. Moreover, the Two-Tails was supposedly released by Uchiha Gen role that could give it a try. Incorrect intelligence, after correct analysis, ultimately led to defeat. Inoki was decisive. After making his decision, he immediately ordered the main force to advance slowly, while he himself, along with Old Purple, Yellow Earth, and 5 or 6 top fighters from Iwagakure, rushed towards Uchiha Gen's location. Oh? Inoki is quite brave. Uchiha Gen, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them, murmured, thought for a moment, and then inserted his flame fan back into the slot on his back. About 10 powerful chakra auras approached Uchiha Gen from afar without any concealment. As a profession leaning towards assassins and spies, concealing one's chakra leakage is almost instinctive for ninjas. Inoki and the others were certainly not Ninja Academy students who couldn't even conceal their chakra aura. It was clear Inoki had decided to directly battle Uchiha Gen role then. Uchiha Gen, cannot refuse this challenge. Uchiha Gen somewhat awkwardly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. A suddenly rising earthen wall, under Uchiha Gen's control, transformed into a magnificently carved pillar tens of meters high. Uchiha Gen stood atop the pillar, arms crossed, releasing his chakra aura without any concealment. The towering pillar and Uchiha Gen's chakra aura were like a beacon in the darkness, immediately attracting the attention of Inoki and the others, prompting them to accelerate towards Uchiha General soon. Inoki and the others arrived near Uchiha General. The dark clouds on the horizon lowered further, obscuring the sun and making the world somewhat gloomy. Atop the colossal pillar, Uchiha Gen looked down at the approaching Iwa ninja, arms crossed, arrogant and self-assured, leaving only Inoki and his companions with their nostrils flailing. Ha. You actually dare to challenge the invincible me? Inoki, I don't know whether to praise your courage or laugh at your ignorant and fearless stupidity. Uchiha Gen's voice echoed across the wilderness. The Iwa ninja, including Inoki, almost simultaneously looked up at the figure atop the pillar. Crack, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed. In the dim light, Uchiha Gen's blood-red armor, flowing hair, and the handle of the flame fan erected on his back became clearly visible in that instant. Mata, Inoki's pupils constricted, cold sweat pouring down his back. His face contorted in horror. And the name practically popped out without thinking. Uchiha Gen's figure almost made his heart stop. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening roar of thunder startled Inoki, who let out a long breath, realizing he had mistaken someone for someone else. Madara Uchiha, the man who had left him with endless trauma, was long dead. Could he possibly be alive again? The Uchiha Gen before him was merely wearing the same battle robes as Madara, wielding the same flame fan, possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan, and also a fellow Uchiha clan leader. The more Inoki thought about it, the more grim his expression became. Inoki, what's wrong? Roshi, noticing Inoki's unusual behavior, was worried. He was a key player in the fight against Gen, he couldn't afford to falter now. Inoki concealed his shock, saying sternly, "It's just that the thunder was too loud, making my ears a little uncomfortable." "It's nothing." He glanced up at Gen Uchiha on the giant pillar, his anger rising. With a single hand seal, he instantly connected with the earth's ley lines, unleashing the earthquake core technique. Rumble. The earth rumbled, and the towering pillar that Uchiha Gen had casually created instantly collapsed, sending him crashing to the ground. Earth release, rock fist technique. Earth release, weighted rock technique. As Uchiha Gen fell, Inoki used ninjutsu to levitate, and the two instantly reached the same level. What is a great personality? It's being a fragile ADC or mage who will still teleport forward. Inoki's taijutsu wasn't bad, and with the enhancement of earth release ninjutsu, his close combat skills weren't weak even among top-tier ninjas. At the pinnacle of ninja, he reigned supreme, his dust release capable of shattering the heavens. Even with a back injury that required constant caution, Inoki could still easily defeat most taijutsu-type jonin in the ninja world with his earth release ninjutsu. Unfortunately, Uchiha Gen wasn't among those most. Boom. The pale blue Susanoo arm slammed out, colliding with Inoki's arm, which was covered in a thick layer of rock, shattering the rock almost instantly. Inoki used the reaction force to apply the light and heavy rock jutsu and quickly retreated, but Uchiha Gen's Susanoo took shape almost instantly and put on the coat of flesh and chakra, and punched again. Molten release, granite. The magma wall formed by the melt release instantly formed, blocking Susanoo for a moment, allowing Inoki to safely withdraw from the range of Susanoo's attack. Susanoo, it is indeed this technique. Inoki's breathing became rapid, and his eyes moved slightly, as if he was reminiscing. When he and the second-generation Suchiha visited Konoha, they were beaten randomly by Madara Uchiha, who was in a bad mood with this ninjutsu, which left a deep impression or shadow on him. After that, even if he learned to escape from dust and became a earth shadow, he would still feel a sense of powerlessness from his soul every time he dreamed of the figure at night. But it's time to escape this nightmare. Inoki's eyes narrowed, and a white square barrier appeared between his half-clasped hands. He roared at Uchiha Gen, "Uchiha Gen! Let me use the dust release passed down from the second Hokage to end the long-standing feud between that Suchiha lineage and the Uchiha." Chapter 120. Inoki unleashed his full power. Inoki is still attacking. Inoki is about to collapse. Under the gloomy sky, the pale blue second stage Susanoo appeared from afar like a towering mountain stretching across the wilderness, exuding immense power. But Inoki felt no fear. He had fallen to the bottom of the valley and reached the summit, both experiences having greatly benefited him. When would he overcome his inner demons? Today. Right now. As Inoki condensed the square barrier in his hands, Roshi and Katsuchi quickly formed hand seals, each unleashing a clay giant over 10 meters tall. Earth release, steel release technique. As the saying goes, a ninja who can't pilot a Gundam isn't a true warrior. However, if Susanoo was the awakened crystal unicorn Gundam, then the steel release technique was a mass-produced Zaku. The difference in combat power was like heaven and earth. The light blue Susanoo swung its arms, its massive fists sweeping across the sky and slamming into the two charging clay giants. Each punch cracked their bodies, and after 6 or 7 blows, the two clay giants were reduced to tattered pieces. Dark clouds pressed down from the sky, a howling wind raged, and the earth trembled. After a long period of preparation, Inoki finally raised his hand, and the square barrier in his hand shot towards Uchiha General Dust Release, Limit Separation Technique. Inoki unleashed a powerful attack with a single gesture. The square barrier he released expanded rapidly, reaching a side length of 20 or 30 meters by mid-air and continuing to expand. Earth release. Earth tremor core. Kaozu relinquished control of the clay giants, precisely manipulating the earth to tremble. Roshi controlled the clay giants to wrap around Susanoo, the two working together to restrict Susanoo's movement. A semi-transparent barrier, nearly 100 meters in circumference, enveloped the earth, enveloping Susanoo within. Dust release. The bloodline limit, evolved from the three chakra natures of wind, fire, and earth, surpasses even bloodline limits. It separates the opponent into atomic states and annihilates them in the form of a barrier, making it arguably the strongest destructive ninjutsu below 6 paths level techniques like truth-seeking balls. However, like Amaterasu, its combat record is rather embarrassing. Inside Susanoo, Uchiha Gen watched as the dust release aura, formed from the convergence of wind, fire, and earth, filled the entire barrier space, his mood remarkably calm. The dust release technique is indeed powerful, but its wind-up and recovery time are far too long. Even with a simple particle-style detachment technique, it takes Inoki 2-3 seconds to construct the barrier, time for the barrier to unfold in mid-air, and about a second for the dust release power to explode and disintegrate the enemy after enveloping them. From casting to activation, it takes approximately 5 seconds, making it relatively easy for a true master to dodge. Intangibility. Uchiha Gen's heart skipped a beat, he didn't even try to dodge. Within the barrier, the power of dust release quickly erupted, disintegrating the clay giant into atomic form. So easy, Inoki's eyes widened in surprise. He was somewhat astonished that the renowned Uchiha Gen had died so easily from his dust release. "Old man, your dust release is nothing special," a voice from within the exploding dust startled Inoki. Uchiha Gen slowly emerged from the dust, looking down at Inoki with disdain, extending 3 fingers and mockingly saying, "3 methods. I have 3 ways to break your dust release." That was the first one: space-time ninjutsu, lava release. Sea Needle, Old Purple, his entire body wrapped in molten lava, suddenly appeared above Uchiha Gen's head, gathering scorching magma in one hand and descending from the sky. Boom! The earth cracked open with spiderweb-like patterns. His punch unexpectedly passed through Uchiha Gen's body, slamming into the ground without achieving any effect. A foolish attempt, Uchiha Gen chuckled, taking down the flame fan hanging on his back and fanning himself forcefully. Roshi entered a half-tailed beast form, his arms clasped together to block Uchiha Gen's attack, but a storm roared out, the powerful wind sweeping him far away. Then, Uchiha Gen, fan in hand, charged towards Inoki. Using only space-time ninjutsu would be too boring, so I won't be using it anymore. Let me show you the second way to break dust release. The second way. Inoki was both angry and furious. He already knew that space-time ninjutsu could ignore dust release, but he hadn't expected Uchiha Gen to actually know it. How could there possibly be other ways to break dust release? I've dominated the ninja world with dust release for over 40 years, and you've only seen it once and you already have 3 ways to break it. Inoki remained calm, once again gathering dust release chakra in his hands. Wang Tu wasn't idle either. He slammed his hands on the ground, unleashing a torrent of chakra like a dam bursting, and roared, "Earth release, earth rising spear technique." The earth trembled, and sharp rock blades burst forth from the ground. Uchiha Gen maneuvered and weaved among them, constantly closing in on Inoki's direction. The incredibly powerful dust release barrier flew towards Uchiha Gen once more. Instead of retreating, Uchiha Gen advanced, using the body flicker technique to close the distance to the barrier. When it had expanded to half the size of a person, he was right in front of it, gripping the long handle of the flame fan tightly and holding it against his body. The flame fan was carved from a branch and leaf of the complete divine tree. Although it was only a small part, its priority for absorbing chakra was naturally extremely high. Just as the Rinnegan sealing techniques could absorb dust release, the flame fan could too. Uchiha reflection. The bright white barrier twisted and deformed, flowing into the flame fan like water. Uchiha Gen raised his hand and waved it, unleashing a massive storm from the flame fan, which had absorbed a large amount of dust release chakra. A merciless gale howled, and Inoki was clearly completely unprepared for this. When Uchiha Madara fought the second Suchikage, Mew, he hadn't used the flame fan behind him. Earth release, earth flow wall. Inoki formed hand seals, and a thick, solid earth barrier suddenly rose up before him, but it only stood for a moment before being utterly crushed by the violent storm. Solid rock, shattered once more? A look of astonishment appeared on Inoki's old face as he stared blankly at Uchiha Gen in his red armor, as if he had returned to that night when he was 13. His defensive hand seals slowed slightly. Lava release, granted. Old Purple's timely intervention helped Inoki withstand the raging storm. Inoki was only blown away by the remaining gusts of wind and suffered no real injury, landing somewhat disheveled on the ground. Inoki, what are you doing, you bastard? Old Purple cursed. You're that Suchikage. The rugged Inoki rubbed his back, his previously dazed eyes hardening under Old Purple's reminder. I am Inoki. I am the disciple of Master Mew. I am that Suchikage who carries the hopes of 20,000 Iwagakure ninja. How can I, like this, lose to an Uchiha again? So what if dust release was broken? Even using only earth release, he was still one of the top ninja in the world. Inoki gently picked up an ordinary stone from the ground and slowly stood up. As he stood up, the earth rumbled, and Inoki's chakra surged wildly into the earth, causing a rock giant 60 or 70 meters tall to stretch its body and slowly rise from the ground. If Old Purple Earth previously controlled a mass-produced Zaku that was essentially cannon fodder, then Inoki's rock giant must be a commander-type red Zaku II. Standing atop the rock giant, which was tens of meters high, even the short-statured Inoki exuded a majestic and domineering aura, looking down upon the world. In an instant, Inoki's heroic spirit surged, sweeping away the previous gloom. His aged voice was full of vigor. Uchiha Gen, years ago, the second Suchikage and I visited Konoha, only to be utterly defeated by Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. After returning to the village, my teacher and I painstakingly researched for nearly 10 years before developing this earth release, steel release technique. Since you have broken my dust release, then I will use this technique to break your Uchiha Susanoo. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Inoki's chakra aura suddenly surged again, and the rock giant beneath him gradually became smooth and shiny, with swirling patterns appearing on his shoulders and arms. Challenge. Susanoo? Uchiha Gen's shoulders twitched slightly as he tried to suppress his laughter, but finally couldn't help bursting out, ha ha ha. Then I'll give you that chance. After the laughter subsided, Uchiha Gen's eyes narrowed, and he activated his eye power. A massive Susanoo arm projected from his body, and a skeletal giant over 10 meters tall slowly materialized. First of all, this is the first stage of Susanoo, only a skeletal samurai. Uchiha Gen gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, raised them, and tilted his head slightly, the most common pose for activating his aura and transforming. What you just saw was the second stage of Susanoo, a skeleton covered with meridians, flesh, and an outer garment. It's the most cost-effective stage of Susanoo. The third stage of Susanoo will be covered with a Tengu armor, possessing even stronger defensive capabilities, which is also the limit of the regular Mangekyō Sharingan. As Uchiha Gen spoke, the light blue phantom became more solid, the majestic Tengu armor covering half of Susanoo's body, transforming Susanoo into a towering samurai. Inoki's heart trembled, and he gritted his teeth. Back then, Uchiha Madara didn't use the third stage of Susanoo when he fought him and his teacher, but it was powerful enough to fight. And next, there is a Susanoo that surpasses the limits of the Mangekyō Sharingan, that surpasses Susanoo itself. Uchiha Gen narrowed his eyes, and an incomparably powerful ocular power erupted from his body like an out-of-control volcano, forming the legs of Susanoo. Uchiha Gen, who was originally standing with his feet on the ground, slowly floated up. In the blink of an eye, the blue samurai, hundreds of meters tall, stood towering into the sky. The earth trembling and humming. The immense shadow cast by Susanoo completely enveloped the rock giant. Before the fourth stage of Susanoo, the once towering rock giant shrank back to a dwarf. Inoki held his breath, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. This is the fourth stage of Susanoo. It has grown legs and gained greater mobility, but this is still not the limit of Susanoo. In the prism on the forehead of Susanoo, Uchiha Gen's eyes blazed with red light, and he extended two fingers. I can perform this Susanoo evolution twice more. Endless whirlwind swirled around the blue samurai, raging in all directions, and Uchiha Gen once again unleashed a surge of ocular power. Whoosh! The blue samurai, already like a towering giant, grew even taller, his overall physique becoming even more robust and powerful, and his chakra armor becoming even thicker and more ancient. Not only that, but behind the blue samurai, a sonic boom erupted, and enormous wings unfurled, whipping up a massive amount of sand and gravel with a mere flap. Uchiha Gen, atop Susanoo, slowly raised his hand, and Susanoo mirrored his gesture. A massive, pale blue chakra surged into a large katana, plunging it straight into the dense, dark clouds above. With a gentle stir, lightning crackled within the inky black clouds, and Susanoo churned a hole in the thick cloud layer, allowing sunlight to stream through and illuminate Susanoo. Beads of sweat rolled down Inoki's forehead, his heart pounded wildly, an overwhelming sense of fear like an invisible rope binding his throat, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. A crack, Inoki's limbs went limp, the stone he had been gripping slipped from his hand, falling freely for 3 seconds before crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. So, Inoki, can you still dance? So, Madara can also activate such a Susanoo. Inoki's voice was dry and weak, almost a murmur. Of course. What do you think made him so intimidating to the ninja world? But, he doesn't have the patience of mind to show this form in a battle like playing with a child. Uchiha Gen raised an eyebrow, the blade of the katana in his perfect Susanoo gleaming with light, and for a moment the world changed, the wind and clouds surged. Boom. One sword. A storm swept out, the surrounding air hummed and trembled in the sonic boom, the ground beneath their feet began to crack, and the huge explosion resounded through the sky. The world was dead silent. The dark clouds that stretched for thousands of miles had been cleared away by Uchiha Gen's sword, and a huge canyon stretching for tens of miles had appeared on the once boundless plain. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Uchiha Gen strolled in the canyon he had just created, and gently kicked a small pebble, which hit Inoki's face, whose chest was still heaving slightly. Cough cough, blood gushed from Inoki's mouth uncontrollably as he struggled to lift his eyelids and look at Uchiha General. Still alive? That's great. Remember to come to the Konoha camp tomorrow to discuss compensation. Uchiha Gen's voice was light and easy, showing no sign of having just experienced a great battle. No, we didn't even let him use his full strength. Thinking of Uchiha Gen's words that he could evolve Susanoo again, thinking of that earth-shattering sword strike, Inoki's eyes were filled with despair and bitterness. He tilted his head with difficulty. And the setting sun shone on Uchiha Gen's spotless red armor and the flame fan on his back, making Uchiha Gen seem to glow like a god. Inoki weakly turned his head back, suddenly feeling a cool liquid sliding down his cheek. How come the clouds have all cleared up, yet it's still raining? The rain kept sliding down his cheek, flowing over his dry lips. He gently licked them, they were bitter and astringent. Chapter 121 Niji and Orochimaru. In the northern part of the land of frost, rolling hills stretch endlessly, vegetation withered, and all life gone. Amidst this desolate, bare expanse, the massive skeletons of some unknown creature lie scattered about. A sudden gust of north wind blows, causing the pale, cracked bone fragments to rustle, like the agonizing cries of a ghost from the underworld. The graveyard of the hills. Uchiha Obito, as always, wearing his swirling orange mask and the Akatsuki's black and red cloud robe, sits atop a several-meter-high animal skeleton, his gaze calmly fixed on the sunset's glow. Red, orange, and yellow rays of light lie across the sky, dividing it into several interwoven patches, a mysterious purple running through them, soft and warm, much like Rin's smile in the sunset. A faint wriggling sound comes from beneath the ground. Obito withdraws his gaze and falls upon the emerging, half-black, half-white Zetsu. Black Zetsu succinctly stated, Iwagakure was defeated, Kyoto is dead, and Inoki and Roshi were severely injured. Obito's eyes remained unmoved, and he sneered, I expected this. What is Nagato doing? Black Zetsu spoke, his voice deep and hoarse. His main body is still recovering. Buddy and Konan created a shadow clone to search through all the bounty posters at a nearby underground gold exchange. They ended up taking a bounty poster for a Konoha rogue ninja named Haruko. This guy became an A-rank rogue ninja of Konoha because of human experimentation. An A-rank rogue ninja? Such a minor character is beneath the dignity of Akatsuki, the largest behind-the-scenes terrorist organization in the ninja world. Obito paid no attention to Haruko, instead resting his chin on his masked hand, pondering. It seems Nagato not only distrusts us, but also fears others in the organization, which is why he wanted to find a nobody to control. Who in the entire ninja world doesn't know that Orochimaru is the top scientist and human experimentation expert? Orochimaru and Obito remained silent, deep in thought. Even within Akatsuki, there were factions, or rather, aside from Zetsu, everyone else was a member of the Nagato faction, subservient to Nagato and driven by his mysterious power and the Rinnegan. Obito had previously used the name Madara and his unpredictable divine might to remain aloof and secretly guide Nagato and Akatsuki, But now that Madara's true nature had been stripped away, his influence on Akatsuki and Nagato would inevitably decline. He needed to expand his influence within Akatsuki to better guide them onto the path he desired. Moreover, regarding that severed arm, he himself couldn't figure out what it was, a murmur of uncertainty flickering in Obito's single eye. By the way, Zetsu, where's Orochimaru now? Obito suddenly asked. He spent some time with Juzo-biwa in the archipelago between the land of lightning and the land of water, during which time he even slipped away from Juzo for a while. I don't know what he did, White Zetsu chuckled. He should be back at Akatsuki's third base now. Obito's gaze sharpened slightly. Then, let's go see him. In the bright and clean laboratory, several incandescent lights illuminated the room without a single shadow. Everywhere visible were various petri dishes, tools, and instruments, as well as nutrient tanks emitting a ghostly green glow, containing swollen chunks of flesh and a series of indescribable substances. The laboratory's cleaning machine was humming loudly. 4-year-old Hyuga Niji expressionlessly threw corpses into the machine, then skillfully operated it to remove the experimental waste. While waiting for the machine to process the waste, Niji endured the strong stench of blood in his nostrils, took out a copy of Orochimaru's handwritten A Study of Common Ninjutsu, Secret Techniques, and Forbidden Techniques in the Ninja World, placed it on his lap, and quietly began to read. The gleaming metal casing of the instrument reflected his childlike yet handsome face. Her long, black hair was tied into a single ponytail reaching her waist. Her robe, half moon white and half jet black, was spotless, with a purple snake-patterned sash around her waist, bearing the Hyuga clan crest in the center. Well done, Niji, a cool, soft hand pressed against his head. Orochimaru's face wore a genuine, delighted smile. You're even better than I imagined. Hyuga Niji rose, bowed respectfully to Orochimaru, and pulled a slip of paper filled with questions from his robes. He began to ask Orochimaru about the confusion and doubts he had encountered in his recent studies. This technique works because it avoids the body's main chakra pathways. You should have observed this with your Byakugan when I dissected it, Orochimaru explained patiently, a smile playing on his lips. He was genuinely delighted. Although he was framed and even beaten by pain for betraying Niji, it was all worth it. Niji was undoubtedly a true genius. There are many geniuses in the ninja world, but most geniuses are defined by their natural talent as ninjas, high chakra reserves, combat instincts, and rapid learning of ninjutsu. Niji, however, possessed not only natural ninja talent but also exceptional intelligence and calm, ingenious thinking. Orochimaru wouldn't be so narrow-minded as to deny the former, but he himself was the latter and admired calm geniuses like Kakashi and Niji. Furthermore, Niji possessed the Byakugan, whose X-ray vision and observational abilities were extremely advantageous in human experimentation. Niji, being young and with an underdeveloped worldview, showed no fear or aversion to human experimentation. This kid is like me. Orochimaru even became reluctant to mold Niji into his vessel, increasingly teaching him ninjutsu principles, human anatomy, and scientific principles, knowledge the vessel didn't need to grasp. Orochimaru was lonely. Once a genius of Konoha, he had companions like Tsunade and Jiraiya, who possessed equally outstanding talent. But when he conceived the ideas of learning all the ninjutsu in the world and achieving immortality, which seemed like madness to the world, his path began to diverge from his former companions. Embarking on the path to immortality, he discovered, researched, and created countless achievements, but no one could understand the greatness of these achievements, and no one could become his fellow traveler. The inheritance of the ninja way? That idiot Jiraiya sometimes says something reasonable, Orochimaru thought to himself, suddenly raising his head, alert. All the warning ninjutsu inside and outside the laboratory showed no signs of activation, but his instincts as a strong person subtly warned him. Earth release, earth split palm. Orochimaru slammed his hand, gathering chakra, onto the ground, instantly cracking the laboratory floor. Calm down. Calm down. Orochimaru, it's me. White Zetsu's cheerful voice rang out, and the half-black, half-white Zetsu slowly rose from the ground 3 or 4 meters in front of Orochimaru. Genbu. Orochimaru's brows furrowed as he called out Zetsu's code name within Akatsuki. He had long known Zetsu's stealth skills were formidable, making him an Akatsuki informant, but the fact that Zetsu had infiltrated a lab and remained within 3 or 4 meters of him was still beyond his expectations. Orochimaru became secretly wary, coldly saying, "Does Pain have any plans? I just completed a mission, this should be my free time, not Pain, but me." Uchiha Madara, a vortex appeared in the air, and Obito slowly materialized, mimicking the tone of Uchiha Madara from his memories. His crimson Sharingan pierced through the mask, landing on Orochimaru's face. The second Hokage's experimental subject, a perfect vessel for the fusion of wood release and the Mangekyō Sharingan. Orochimaru ignored Obito's self-designation as Madara, licking his lips with his long tongue. His eyes widened, greed and desire overflowing from his pale gold vertical pupils, as if he wanted to immediately unleash his reanimation jutsu on Obito. Madara? How? Orochimaru glanced at Neji, stomped his foot, and a giant snake suddenly sprang from the ground, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow Neji. The stench of the snake's gaping maw rushed towards him, but the young Neji remained unfazed, instead charging forward and disappearing into the snake's belly, disappearing into the ground along with the snake summoned by Orochimaru. Without Neji's presence, Orochimaru spoke with great interest. Although you're wearing a cloud-patterned robe, I don't recall you being a formal member of Akatsuki. Pain forbade Akatsuki members from killing each other, but since this Madara hadn't officially joined Akatsuki, there was room for negotiation. If Orochimaru didn't try, he wouldn't be Orochimaru. Ninja art, 10,000 snakes formation. Countless small snakes surged from Orochimaru's mouth, sleeves, and feet, rushing towards Obito like a raging tide. Obito Uchiha clasped his hands together, and the Mangekyō Sharingan in his eye sockets unleashed a twisted, swirling storm that combined with the flames he exhaled, forming a giant, spinning fire serpent that spiraled forward, burning smaller snakes to ashes. A combination of fire release and space-time ninjutsu. The sharp-eyed Orochimaru immediately saw through Obito's disguise, thinking to himself that he was a formidable opponent. It was a well-known fact in the ninja world that space-time ninjutsu is difficult to deal with, defeat, and kill, especially since this masked man also possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan and wood release. The best way to deal with a space-time jutsu user was to use another space-time jutsu user. Perfect timing to test the technique. Recalling the legendary origins of this Madara, Orochimaru smiled wickedly, summoning 4 or 5 giant snakes with a wave of his hand. He then stepped back a few paces, forming hand seals. A gigantic python hissed and coiled around Obito, but Obito remained unmoved, hidden within the Kamui dimension. Instead of attacking, he spoke, Orochimaru, your attacks are futile. I'm not here to fight you. In fact, I was the one who co-founded Akatsuki with pain, ninja art, impure world reincarnation technique. Boom, a coffin burst from the ground, its doors slowly sliding down. Inside was a silver-haired ninja with blue armor, wearing a Sengoku period-era face shield. His skin dark and cracked. It's the impure world reincarnation technique. Tobirama Senju slowly opened his crimson eyes. Chapter 122 Tobirama Senju, the evil Uchiha. The impure world reincarnation technique was developed by Tobirama Senju at the end of the Sengoku period. In its early, rudimentary form, the resurrected ninjas, regardless of their strength and life, were always weaker than Junin, primarily used for interrogation and ninjutsu extraction. However, the second Hokage, a genius among geniuses, quickly developed a new function for impure world reincarnation. Deceased relatives and close friends would reappear before you. Would you embrace them? If you dared approach, the explosive tags in their arms would send you to your death. Later, the evil Tobirama Senju further developed the mutual explosive tags technique, a suicide ninjutsu, which, combined with impure world reincarnation, caused widespread suffering and resentment in the ninja world. Orochimaru had been practicing impure world reincarnation for several years, but he disapproved of the simple and brutal impure world self-destruction style, instead continuously refining the technique, attempting to better replicate the recipient's strength and life, until recently achieving significant progress. However, the improved impure world technique still has a problem. If the summon ninja is powerful, it can easily backfire, so this technique is still some distance from being used in actual combat. Orochimaru's initial idea for improvement was to use talismans to erase the summon ninja's consciousness, retaining only their fighting instincts and ninjutsu, but he hadn't had time to implement it yet. However, it doesn't necessarily have to be about controlling the other party. I'm not trying to control the second Hokage, Koro-sensei. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his expression instantly changing, his voice filled with fear and guilt as he said, Second Hokage, I'm truly sorry to disturb your peace, but I do need your help. Boom, the coffin lid hit the ground, and Tobirama Senju slowly emerged, flexing his wrists. His sharp red eyes fell on Orochimaru's face, scanning him from head to toe, his brows furrowing slightly. The summoner who had summoned him possessed a chilling, serpentine chakra aura, and Tobirama Senju sensed a kind quality emanating from him, which only intensified his dislike. Yet, he also felt a vague sense of familiarity with this sinister man. "Who are you?" Orochimaru exhaled, knowing it was time to test his acting skills. He adopted a serious and resolute demeanor and said calmly, "I am Orochimaru, Tsunade's teammate. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is my teacher. You have met me before, Orochimaru?" Tobirama Senju conjured up the image of a handsome, brooding young man in his mind, a resemblance that did indeed exist between him and the cold, reclusive middle-aged man before him. This kid's gone astray, but his strength is undeniable. The monkey has firmly established himself as Hokage and has cultivated such a disciple. It seems he's done a remarkable job as Hokage. Forcing Orochimaru to use forbidden techniques, the enemy is likely in serious trouble. Tobirama Senju instinctively gathered his chakra and began observing his surroundings. Upon seeing him, his brows furrowed, his eyes turned fierce, and his chakra aura, which was otherwise similar to that of an ordinary Jonin, suddenly became incredibly cold and ruthless. What did he see? An evil Uchiha with an evil Mangekyō Sharingan, a treacherous villain who didn't even dare to show his face. A mastermind absolutely plotting to overthrow Konoha and the ninja world. Brother, this evil Uchiha deserves a flying thunder god slash. Second Hokage, this guy who calls himself Madara orchestrated the Nine Tails attack and the beast invasion in Konoha, killing the fourth Hokage and countless Konoha ninja. Do you remember him? Remember? What remember? But that doesn't matter. Tobirama Senju stared intently at the head Obito's mask couldn't conceal, and in just 0.01 seconds, he determined that this was definitely an Uchiha, and in 0.1 seconds, he confirmed that this Uchiha was probably still in his youth, between 15 and 25 years old. An Uchiha who had already awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan at around 20 years old, even earlier than Madara and his brother. An Uchiha who had already caused immense damage to Konoha. Tobirama Senju's Uchiha annihilation system had begun operating at overclock. "You born evil Uchiha brat," a voice filled with fear and hatred squeezed out from between Tobirama Senju's teeth, merging with his chilling chakra aura and transforming into a monstrous killing intent. "I will personally finish you off." Swish. Tobirama Senju threw a kunai, simultaneously charging towards Obito. Although the strength of this body and the amount of chakra were only at the level of an ordinary Jonin, under Tobirama Senju's exquisite control, he still unleashed a speed that could be described as an extremely fast body flicker technique, appearing in front of Obito like lightning. Konoha-style swordsmanship, crescent moon dance. Tobirama Senju swung the kunai, instantly splitting it into three, simultaneously and cunningly thrusting it at Uchiha Obito from the left, right, and top. The first rule of Tobirama Senju's anti-Uchiha manual: 1-on-1, escape; 2-on-1, attack from behind. If they don't escape, use shadow clones, then attack again. 3 kunai tore through the air like ghosts, emitting a whistling sound. Crack. Bang. Tobirama Senju and his shadow clones kunai clashed, producing a dull metallic sound before both shadow clones instantly vanished. This was a space-time ninjutsu. Looking at his arm that had pierced through Obito's body, Tobirama Senju's face was ashen, endless killing intent burning in his eyes. In the instant he pierced through Obito's body, Tobirama gripped the kunai with both hands, abruptly stopping his forward lunge, and once again aimed the kunai at Obito's throat. However, perhaps because his turn was too forced, Tobirama's thrust was somewhat crooked and slow, allowing Obito to easily dodge, even exposing a huge opening in his waist and abdomen. A strange glint flashed in Obito's bewitching crimson eyes. One hand, hidden in his sleeve, formed a hand seal, while the other, holding a kunai, thrust towards Tobirama's open chest. At the same time, the kunai Tobirama had initially thrown flew erratically to about a meter to Obito's side, clearly having no chance of hitting him. Now. Flying Thunder God Slash. In an instant, Tobirama vanished from Obito's sight like a ghost, appearing behind him, a cold smile playing on his lips. Evil Uchiha, curse your unfortunate fate of not understanding the Flying Thunder God Slash. Obito maintained his thrusting stance, but one hand had already been aimed at Tobirama's kunai. Wood release. Wood spikes technique. Sharp wooden thorns rapidly sprouted from Obito's arm, shooting out like cannonballs and instantly piercing Tobirama's body. They then branched out, a dense array of thorns bursting from Tobirama's arms, chest, and back. Your Flying Thunder God technique is far inferior to the fourth Hokage's. But even he ultimately died because of my scheme. Obito's tone was full of disdain, deeply wounding Tobira's heart. But now, something even more shocking struck him. How do you know would release? Tobirama opened his lips, pierced by the wooden thorns, his crimson eyes filled with disbelief. Obito ignored his question, forming hand seals and softly chanting, wood release, tree binding burial. Vines of wood wrapped around Tobirama's slowly recovering body, then rapidly grew into a large tree, pressing Tobirama beneath it. Having been taught by Madara Uchiha, Obito naturally knew about the impure world reincarnation technique and understood its immortality. However, to some extent, wood release, with its ability to absorb chakra, was the most effective counter to the impure world reincarnation technique. Besides sealing techniques, the impure world body, though having a limit, possessed an endless supply of infinite chakra, which became the energy source that suppressed Tobirama Senju's wood release. Something's not right, Orochimaru frowned as he saw Tobirama easily subdued by Obito. While Tobirama's performance was undoubtedly due to the sacrifice used limiting his power, he seemed completely unaware of this. Madara, even surprised by his ability to use wood release. In other words, Madara was not the rumored experimental product of Tobirama Senju. So, besides this master of forbidden techniques and scientific genius, who else in the ninja world could combine wood release with the power of the Sharingan? Interesting. Orochimaru licked his lips, a faint smile appearing on his face, and released the impure world reincarnation technique. We can't let this second Hokage get too much exposure to the outside world, otherwise he might be harder to fool. The wood release suppressed Tobirama Senju scattered paper-like fragments into the air, revealing the true face of the experimental subject beneath him. Speak, what do you want from me? Orochimaru smiled faintly, as if the battle had never happened, but he remained vigilant, always ready to escape. He was absolutely confident in his ability to escape, even pain himself couldn't kill him. You think you can just fight and stop as you please? Obito sneered, his crimson Sharingan flashing as he looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, already suffering from severe faxophilopia and incurable faxophily, immediately lowered his head, but still said, you were the ones who inexplicably broke into my laboratory. If I really wanted to kill you, would I have only reincarnated Tobirama Senju? Obito, who was about to attack, paused, also feeling quite troubled. Orochimaru had been in the ninja world for so many years, it was impossible for him to have only collected Tobirama Senju's cells. If he reincarnated several other powerful individuals, even if the sacrifices were only at the Jonin level, they would be extremely difficult to deal with if controlled by powerful individuals. Then let's call it even. Orochimaru, we came to you not to fight, but to discuss important matters with you. Black Zetsu took the initiative to speak, acting as a peacemaker. Oh, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a half-smile playing on his lips. Does the leader know? Black Zetsu avoided the question, shifting the topic elsewhere. Uchiha Madara, the real Uchiha Madara, created me with yin-yang release before his death, asking me to find a way to bring him back to the ninja world. Your impure world reincarnation has that potential, but it needs further refinement. Why should I? What's in it for me? Orochimaru had no intention of helping others for free. Black Zetsu had anticipated this, and since he dared to come, he had prepared ample bargaining chips, confidently stating, how much time would it take you to collect the remains of powerful individuals? I can collect the corpses of all the powerful individuals in the entire ninja world for you. Besides, haven't you been researching wood release? In this world, who can compare to me, who inherited Madara's will, in terms of understanding wood release? Furthermore, we have an arm in our possession, from a powerful individual far surpassing the 5 kg, and his family is closely related to that Hyuga brat beside you, just like the Senjo and Uzumaki families. Orochimaru's golden eyes grew brighter and brighter. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, The Prelude to the Hokage Election. The last snow of the year came later than usual. It wasn't until a week before New Year's that a heavy snowfall transformed Konoha's desolate forests into a blanket of white, turning the vast village into a pristine white expanse. It was during the snowfall that two ninja armies returned to Konoha. However, compared to the Cloud Ninja Army, who returned with great fanfare and carried substantial reparations from the Grass Country, the ninja returning from the Grass Country battlefield appeared more dejected. Under Uchiha Gen's direction, Iwagakure and Konoha had signed a ceasefire agreement, but the specific compensation was still under discussion. Uchiha Gen didn't want to share this achievement with the impeached heroes in Sarutobi, but rather planned to postpone it until after the Hokage election, as a grand opening for the 5th Hokage's inauguration. That day, under the supervision of the 3 Hokage advisors, a grand welcoming ceremony and commendation meeting were held in the village, with the entire village celebrating the end of the war and the victory. Yes, the end was more important than the victory. Nearly 10 years have passed since the Third Shinobi World War began. Although the intensity has eased at times, the shadow of war has always loomed over Konoha. The glory of victory cannot conceal the countless bones lying on the battlefield, but no one will speak up for the fallen heroes at this moment of celebration. Even the widows and orphans of heroes will put on smiles and cheer for the peace their families sacrificed for. Beneath this festive and boisterous atmosphere, an undercurrent has begun to stir. For example, picture books have suddenly appeared in the village, vividly describing heroes in Sarutobi's pathetic act of cutting off his beard and abandoning his robe in the land of grass. Poems praising Uchiha Gen, the greatest contributor to the victory, have spread throughout the streets and alleys. Of course, there are also negative rumors such as Uchiha enforces the law brutally, beating people in the street, and Uchiha bends the law for personal gain, protecting their own clansmen. Even the Hyuga clan is joining in the fun, promoting their 1,000-year-old nobility and innate superiority. However, overall, the Uchiha propaganda machine firmly holds the upper hand. After the police department was divided into 13 squads and underwent a major expansion and increase in power, its tentacles have reached into every sector and department of Konoha, constantly monitoring the political climate. If any suspicious individuals are found praising the fake Hokage or smearing the war hero Uchiha Genji, they will certainly be made to taste the iron fist of Uchiha justice and end up in jail. While the news of the 3rd Hokage's impeachment and removal from office is currently limited to the upper echelons of Konoha, 2 consecutive major defeats have already severely damaged heroes in Sarutobi's reputation. The common people and lower-ranking ninjas in the village also support the selection of the 5th Hokage. At the same time, Hiashi Hyuga and Genji Uchiha, 2 openly vying for the 5th Hokage position, have begun openly campaigning. Campaigning means throwing money around. When the 4th Hokage was being chosen, Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze, the 2 main candidates, certainly made a name for themselves. However, while they earned a considerable amount of mission commissions, they couldn't compare to the immense wealth and power of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, 2 ancient and powerful families. In the morning, the Uchiha clan announced that those who collected posters and achievement leaflets featuring Uchiha Gen would receive a bag of rice, a bucket of oil, and 30 eggs as a bonus. By the afternoon, banners and posters featuring Hyuga Hiashi were plastered throughout Konoha, offering a bag of flour in addition to rice, oil, and eggs. The Uchiha sponsored thousands of war orphans in Konoha, while the Hyuga sponsored over 10 Konoha nursing homes. Jinan, who signed the signature wall in support of Uchiha Gen, could receive a free explosive tag. Anyone who could recite 10 of Hyuga Hayashi's famous quotes received a 4-piece betting set. Such methods were numerous and dazzling. The Jonin of Konoha can be roughly divided into 3 groups based on rank: the Hyuga, Uchiha, and Senju, the 3 founding clans of Konoha, though they no longer have surnames but still exist as factions, comprising approximately 80 Jonin, the Ino Shikacho, Sarutobi, Aburaim, and about 10 other medium-sized clans, totaling 60 to 70 Jonin, and the remaining 60 to 70 Jonin from smaller clans and commoner families. These commoner Jonin are subordinates of the Hokage but not considered direct descendants of heroes in Sarutobi, and are key figures in the Uchiha clan's efforts to win over the Hokage. These commoner Jonin come from and are deeply rooted in the community, and their high prestige among the common people allows them to garner considerable support. Konoha Square was packed with people, so crowded that it was impossible to move. Uchiha Gen, microphone in hand, stood with 8 large speakers around him, his voice audible throughout much of Konoha. I have a dream. A dream rooted in this land I love so deeply, a dream rooted in Konoha, a Konoha dream. I dreamed that one day, under the protection of the Hokage Rock, children of all births will enjoy a healthy and happy childhood and adolescence, instead of being sent to the battlefield at a young age. I dreamed that one day, even Konoha's orphanages and nursing homes will be closed, because no child will be born without parents, and no parent will lose their child. I dreamed that one day, Konoha will achieve a great revival, and every Konoha resident's Konoha dream will be realized. One Konoha, one dream. Let Konoha be great again. On the stage, Uchiha Gen's voice was hoarse as he raised his arms and shouted. The tens of thousands of people surrounding the square echoed his short but highly persuasive campaign slogan. In a corner, Hiruzen Sarutobi, hooded and pale-faced, coldly observed everything. How despicable. They were actually giving money to the people of Konoha. He couldn't let the Uchiha and Hyuga continue this propaganda, otherwise these spineless fools would be completely bought off by their meager benefits. Hiruzen had originally planned to delay the Hokage election a little longer, but now he was getting impatient. We can't delay any longer. Have you found Tsunade? Hiruzen asked, turning to the shadows in the corner. A ninja dressed as an Anbu knelt before him and reported in a low voice, "We spotted Lady Tsunade once in the land of tea, but she was clearly hiding from us and quickly escaped our pursuit." Hiruzen's expression darkened further. If Tsunade were willing to run, the fourth Hokage would be out of reach for Minato and Orochimaru. And Uchiha Genji and Hyuga Hayashi would definitely not be able to compete with her. But if she didn't want to be Hokage, then Jiraiya would be the only option? Hiruzen frowned, a headache forming in his mind. Jiraiya was a good person, generous and optimistic. Aside from his slight lecherousness, no one in Konoha could find fault with him, even the Uchiha and Hyuga respected him. However, he had spent many years traveling and was of commoner origin, lacking any loyal followers. In other words, I still have to organize things and try to get as many votes as possible, Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured, constantly planning how to push Jiraiya to the Hokage position and then how to weaken the Hyuga and Uchiha. As for Jiraiya's own wishes, Hiruzen Sarutobi ignored them. He knew his disciple. He yearned for freedom, he didn't want to be Hokage. But a gentleman can be deceived by reason. When an old, frail teacher tearfully pleads with his disciple, someone as sentimental as Jiraiya can't refuse. He could simply exaggerate the consequences, telling Jiraiya that if Hayashi or Genji came to power, they would completely negate his achievements and even kill him, then Jiraiya would definitely run for Hokage. On stage, Uchiha Gen's speech and interaction had ended, and the crowd slowly dispersed. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was determined to keep a low profile, followed the flow of people towards the Sarutobi clan's territory, his head bowed in deep thought. When he reached the vicinity of the Sarutobi clan's territory, a fierce argument suddenly erupted at the entrance. "Why won't you let me see the third Hokage? Why, Uchiha brat, don't show your face here. The Hokage doesn't have time to play with children," the third Hokage said in the will of fire to be humble, courteous, and kind. "You, as a member of the third Hokage's clan, are so arrogant and unreasonable. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame upon the third Hokage and the Sarutobi clan?" A handsome boy of 7 or 8 years old stared wide-eyed, reciting famous quotes that Hiruzen Sarutobi himself couldn't even remember writing. The ninja guarding the entrance to the clan compound wore expressions of annoyance and displeasure, but even if they hated the Uchiha clan, they couldn't possibly lay a hand on a mere Uchiha brat in the village. They could only impatiently reprimand him. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi's cloudy eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, that child was Itachi, the son of Fugaku Uchiha. The former clan head, Fugaku Uchiha, a Mangekyō Sharingan user, a guy who could raise a son who idolized him and even named his second son Sasuke, might be the weakness of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes lit up, and he put on his affable smile, honed over 30 years of business dealings, as he slowly walked to the door and asked, "What is it, Hokage-sama, you're back?" The gatekeeper immediately straightened his back, bowed to Hiruzen, and then, without embellishment, said, "This Uchiha kid has been clamoring to see you. You're Itachi from the Fugaku clan, aren't you? You've grown into a fine young man. Come in with me. What can I do for you?" Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, appearing as approachable and harmless as a friendly old neighbor, his amiable aura radiating warmth. Moreover, his words were carefully chosen. Children love to hear compliments on their growth and maturity, just as older women love to hear themselves say they look 18. Sure enough. After just one meeting, Itachi, whose heart yearned for the third Hokage, was completely charmed by the third Hokage's few words. Inside the office, Hiruzen Sarutobi warmly pulled Itachi Uchiha to sit down, thoughtfully offering him a blanket and a glass of water, urging Itachi to continue his story. Itachi, finding a kindred spirit, immediately launched into a long explanation. However, if he had any sense, he would have noticed that Hiruzen, who was nodding and occasionally offering sarcastic remarks like "I see," or "and then," was actually paying no attention to what it was saying. "I see, I've been away from the village for so long, I didn't know these things. Thank you, Itachi. Hiruzen smiled, affectionately patting Itachi's head, then said softly, Itachi, now I'm giving you a very important task, okay? I desperately need your help. The Hokage needs me? Itachi's eyes lit up. Yes, it has to be you. Hiruzen Sarutobi reaffirmed Itachi's words, giving him ample emotional support before lighting his pipe, taking a puff, and saying softly, I need you to deliver a letter to your father, Fugaku, a very, very important letter, Konoha Police Department. The department head's office. Clan leader, I truly didn't expect Itachi to do such a thing. Believe me, I will absolutely support you, without the slightest disloyalty. Fugaku Uchiha sat uneasily on the sofa, respectfully looking at Gen Uchiha, his heart filled with trepidation and anxiety. He truly hadn't expected his usually worry-free and intelligent eldest son to bring him such a huge surprise, so after reading Hiruzen Sarutobi's letter, he rushed to Gen Uchiha to prove his innocence. Hiruzen Sarutobi had written a lengthy letter, the core of which was a single sentence: instruct Fugaku to use his trusted confidants to betray Gen Uchiha during the Jonin election, and then Hiruzen Sarutobi promised to help him regain his position as clan leader and become a Hokage advisor. Fugaku, of course I trust you. Uchiha Gen's voice was hoarse from giving 3 consecutive speeches in one day. He glanced casually at the letter Fugaku handed him, then burned it to ashes in a flame. Uchiha Gen was confident that Fugaku wouldn't betray him. True Uchiha could communicate their feelings through fists and swords. Fugaku had experienced how strong Uchiha Gen's will was, so until he encountered a stronger Uchiha or achieved a breakthrough in his own strength, he would remain loyal to Uchiha General Uchiha Fugaku let out a sigh of relief, relaxing a little, but Uchiha Gen's next sentence made him tense again. However, you have to reply to this letter, and you have to agree to Hiruzen Sarutobi's request, but you have to agree more reservedly, and you have to ask for a huge sum of money, all sorts of benefits from him. Fugaku's mind raced, and he understood Uchiha Gen's intention. Mission: impossible. Clan Chief, you mean I'll feign agreement with the third Hokage, pretending to accept his offer to betray you, but actually betray him later? Yes. Uchiha Gen stroked his chin, lost in thought. What should he ask for? If Fugaku doesn't offer some benefits, it'll seem like a charade. Betraying a clansman is absolutely against the bottom line of an Uchiha, and Fugaku isn't that kind of person. More money is needed. Uchiha Gen tapped the table and said, Fugaku, tell Hiruzen Sarutobi that over the past year, many of your confidants have been won over by me with positions and benefits. To get them to listen to you again, you have to give them plenty of benefits. The clan has been distributing all sorts of supplies to the village these past few days, spending money like water. Tell him to give you 100 million yen in operating funds first, brother Sarutobi. Let's see how powerful you are with 100 million yen first. Chapter 124 Election. The atmosphere surrounding the Hokage election grew increasingly tense. Hiruzen Sarutobi, dragging a reluctant Jiraiya along, joined the ranks of those delivering rice, oil, and offering comfort, along with speeches, banners, and empty promises. Meanwhile, at his behest, Hamura Mitakato, Kahoru Utatane, Gen Uchiha, and Hiashi Hyuga reached an agreement, setting the election date as December 31st. The Jonin vote and the Jonin Trust vote would be held to elect the new Hokage, who would then make their debut on January 1st, a day of renewal and the beginning of the new year. Thus, the Hokage election entered a new phase. All 3 candidates sprang into action, visiting various Konoha clans daily with gifts, making empty promises and offering grand gestures. Even a commoner Jonin with only 1 vote received gifts from the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Hiruzen Sarutobi within just a few days. Throughout this process, Hiruzen Sarutobi grew increasingly apprehensive. Hiashi Hyuga fared relatively well, receiving little support beyond his own clan and his allied Inuzuka clan. However, several neutral ninja clans, such as Aburaim, Kurama, and Susanoo, favored Uchiha Genji, and even the core Hokage supporters, including the Ino Shikacho trio, experienced a rebellion. What troubled him even more was that Jiraiya, despite being a commoner ninja, could only barely hold his own against Uchiha Genji among the commoner Jonin, and many remained loyal even to him, the former Hokage. The invisible hand of power and influence ultimately couldn't match the tangible power of Susanoo. Hiruzen Sarutobi repeatedly estimated the votes, consistently feeling that Jiraiya lacked a clear advantage over Uchiha Genji and had a significant chance of losing. He couldn't sit still any longer. On the afternoon of the 4th day before the Hokage election, he invited Uchiha Genji to go fishing upstream on the Naka River. The trees along the riverbank were covered in snow, a sight of jade-like blossoms. The Naka River, being a flowing river, was only frozen at its banks, with water still trickling through the middle. Hiruzen Sarutobi, wearing a straw raincoat, sat on the bank, a smile playing on his lips, fishing rod in hand, and spoke eloquently. According to village records, the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha played and fished together on this very bank of the Naka River when they were young. It was then that they made their dream of establishing Konoha, a dream that was finally realized decades later. Elder Gen, perhaps the place we are sitting here now is the very place they once sat. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words were a double entendre, subtly hinting at the unverified rumors about Hashirama and Madara, and also extending a hint of goodwill towards General Gen also sat on the bank, fishing rod in hand and wearing a straw raincoat, but unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi, he wore a straw hat. Belated kindness is worthless, but Uchiha Gen remained unmoved. He smirked and chuckled, "Third Hokage, when you come out fishing, remember to wear your straw hat. Just because it's not snowing now doesn't mean it won't snow later. It'll be tough without a hat when the snow comes, ha ha ha." Definitely later, Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted, gripping his fishing rod tightly, as if he were genuinely just discussing fishing. He casually remarked, "I'm getting old. How many more times can I fish? But I think it's better if it doesn't snow. If it snows, the fish will freeze to death. And you won't be able to catch anything." Uchiha Gen chuckled, not replying, and changed the subject. After a brief chat, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt he had laid the groundwork enough and finally revealed his true intentions. He turned to Gen Uchiha and said seriously, "Clan head Gen, you know Jiraiya well. He has no ill intentions and no prejudices. Besides, you and he are from two different generations. Third Hokage, fishing is fishing. Why bring up Jiraiya all of a sudden? He's still my rival," Gen Uchiha said nonchalantly, reeling in a foot-long white fish. "What I mean is, don't choose this time." Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at his empty fish basket, let out a long breath, and said solemnly, "Hayashi's strength, record, and reputation are all lacking, but Jiraiya is no less capable in these aspects, and his seniority far surpasses yours. You might not be able to choose him. Gen, you're only 18 now, while Jiraiya is already 40. You're from two different generations. In 12 years, you'll be 30, in the prime of your life, while Jiraiya will be over 50, a perfect time to step down and pass the throne to someone more capable. Jiraiya isn't one to crave power, he'll definitely be happy to hand over Konoha to you then. Don't choose this time. In 12 years, I will fully support you as Hokage, and the 6th Hokage position will definitely be yours." Hiruzen Sarutobi stared intently at Gen Uchiha, his words full of sincerity. "If you don't believe me, I can make a pact, and after Jiraiya becomes the 5th Hokage, I'll immediately appoint you as the 6th Hokage candidate, just like I did with Kumaga-cure." This was a decision he made after much deliberation, using the tactic of stalling. Uchiha Gen is currently too powerful. The Hokage faction and the Uchiha have lost their balance of power, with Uchiha now at a disadvantage. However, neither side wants to end up with only a ruined Konoha, so Uchiha Gen is still willing to play by the rules. Underhanded tactics like fake votes or daimyo veros are out of the question. Fairness and impartiality are essential. Hiruzen Sarutobi wants to stall for 10 years to anticipate Uchiha Gen's Mangekyō Sharingan's fate. If Uchiha Gen ends up like most Mangekyō Sharingan users, going blind in his later years, then even as a Hokage candidate, he won't become the 6th Hokage. If Uchiha Gen doesn't go blind and even reaches Madara's level, then at least Hiruzen Sarutobi won't be a dead Hokage. The Hokage position was lost under Jiraiya's leadership. Jiraiya's 10 years in office were enough to solidify the 3rd Hokage's achievements, ensuring his and the Sarutobi clan's survival and a peaceful end. When I was running for Uchiha clan head, someone said something similar to me. If I had believed them then, I'd probably still be foolishly working for Fugaku. Uchiha Gen stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen for a moment, then put away his fishing gear, adjusted the edge of his straw hat, stood up, and declared resolutely, "Flowers bloom again, but youth never returns. I still stand by my word, I will definitely run for 5th Hokage. We'll see who's more capable then." With that, Uchiha Gen lifted the large fish he had caught, raised an eyebrow at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and strode away without looking back. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Uchiha Gen's departing figure, his brow furrowed. Once Uchiha Gen was out of sight, he let out a long sigh. With negotiations broken down, was his fate left to the Jonin vote? Hirozen Sarutobi shook his head, remaining calm and collected, waiting for the fish to come. But the Naka River seemed to be against him. Uchiha Gen had caught 5 or 6 fish in an hour, but Hirozen hadn't caught a single fry all afternoon. He had to use chakra threads to tie up a few fish swimming by and put them in his basket. Fugaku, Hirozen murmured. He didn't quite trust Fugaku. If Uchiha Gen had agreed to his proposal, he was prepared to betray Fugaku and then curry favor with Uchiha Gen to ease tensions. But at this point, every vote was crucial. If Fugaku could win over 4 or 5 Uchiha, that would be 10 votes, enough to secure victory. 100 million was nothing. It meant the Sarutobi clan would have to tighten their belts for 2 or 3 years. As long as the Hokage remained in the Senju clan, it was worth it. Send the money. December 31st, the weather was neither good nor bad. Evening. The setting sun slowly sank below the horizon, a lingering orange-yellow glow flowing across the sky, but twilight was quickly swallowed by the boundless night, until only the smooth, jet-black night sky, like the black hair of the Uchiha clan, remained between heaven and earth. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the Hokage's office, Hirozen Sarutobi paced back and forth anxiously, his usually calm and kind face filled with restlessness and unease. Old man, we've done what we needed to do, let nature take its course. As one of the main characters in this grand drama, Jiraiya was far more relaxed than his teacher, sitting on the sofa and even flipping through Hirozen Sarutobi's treasured swimsuit magazines, occasionally clicking his tongue in amazement. Hirozen Sarutobi took a deep drag on his pipe, his once beloved cigarette now tasteless. You don't understand, I really don't understand, Jiraiya chuckled, turning his face away, half sarcastic, half helpless. But I think Gen definitely understands better than me, right? Hirozen, rebuffed, remained silent, tapping his pipe against the French windows to shake off the ash, a lingering sense of uncertainty in his eyes. Outside, countless lights shone, the wide roads deserted. On this winter night of bidding farewell to the old year and welcoming the new, almost everyone in Konoha was huddled at home. But soon, a blue tide surged from the end of the street towards the Hokage building. The entire Uchiha clan, over 30 Jonin, dressed in retro Uchiha-style dark blue robes, each with handsome faces, fierce eyes, and upturned noses. Uchiha Gen led the way, striding forward. Under his leadership, the 30-odd Jonin of the Uchiha clan marched with the imposing aura of 1,000 troops, each one exuding a powerful and awe-inspiring presence. Not long after, Uchiha Gen arrived at the foot of the Hokage building. He gestured for everyone to stop, then looked up at the Hokage's office on the top floor from a distance of several dozen meters, meeting Hirozen Sarutobi's eyes. A barely suppressed smile played on Uchiha Gen's lips as he softly uttered to Hirozen, I'm going home. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Hirozen Sarutobi glared angrily at the Uchiha crowd below, feeling his blood boil and his old face flush crimson. If Uchiha Gen had uttered something insulting or sarcastic, he would have simply laughed it off. But Uchiha Gen's utterly calm and matter-of-fact I'm going home seemed to declare that the Hokage building was now destined to be his territory, his home. Kid, do you think you've got this in the bag? Hirozen Sarutobi clenched his fists, his defenses faltering. He looked down again, wanting to say something to regain his composure, but Gen Uchiha had already plunged into the Hokage building. However, Fugaku, walking at the end of the Uchiha group, gave Hirozen a meaningful smile, which reassured him somewhat. His 100 million ryo should, perhaps, be able to make a difference? Chapter 125 Hokage Election. The Hokage building was brightly lit. The arrival of the Uchiha clan had opened the curtain on the election. Over 200 Jonin with voting rights entered the main hall one after another, taking their seats according to the nameplates on the tables. Once everyone was present, Mikado Hamura walked up to the podium with a serious expression, delivered a string of meaningless platitudes, and then got to the point. So, the election for the 5th Hokage officially begins. This election process consists of 3 stages. First, the Jonin will nominate candidates. Then, everyone present will vote for the candidates, and no Jonin can abstain. Finally, the Jonin who receives the most votes in the Jonin vote will enter the Jonin trust vote stage. The one who receives more than 2/3 of the trust votes will become the 5th Hokage candidate and go to the daimyo's residence to await the daimyo's opinion. Does anyone have any objections? If not, let's nominate candidates now. I nominate Elder Uchiha Gen. As soon as Mikado Hamura finished speaking, a commoner Jonin stepped forward and nominated Uchiha General. I nominate Elder Hyuga Hayashi. I nominate Lord Jiraiya. The next two nominations were as expected. After 3 brief and hurried nominations, the room fell silent for a moment. Ahem. Anyone else want to nominate? Mangekyō Sharingan cleared his throat, his eyes sweeping over the assembled ninjas. Once he was sure no one was going to nominate themselves, he announced loudly, "Then, the candidates are Jiraiya, Hyuga Hayashi, and Uchiha Gen, 3 Jonin. I won't go into detail about their contributions to Konoha, I believe you are all familiar with them." With that, he turned and wrote the 3 names on the whiteboard behind him, smiling. Everyone has a ballot in front of them. Just stick your ballot under your preferred candidate's name, like this. Mangekyō Sharingan peeled off the adhesive backing of his ballot, pressed his thumb, and stuck it under Jiraiya's name. Having done this, he stepped aside, leaving the room to the ninjas in the meeting room. Silence enveloped the entire conference room, a heavy atmosphere filling the air as everyone made their final decisions. Hiss, in the stillness, as if time itself had stood still, Uchiha Gen was the first to stand up, striding confidently to the podium and affixing his ballot to his name. Having done so, he turned around, slightly raising his chin, a confident smile spreading across his face. His dark eyes swept over the crowd, and he declared forcefully, "Gen, daring to be Konoha's first." Even though Uchiha Gen hadn't activated his Sharingan, many of the ninjas in the audience felt their souls tremble at his sharp gaze. After casting his vote, Uchiha Gen strode back to his seat, followed by several Uchiha Jonin who filed forward to vote. "We can't let the Uchiha seize the initiative." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened as he gave a wink to the Shimura clan head not far away. The head of the Shimura clan, a middle-aged man with a troubled expression, rose to vote for Jiraiya at Hiruzen Sarutobi's signal. Unlike the Sarutobi clan, which had flourished under Hiruzen's leadership, Danzo, despite being the Hokage's assistant, hadn't really taken care of his own clan, frequently robbing young talents. With Danzo's defection, the Shimura clan had almost immediately declined to the bottom of the mid-sized ninja clans, now boasting only 4 Jonin, including the clan head. After Shimura, Hiruzen Sarutobi led the way, followed by Hiruzen, Kazamatsuri, and Ize, who collectively cast over 20 votes for Jiraiya. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes lit up, the Uchiha voting line had stopped. Fugaku Uchiha and the 4 Uchiha Jonin remained seated after the other clan members had voted, showing no intention of moving. A small commotion broke out in the meeting room, but quickly subsided, and the Aburaian clan joined the flow of people voting for Genji Uchiha. Knock knock. Just then, Hayashi Hyuga, his face solemn and bearing only a few lonely votes below his name, gently tapped the table, instructing the 20-odd Jonin of the Hyuga clan to hand over their votes. This was obviously against the rules and the Jonin democratic process, but everyone pretended not to see it. The Hyuga clan had its own principles, and it would be ridiculous to talk about democracy with those branch family Jonin whose lives were in the hands of the clan head. "Hayashi is still a bit petty," Hiruzen Sarutobi whispered contemptuously in Jiraiya's ear, seeing that there was a traitor in the Uchiha clan. "He distrusts his own clansmen so much? It's unbecoming of him." Jiraiya frowned. "Master, Fugaku's betrayal, was it your doing?" Hiruzen Sarutobi stroked his goatee and smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, Jiraiya, just wait to wear the Hokage hat." According to Hiruzen Sarutobi's poll estimate, Hayashi had about 50 votes in favor, while Jiraiya and Genji Uchiha each had around 80 votes, a very small difference. But now, Fugaku's single move has netted 10 votes, and his actions will inevitably influence some wavering neutral ninjas. The gap between Jiraiya and Uchiha Gen is at least 15 votes. It's all secured. Hiruzen Sarutobi's old face blossomed into a smile. He turned back, gave Uchiha Gen a smug grin, and whispered something in his ear using wind release. "Gen, this is politics. Don't accuse me of being despicable." Uchiha Gen was initially stunned, then his face contorted. Clown, when did you break through the dimensional barrier from Gotham and arrive in Konoha?" Uchiha Gen's face flushed red as he managed to suppress his laughter. But to Hiruzen Sarutobi, this was clearly proof that Uchiha Gen was barely concealing his anger. Self-satisfied, he nodded at Uchiha Gen with an arrogant and overbearing expression, then turned and confidently awaited victory. However, his composure lasted less than 10 seconds. Because Hyuga Hayashi stepped onto the stage. "Elder Genji, your hard work and contributions are truly admirable." Hayashi's simple words caused a huge uproar. Amidst the astonished, confused, and bewildered gazes of the crowd, he affixed all 20-odd votes he held to Uchiha Genji's name. "What, Hayashi, what are you doing?" Exclamations of surprise and doubt filled the air. Even several Jonin from the Hyuga clan's main branch questioned him, clearly indicating that Hayashi had done an excellent job of keeping it a secret. Silence. Hayashi adopted the air of a Hokage advisor. This is the Jonin voting stage, do not make a sound. With that, he nodded to the Inuzuka clan head and calmly returned to his seat, ignoring the questions from the main branch members around him. A plan for the future is worse than a plan for the short term, and a plan for eternity is worse than a plan for the long term. What could be more valuable than the method to awaken a Mangekyō Sharingan? The meeting room erupted in noise for a while, even pausing the voting process. Many neutral ninja clans and civilian ninjas who hadn't yet voted looked on with wide, bewildered expressions. As for Hirozen Sarutobi, he felt a burning pain in his face, his mind a complete blank. Tisk-tisk, Jonin Sarutobi, what did you just say? A light laugh drifted in, and Hirozen Sarutobi abruptly turned his head. Amidst the shocked and jubilant Uchiha camp, Gen Uchiha remained calm, though a slight smile finally appeared on his lips. Scream a few more times, Gen Uchiha finally laughed. I love watching monkey shows. An uncontrollable rage surged within Hirozen Sarutobi. He almost angrily stopped the election and berated Gen Uchiha. However, the image of Susanoo, like a god or demon, appeared in his mind, instantly dousing him with cold water. His face flushed and paled, filled with pain and helplessness. His eyes were vacant as he stared at Uchiha Gen, trying to force himself to say something like congratulations, but his face was stiff and he couldn't even manage a smile. The voting continued, but the outcome was already decided. A candidate's last-minute defection to another had a tremendous impact, easily creating an atmosphere of overwhelming momentum. Many civilian Jonin, lacking political affiliation, supported whoever won, and vice versa. Many Jonin who had initially vowed to vote for Jiraiya switched sides on the spot, welcoming Uchiha Gen to the Hokage's headquarters. Uchiha Gen's vote soared, quickly widening the gap between him and Jiraiya. Tap tap tap. Several footsteps sounded behind Sarutobi Hirozen. Uchiha Fugaku deliberately circled around to get close to him. Fugaku, a glimmer of hope and disbelief appeared in Sarutobi Hirozen's cloudy eyes. Indeed, in this world, only money is truly reliable. Friends bought with money will never betray. At this moment, Hirozen Sarutobi had entered the Kokuzu realm in terms of mental understanding, but the mockery in Fugaku's eyes and the ensuing sarcasm plunged him into nervous. Jonin Sarutobi, on behalf of the Uchiha clan, I thank you for your generous assistance and full support in the Uchiha election. The Uchiha clan spent a total of 99,990,000 ryo in this election. The clan head instructed me to return the excess to you. As Fugaku passed Hirozen Sarutobi's table, he casually slapped a 10,000 ryo silver note on the table, then, along with several remaining Uchiha Jonin, cast their votes for Genji Uchiha. The veins on Hirozen Sarutobi's forehead bulged, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He felt as if his stomach and internal organs were being ignited by a raging fire, burning fiercely, causing him excruciating pain. Stunned for a long time, he only came to his senses when the voting was almost over. He tugged at Jiraiya's sleeve, his eyes burning with renewed rage. Uchiha Gen might not even get 2/3 of the votes of confidence. Forget it, teacher. Jiraiya patted Hirozen Sarutobi's hunchback, trying to dissuade him. It's pointless now. How could it be pointless? Hirozen Sarutobi's face was contorted like a demon, completely deaf to Jiraiya's words, only muttering, use the vote of confidence to stop Uchiha Gen, then hold a new Jonin vote. No matter what benefits he gave Hayashi, I'll give him double, triple. Jiraiya frowned, remembering Fugaku's earlier taunts, his expression darkening further. Clearly, his teacher had come to regard these unsavory methods as normal, but in Jiraiya's view, such a power-money exchange was unbecoming of a Hokage. He gritted his teeth and pondered for a moment, then deliberately stared at Uchiha General. When Uchiha Gen noticed his gaze and turned his head, he activated a genjutsu. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to use genjutsu to control an Uchiha. He simply wanted to talk to Uchiha General within the genjutsu space. Uchiha Gen surveyed the surrounding scenery with great interest. He was standing on the rooftop of the Hokage building, and above him were the 5 statues on the Hokage rock, the last of which clearly depicted Uchiha Gen's face. Jiraiya-senpai, your carving doesn't quite capture my essence, ha ha ha. My genjutsu is still too poor, my ability to construct scenes is indeed mediocre. By the railing on the rooftop, the white-haired Jiraiya turned around, but his serious expression revealed that his mood was not as relaxed as his tone suggested. Jiraiya stared intently at Uchiha Gen, a conflicted look on his face. I know my teacher and the others made many mistakes, and I know the Uchiha clan suffered a lot of injustice, but they also contributed to Konoha when they were young, just like Orochimaru. Jiraiya added silently, his sorrow deepening. Gen, I only want to ask you one thing, after you become Hokage, what are your plans for dealing with my teacher and advisors? Deal with them, Uchiha Gen frowned. This was indeed an extremely thorny issue. If it were only according to his personal wishes, then of course he would send Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other two to their deaths, followed by a major purge of the Sarutobi, Mudokado, and Uchiha clans. The remaining members would have to change their names and surnames, no longer able to bear the clan names of those three clans. But regardless, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the Hokage, and Hamura Mudokado and Kaoru Uchiha were Hokage advisors, all absolute high-ranking figures in Konoha. Konoha had only been established for about 50 years, and Hiruzen Sarutobi had ruled for 30, occupying the majority of that time. Furthermore, Gen Uchiha knew that most of the evidence he gathered for Hiruzen Sarutobi was fabricated. Although there were many misdeeds committed by the higher-ups during Hiruzen's rule, most of the blame had to be placed on Danzo. Hiruzen often tacitly approved of many of Danzo's actions, neither denying nor approving them. Success meant honor and benefit for the Hokage, while failure was Danzo's fault, not Hiruzen's. If Hiruzen and his two advisors had any truly great sin, it was this: when the second Hokage entrusted Konoha to them, it was a world-class power, a superpower among the one superpower and many strong nations, but in the 30 years under the third Hokage, Konoha had fallen to become the strongest of the 5 great nations, no longer holding that unparalleled advantage. The remaining scattered, substantively documented crimes were sufficient for judging ordinary people, but not convincing enough to justify the execution of the Hokage and advisors. Of course, the evidence itself wasn't that important, but what was crucial was, the precedent of executing the Hokage must not be set, the political repercussions would be too severe. After Sima Yi's infamous fart at the Luo River, the relationship between ruler and subject like that of the Duke of Zhou and King Chang, or Zhuge Liang and Liu Shan, disappeared. After Park Chung-hee's assassination, virtually no South Korean president met a peaceful end. Raising the level of political morality is difficult, but once mired in a quagmire, successors only become more corrupt and unscrupulous. But keeping those old, thieving Konoha F3 around is disgusting to Uchiha Gen, and even if they were in prison for life, they'll definitely affect his rule. Seeing Uchiha Gen deep in thought, Jiraiya frowned and sincerely advised, Gen, congratulations on becoming the 5th Hokage. But I still hope you'll think carefully. Crushing the former Hokage into the mud will only do harm to the village, no good, he added. If they're severely punished, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the Senju clan ninjas will likely become another Uchiha, staunch opponents under Uchiha Gen's rule. Uchiha Gen pondered, somewhat troubled. It's a pity Orochimaru definitely wouldn't dare to pull off any Konoha crush plan right now, otherwise he'd be a deadly sword, perfect for killing one's master without sticking to it, Uchiha Gen thought to himself, his mind drifting to Orochimaru, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Orochimaru should have already joined Akatsuki by now, right? Jiraiya-senpai, you're overthinking it. Do you think I'd dismantle the already carved Shadow Rock? I won't settle scores with the 3rd Hokage and the 2 advisors. Uchiha Gen suddenly laughed heartily, having come up with a perfect idea. The best method was for Uchiha Gen to leave this world in a reasonable, dignified way, without any involvement or knowledge of the situation, and preferably with their loyal followers. Gen Uchiha smiled at Jiraiya and said sternly, all past crimes will be overlooked, how about that? But the 3rd Hokage and the 2 elders certainly can continue to stay in the upper echelons, and some of their loyal followers can continue to occupy important positions in various departments. Orochimaru and Danzo's defection has caused heavy losses to the village, and there's a risk of secret and forbidden techniques being leaked. I intend to emulate Karigakure and establish a pursuit ninja force specifically to hunt down these 2 and their subordinates. How about having the 3rd Hokage and his old comrades and subordinates lead the hunt, then he'd give them information about Orochimaru in a Mangekyō. Perfect. The strongest Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, 2 cage-level advisors, and so many elite ninjas, were killed by a relatively unknown pain. You can't blame Gen Uchiha, can you? Who could have imagined this? After all, Nagato was Hiruzen Sarutobi's grand disciple. The Uchiha clan definitely shouldn't be blamed for this. At most, Uchiha Gen would have to observe a 3-minute moment of silence for the 3rd Hokage. Is that so? Jiraiya's face lit up with joy, extremely satisfied with this arrangement, even somewhat incredulous that Uchiha Gen would be so magnanimous. Of course, Uchiha Gen pointed towards the shadow rock constructed by Jiraiya's genjutsu, chuckling, "I swear by the shadow rock, I will not break my word." Crack, the genjutsu space shattered, and the two returned to reality. At this time, the voting was nearing its end, and Uchiha Gen had already received over 100 votes, exceeding half of the Jonin's numbers. Even if they opened champagne halfway through, there was no possibility of a comeback. The Uchiha's faces were contorted with joy, wishing they could immediately hold a laughter concert and let laughter resound throughout Konoha. But due to the rules of the venue and Uchiha Gen's restraint, they were like someone who had taken 5 sildenafil pills and was facing a group of super beautiful women but could only hold back, their eyes bloodshot, going crazy and frantic. The 8th Hokage scratched his head repeatedly, oblivious to the fact that his once thick bald head was now covered in bloody welts. Inohime held one hand to the top of his head and the other to his chin, the only way he could suppress his urge to burst into wild laughter. The group of Uchiha were all incredibly abstract. They had waited far too long. From the founding of Konoha to its 52 years, from the first Hokage to the 5th Hokage, the long-cherished wish of generations was finally about to be realized. How could they not be excited? How could they not go wild? Amidst the bloodshot eyes of these Uchiha, Midokado Hamura, his face ashen, shakily walked back to the podium. Hyuga Hayashi, 8 votes. Jiraiya, 74 votes. Midokado Hamura paused, composed himself, and forced a smile. Uchiha Gen, 136 votes. Gen, congratulations, you have the most votes and are now a candidate for the 5th Hokage. Yay! Inayasa clenched his fist excitedly, his mouth, which he had been tightly restraining, threatening to burst into laughter. Startled, he quickly covered his mouth, but the smile still lingered on his face and around his eyes. Midokado Hamura felt incredibly bitter, but according to procedure, he still had to preside over the Jonin trust vote. However, the Jonin votes already had such a large margin of defeat, the trust vote would be even more difficult. Midokado Hamura prepared an open box according to procedure, distributing bamboo sticks to the ninjas, allowing those who trusted Uchiha Gen to drop their sticks in. Clang. Amidst Hirozen Sarutobi's terrified and angry gaze, Jiraiya became the first to throw a bamboo stick into the box. A murmur rippled through the meeting room. Jiraiya, admire the strength and achievements of the Gen clan leader. Jiraiya smiled frankly, nodding casually to several Jonin he was on good terms with, signaling them to also cast their votes of trust. The Nara clan members with their pineapple-shaped haircuts exchanged glances, their butts shifting almost instinctively. Soon, the previously isolated Nara saltwater was back in the Nara clan's ranks. The clatter of bamboo skewers filled the air. Jiraiya had already expressed his trust in Uchiha Gen, and many Jonin who had previously supported him naturally cast their votes of confidence without hesitation. Ultimately, before the Uchiha clan even voted, Midokado Hamura announced that Uchiha Gen had received more than 2/3 of the votes of confidence. Then, 5th Hokage, the future of Konoha is in your hands. Midokado Hamura forced a smile, stepping aside to let Uchiha Gen speak. Hayashi and Jiraiya led the applause for Uchiha Gen, while Hirozen Sarutobi, like a soulless puppet, also reluctantly clapped a few times. Ha. Before Uchiha Gen even reached the stage, the unrestrained laughter from within the Uchiha clan's ranks, seemingly originating from somewhere, infected all the Uchiha members, causing them to laugh uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and seeing that his clansmen were still laughing uncontrollably, Uchiha Gen had no choice but to speak up and stop them. Standing on the stage, Uchiha Gen surveyed the ninja below, his mood quite pleased. The 5th Hokage symbolized the supreme glory and power of Konoha. Moreover, unlike the 4th Hokage, who lacked a foundation and was constantly hampered by Hirozen Sarutobi, and unlike the 3rd Hokage, whose clan was weak and who hastily ascended to power, needing to appoint advisors and retainers to consolidate his position, Uchiha Gen could almost control everything in Konoha the moment he stepped onto the stage. He chuckled softly and slowly uttered his first words as the 5th Hokage. Then, from this day forward, I will guide, I will shoulder, I will bear everything in Konoha. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, Subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.